What if everything you thought was real suddenly vanished in Slaying the Dragon by T. K. Leigh? We follow Mackenzie Delano, a woman torn between the life she's built and the haunting love she can't forget. After a whirlwind romance with the mysterious Tyler Burnham, Mackenzie is forced to confront devastating truths that blur the line between memory and illusion. What begins as a passionate love story spirals into a psychological labyrinth of secrets, betrayal, and buried truths. As Mackenzie searches for answers and Tyler searches for redemption, they're drawn into a world where love isn't just complicated, it's dangerous. A gripping tale of love, identity, and resilience. Slaying the Dragon is not just a story, it's a reckoning. Press play and discover how far someone will go to find the truth and to find themselves. Breathe, I told myself, using my trembling hands to lift the parking brake on my Mercedes convertible. I stared at the two-story cream-colored stucco house, ghosts of what was for a brief period of time dancing in my mind. It had been a week since I ordered Tyler to let me go, leaving him alone and heartbroken on the streets of Boston. But not as heartbroken as I was. I had so many questions. Questions I desperately needed answers to. Despite his lies, I still woke up each morning with an emptiness in my heart because another day had passed that I didn't get to feel his skin on mine, his lips brushing mine, his heart beating in time with mine. I didn't want to feel this way anymore. I needed to wash my life of his existence so I could return to the old Mackenzie, the one who maintained complete control over her feelings. But I knew I couldn't do that until I finally confronted him and said the things I needed to say. Only then could I finally move on and forget about Tyler Burnham, walking up the cobblestone driveway on unsteady legs. I tried to focus on simply putting one foot in front of the other. If I thought of anything else, why Tyler lied to me, why he used me, why he didn't come after me even when I told him to let me go, I would lose the small amount of nerve I finally had. I had driven to this same house every day since I had gotten back to South Padre. Each time, I sat in my car, never having the courage to walk those 50 steps up to the front door. I had walked 50 steps countless times, but nothing seemed as daunting and insurmountable as the path that lay before me today. I didn't know what I hoped to get out of finally confronting Tyler. Closure, answers, the truth. Maybe I just wanted to look into his eyes and see that it was real for him, like he had begged me to believe. My brain never wanted to see him again, but my heart wanted it to be real because, for that brief moment in time, it was so real for me. Step 1. I thought to myself, my hands growing clammy as I timidly began the short journey that seemed akin to mounting the tallest peak. My eyes fell on Tyler's Bronco parked beside his Jaguar, and the memories began to pour in. Memories I had tried to suppress, even though our 2-week romance was short in the grand scheme of things. It felt as if it lasted so much longer. Our connection stronger than any I'd ever had with another human. A breeze blew my dark hair in front of my face as I ran my finger against the metal of the Bronco, dust settling on my skin. I stopped in my tracks, recalling the first time I sat in this very car. I had been shocked he would drive a Bronco, throwing all my preconceived notions of the ridiculously wealthy and handsome Tyler Burnham out the window. He was worth more than the operating budget of several small countries. Yet he drove around in a vintage Bronco with an engine that made an obnoxious amount of noise. That was one of the things that had attracted me to him. And it was one of the things I missed. I missed never knowing what each day would bring with him in my life. I actually missed the unexpected, even though it had brought me nothing but grief and regret. My hand resting on the hood of the Bronco, I closed my eyes, wishing I could turn back the clock and return to that first lunch date. Every little detail still ingrained in my memory. It had been unseasonably hot and humid for the middle of March, and I was a bundle of nerves as Tyler led me to his car. His hand had lingered on the small of my back, sending an electrifying tingle through me. I had done everything I could to remain the poised woman I wanted him to think I was. In reality, I couldn't remember ever being as nervous in the presence of a member of the opposite sex as I was around Tyler. He had done everything right, making it impossible for me to imagine my life without him. He had become my lightning strike, just as he had sworn I was his. But lightning burns, and with each day that had passed since I learned the truth, I welcomed back another piece of my heart. Soon, it would be whole again, the wall around it rebuilt, and my life would go back to the way it was. Soon, I would forget the sound of his voice, his musky scent, his dominating presence. Soon, I would no longer be haunted with the memory of his arms wrapped around me, shielding me from the demons of my past. Soon, he would just be another reminder of why life was better when planned. Approaching the front door, I lost the few nerves I had and spun around quickly, ready to bolt. My chest heaved, a sick feeling settling in my stomach, swallowing hard. I took a moment and leaned on the railing. I had no idea why I was as terrified as I was. I had been through much more challenging situations, losing my first love to what I thought was mental illness, burying my mother, losing my father. But I was petrified of what awaited me on the other side of that door. Maybe I was scared to learn the truth. Maybe I was scared to learn I had put my faith and trust in another human, and my instincts had faltered. Again, maybe it was because I didn't want to be faced with the reminder that life was better if I kept my heart guarded. Maybe it was because Tyler had done what no man had ever done before. He made me feel. Maybe it was because once he opened that door and I finally got the closure I needed, this chapter in my life would come to an end. Maybe it was because I wasn't ready to say goodbye. Despite what my brain was telling me, turning back around, I composed myself, drawing in a deep breath. My arm seemed to weigh a ton as I raised it and rang the doorbell. The sound of a dog barking echoed, followed by approaching footsteps, shifting from foot to foot. I fidgeted with the hem of my dress, tugging at it. My jaw tightened as I braced myself for the impending conversation. Everything seemed to play in slow motion as the door opened and a built man with short dark hair stared back at me. He wore a black t-shirt and cargo pants, his breathtaking smile able to light up a room, but instead of striking green eyes, the eyes that gazed back at me were blue and foreign. Mackenzie, he said in a way that gave off the impression we had met before. Although I couldn't place him for the life of me, I combed through my memory for how we could have known each other. He couldn't have been more than 35. His jaw square and distinguished. His cheekbones were defined. His brow strong. Months ago, he was exactly the type of guy I'd spend a week with before he returned home to wherever he came. But I'd remember him. There was only one explanation that made sense, and my blood began to boil once again. So you're working with Tyler, too, aren't you? I asked with ice in my voice. He scrunched his eyebrows, clearly taken aback. Tyler, who? What are you talking about? Mackenzie? I don't know who the hell you are or what you're doing here, but if this is another one of his mind games, you can tell him I'm not amused. Better yet, I said, pushing into the foyer. I'll tell him myself. Where is he? Where is who he asked, his voice soft, almost concerned. Tyler, I exclaimed, becoming irritated. I strode down the hallway, peeking my head into each room for any sign of him. His large waterfront house was exactly as I remembered, the furniture modern, the art lacking personality. I should have known something was amiss when I first saw his decor. It was frigid, cold, and heartless, just like Tyler. There is no one named Tyler here, the man insisted, following me as I tore through the house, refusing to believe his words. I ignored him. Tyler, I shouted, throwing open door after door, only to be met with emptiness. Eli, I choked out, my voice strained. There was no sign of either of them. Worse, there was no indication they had ever been here. Feeling my world spin out of control, desperation took over and I ran toward the back door. He must be on his boat, I muttered to myself, feeling a pair of confused eyes on me as I bolted down the stairs toward the back gate leading to the dock. I pulled on it, but it was locked. Mackenzie, I know things have been hectic for you. What with the opening of the restaurant and the 80-hour work weeks? I reeled around and met his sympathetic eyes. How do you know who I am? It's me, he said, urging me to recognize him. I prayed this was all a dream and I would wake up, open my eyes, and see Tyler standing in front of me. Jeremiah, I own a club on the island. You reached out to me for advice about opening up your own place several months ago. But how do I remember this house? And I know I've been on that yacht. I gestured toward the beautiful vessel anchored behind me, certain I had spent one of the best nights of my life on it just a few weeks ago. You've been here, he said. Hell, last fall. You were here at least once a week to pick my brain. I asked, my breathing growing more ragged. I searched my brain for a memory of this man, but it just wouldn't come. The last 6 months seemed to be a puzzle. Nothing of significance stood out in my mind, except meeting Tyler Burnham, and I was certain I had met him and that he lived here. All the blood rushed from my face and I couldn't help but feel as if the world was giving out from beneath me. Hey, he soothed, rushing toward me as I struggled to maintain my balance. Let me call someone for you. He placed his arm around my waist in an attempt to usher me back into the house. The feel of his flesh on mine scalded me, setting me off. Don't touch me, I bellowed, pushing him away, and stop with the games. It's not funny. Tell me where he is. I'm not playing any games. He insisted. This is my house. I've lived here for years with my partner. There's no one named Tyler here. Frantic. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and flipped through it, searching for proof I wasn't crazy. We met a few weeks ago. I just got back from Boston, where he's from. Then why are you here? He asked. His gaze narrowed as he studied me with concern. Because he lives here, I exclaimed. Don't you see? I continued searching my phone. my chin quivering as I scanned through photo after photo of me in Boston, on the waterfront, in the Commons, in the North End, eating oysters. But where Tyler was once in those photos, there was nothing. It was as if he had been erased. The air was thick as I tried to make sense of it all. I was living in some sort of alternate reality. I prayed I would wake up and everything would turn out to have simply been a nightmare. That Tyler didn't just date me to gather information about my father. I had always relied on what I knew to be real and true. And I thought Tyler was now. I felt as if I couldn't trust any of my senses, not sight, not sound, not touch, and I certainly couldn't trust my heart. Staring at the yacht on which I thought Tyler and I had spent our one night, I slowly turned around, my head fuzzy. "Are you sure there's no one I can call for you?" the man asked once more. I raised my head and stared into his blue eyes, wishing I could see proof this was all part of some fucked up plan to mess with my memory. But they were stone cold, impenetrable, sighing. I shook my head. "No, I'm sorry." I apologized flatly, my voice barely audible. "You're right. I've been working too much. I must have." I fought back the lump in my throat. My mistake, my expression void of any emotion. I climbed the steps and walked back down the hallway, a lone tear falling down my cheek. I didn't think I could ever feel any more pain than I did after learning the truth of who Tyler was and what he wanted from me. But I was wrong. This was the worst pain imaginable. In a daze. I couldn't remember getting in my car and driving back to my condo. All I could remember was questioning what was real and what wasn't. Things I thought I touched and saw were now being presented to me as fake. It made me begin to question everything else in my life. 2. Pulling my Mercedes into its usual spot, I ran into the building, ignoring Paul's attempt to introduce me to the new security guard as I dashed into an open elevator. When it finally stopped at my floor, I couldn't get to my condo fast enough. Holding out one last ounce of hope that there could be some proof of Tyler's existence within the four walls of my home. A home I was certain he had invaded so fully for a short time. I ran to my kitchen, pulling open drawer after drawer, hoping to come across some lasting remnant of our time together. But I came up empty. Everything was how it was before I had met him. My silverware was just as I liked it. All my cooking utensils were in their precise location. There was barely a particle of dust on the counter, let alone a piece of Tyler's hair. The vases containing the flowers he had sent me after opening night of my restaurant had mysteriously disappeared. If they had been there at all, feeling the walls closing in around me, I grabbed my cell phone and searched the contacts. I pressed the entry for Tyler, my heart racing as I waited for it to begin ringing, but it never did. All I received on the other end was a message that the phone number was no longer in service. My chin began to quiver as I hung up and tried Eli's number, only to get the same message, screaming in frustration. I threw my phone on the ground, the screen shattering from the impact, and ran down the hallway into the master bedroom. I flung open the chest where I kept my father's Victoria Cross, along with all the other keepsakes, recalling that I had placed the card Tyler sent with the extravagant flowers in it. As I rummaged through, the card was nowhere. I let out a loud sob, starting to believe I had imagined it all. It was the only explanation that made sense. The realization was overwhelming, and I darted into the master bathroom, heaving into the toilet, wishing Tyler was there to trace a pattern across my back and chase away my demons, just as I thought he had done for a short but remarkable time. As the weeks wore on, I continued searching everywhere for some sort of proof that Tyler Burnham was real, but I found nothing. Not one piece of tangible proof he had entered my life in a whirlwind and flipped it upside down. There was nothing left, other than my memories, which I couldn't help but question. It was as if every trace of his time on South Padre had been erased, all but one. The sound of seagulls and laughter surrounded me as I sat on the sandy beach, trying to make sense of everything. I raised my eyes and stared at a seemingly peaceful ocean, a few boats bobbing up and down in the distance. This island was supposed to feel like paradise, like an escape. But it didn't, not anymore. All I felt when I looked at the calm water, the sun shining and warming everything on that Memorial Day at the end of May, was a raging storm, a ship about to sink. My surroundings were mocking me, reminding me that my life would never be the same again. The truth was, it hadn't been the same since I met Tyler. I should have been crying, but tears refused to fall. I should have felt something, anything, anger, hatred, resentment, fear, confusion, but I felt nothing. Ever since the day I had gone over to what I thought to be Tyler's house to see someone else living there, I shut down even more than I already had. I was a shell, a ghost of a woman going through the motions of living when I was really dead inside. I closed my eyes, trying to remind myself of a happier time, hoping that would bring forward some sort of emotion. It was like trying to jumpstart a battery that was long dead. Nothing worked. I was empty, my heart no longer able to feel. I wanted to scream, but no noise ever came from my throat. I now knew why Catholics feared purgatory. I was there. I was a lifeless soul forced to walk among the land of the living. I wanted to make it all go away, to forget the beautiful, touching moments I shared with Tyler, the thrill of his kisses, the passion in his eyes, the fire in his touch. I was still tortured by all those things, sentenced to live the past 2 months in a constant nightmare because I was foolish enough to love him, a small child who couldn't have been more than 2 years old, ran in front of me, his parents trying to catch up. The glee in his laughter struck me as I watched the happy family enjoying their vacation. The mother playfully grabbed the little boy, swinging him around and around, his squeals echoing and calling to a side of me I didn't know existed. A tear escaped my eye and trickled down my cheek, cooling the fire that had been burning inside me. Then another tear fell, and another, and another. The dam broke, and, for the first time in months, I felt something. I lowered the iron fortress I had erected around my heart and stopped pretending I was okay. Pretending what Tyler did hadn't destroyed me. It wasn't his deception that shattered me. It was my love for him. Then and now, in my heart, I knew he was real, that we experienced a love so perfect, which made everything so much harder. My heart ached for him. My skin craved his touch. My body longed to be held in his arms, the arms that would always remind me of dancing, full metal jackets, and truth or dare. He had tainted something so beautiful, so pure, so fucking perfect. His love was toxic, and I needed to purge it from my system through my cleansing sobs. I had bottled it all up for months, and it felt therapeutic to finally let it out. With each tear, I was letting go of another piece of him, his smile, his green eyes, his husky voice that swore he loved me, his words begging me to spend the rest of my life with him. They were all leaving me, and once my tears stopped, I vowed to never cry because of him again. I had no idea how long I sat there with my head buried in my knees, my cries ravaging my short and slender body. But I didn't care. It didn't matter that people could have been laughing and pointing at the poor, pathetic girl who gave everything to a man who used her, then tried to cover his tracks and make her think she imagined him. I needed this. Maybe then I could finally be over him. I needed to be over him. I wouldn't let him ruin my life anymore. A warm presence approached from behind, and two arms enveloped me. I sighed, molding my body into Braden's. He was exactly what I needed right now. I needed his smile, his laugh, his compassion. I needed his reassurance that I was strong enough to get through this, that this wouldn't break me, that I could rewind the clock and forget all about Tyler Burnham, pulling at the crisp gray shirt underneath his black suit. I drenched him with my tears, and he simply continued to comfort me, not saying a word. He knew me well enough to know I didn't want to talk. Not yet. He was the only man in my life who always gave me exactly what I needed when I needed it. He had always been true and honest. He never had an ulterior motive. His love was pure and untainted. It's about time you started acting like a human again. He soothed. Breaking the silence between us, he rocked me gently, running his fingers up and down my back. You can't keep pretending what's been going on didn't affect you, baby girl. It's obvious it did. It's okay to show your emotions once in a while. It's okay to show you're not impenetrable. I nodded slightly and clung to him as if holding him was the only way to keep my world together. He and Jenna had prodded me for an explanation about why I ran out on Tyler. But I didn't know what to tell them. I couldn't tell them the truth. Instead, I maintained that I wasn't ready to talk about it, but that I found out he wasn't the man I thought he was, which had a sliver of truth. How did you know I'd be here? I pulled back and stared at his kind face, his blue eyes sparkling as he gazed at me with all the tenderness and understanding I needed from him at that moment. Call it my gut instinct. I went to the restaurant and Jenna said you had an appointment this morning, then never showed up afterwards. That doesn't exactly sound like the Mackenzie we all know and love, so I had a feeling something must be wrong. I was on my way to the condo and noticed your car on the side of the road here. I wiped at my cheeks, taking a deep breath to settle my cries. Want to tell me what's wrong? He asked, almost guarded at how I would react. What isn't wrong? I scoffed. I still go back and forth. Boo, I confessed, leaning my head on his shoulder. I picked up some shells in front of me and began tracing patterns in the warm sand. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my mind, that something in my brain snapped, and I made it all up. Lifting my gaze, I stared at the ocean waves, hoping they would calm me as they used to. The only people who assured me I didn't imagine any of it were you and Jenna. If I didn't have you swearing it was real, that he was real, I probably would have checked myself into the loony bin at this point. I glanced at him, seeing him studying my every move, almost as if he was ready for me to freak out at any second. Returning my eyes to the sand in front of me, I softly asked, "Do you know I still go by his house every day?" Biting his lip, he nodded. I figured. I don't know why. I shrugged, fighting back the new tears brimming in my eyes. Part of me wants to think all of this has just been one giant nightmare, that I'll wake up and everything will be like it used to be. What would you think if you were me? If, a week later, you decided to be the bigger person and try to talk things over, but you find someone completely different living in Tyler's house, trying to convince you he's lived there for years. It's as if someone wants me to feel like I'm losing my mind, as if they want me to question whether any of it's real, no matter how many times you and Jenna have told me it was real. I still had my doubts. My brain was yelling at me that it couldn't be real. I had no physical proof it was. My heart didn't want to believe it, though, and that's been the only thing that's kept me going. In my heart, I just knew it had to be real. Meeting his gaze, I studied his gentle face, his eyes brimming with the same pain I felt. Taking a deep breath, my voice quivered. But there's no doubt anymore. I pulled the black and white image I had been staring at most of the day out of my purse and handed it to Braden. He glimpsed at the photo, then shot his wide eyes to me, questioning, "You're going to be an uncle." Boo! I covered my mouth, my breath catching at the words. Until that moment, it hadn't sunk in. Even after the doctor confirmed what over a dozen pregnancy tests already had, I didn't think it was real. Finally, speaking those words surrounded me with the truth amidst a lifetime of lies. Braden's expression momentarily grew grim before he replaced it with a cheerful smile I was certain was for my benefit. "Uncle Boo, I like the sound of that." He pulled me to him once more and planted a soft kiss on my temple. 1,000 thoughts ran through my mind, the most pressing of which being how the hell I was going to afford this. Since most of my money was tied up in the restaurant, I had allowed my health insurance to lapse. The doctor visit itself was going to cost me a small fortune. I knew Braden would offer to help, as he always did. However, at some point, I was going to have to find the man who had become a ghost. Tyler, Mac, I know you probably don't want to, but you need to talk about what you're going to do. He released his hold on me, forcing me to stare into his eyes. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean?" he insisted, raising his eyebrows at me once more. "He has a right to know. I'm assuming it's his." I nodded. But how am I supposed to tell him it's like he's dropped off the face of the earth? His cell is disconnected, and so is Eli's. Every time I've called his company's office, I get nowhere. Hell, maybe I am losing my mind. Maybe I did imagine him. Maybe it's someone else's kid. Right now, my chin wavering, I squeaked out, "I'm barely holding it together here." "Braden." Tears began to stream down my face again. There was a hollow feeling in my chest as I struggled to come to terms with the reality that would soon be my life. That I was carrying the baby of a man who wounded me, then disappeared. I would be forced to stare into my baby's eyes every day and be reminded of how stupid and naive I had been. "Shh, baby girl," Braden soothed, comforting me in his embrace. He kissed the top of my head, brushing my hair back just like my mother used to all those years ago. "I'm stuck and it's all my fault. Mac, baby. It takes two to tango. He's just as responsible as you, so don't you dare put all the blame on your shoulders. He could have easily slipped on a rubber and you wouldn't be faced with this. I shook my head. I told him it was okay. I was so stupid and caught up in the moment. I wasn't thinking straight. Now I'm knocked up. Carrying the baby of a man I can't even think about without breaking down. I turned to him and stared into his eyes, finally allowing myself to voice my true emotions instead of bottling them up. How am I supposed to get through this, Mackenzie? Braden started. You are one of the toughest females I've ever had the privilege of knowing. You have so much life, so much strength. You'll get through this just like you've gotten through everything else over the past few years, with Jenna and me by your side. Enclosing my hand in his, he gave me a sincere look. You know, you have options and I will fully support you, no matter your decision. Taking a deep breath, I briefly closed my eyes. I love how you'll back me. No matter what. Why wouldn't I? I don't have a vagina or uterus. I'm certainly not going to try to tell you what to do with yours. I giggled at Braden's words, thankful he always had a way to lighten the tension. I know, as much as I hate the idea of having his baby, it's also part of me. I held my hand over my stomach. I can't. I'm keeping it. I'm sure there's going to be moments down the road where I may regret this decision, especially when I'm trying to do all of this on my own. You won't be on your own, Braden interrupted. In the past 8 years, when have you ever had to do anything alone? I'll be there. Hell, if I need to, I'll move back into your condo and help out. You don't need to, I objected. You have your own life. You need to live, I know, but you're my soulmate, he explained, caressing my hand. I love you, Mac, and I will always do whatever you need. He beamed, placing his hand over my stomach. And this kid, well, he'll be the most spoiled baby ever. Come on. Every kid needs a fantastic gay uncle who has no problem spending a ridiculous amount of money buying him Prada diapers. I'm fairly certain there's a law against shitting in anything with a designer label. He scrunched his nose at me. Possibly. But it still doesn't mean that the newest addition to our family deserves anything but the best, and that's exactly what he'll get. What if it's a girl? Trust me, it's a boy. I have a knack for knowing these things. He winked and placed a tender kiss on my cheek. For the first time since leaving my doctor's office earlier, I actually felt as if I could get through this, that I didn't need Tyler to be a good mom to the baby growing inside me. I relaxed into Braden's arms, wanting to live in that moment for as long as possible. I was calm, the demons that had been haunting me absent. Braden gave me a sense of stability and comfort that had been lacking from my life. You loved him, didn't you? He commented softly. I did, but it wasn't real. What makes you say that I saw the way he looked at you? I don't care how good you are. You can't fake that. He lied to me. Boo, running his fingers up and down my back. He said, I think he was truthful with you where it mattered. Nothing dishonest comes from love. We may hurt those we love, but we often think we're doing right by them. We tend to lie to those we care about to protect them. There's no black and white, only varying shades of gray hiding a kernel of truth. I murmured, remembering my father's words when he asked me to pretend as if he were dead. I had done so to protect him, to keep him safe. Did Tyler keep the truth of who he was and what he was doing for the same reason? And what was his kernel of truth? His words from that day back in Boston, begging me to believe his love for me was real, replayed in my head, his remorse-filled eyes flashing through my memory. A look of realization washed over me, and I snapped my eyes toward Braden's, a knowing smile on his face. He continued, "Like I said, you can fake a lot of things, Mackenzie, but you can't fake being in love. There's your kernel of truth." Tyler. The air was dry and dusty as I sat in the passenger seat of the all-terrain vehicle Eli expertly navigated through the barren desert of Sudan on a hot June day. The heat was unbearable, but at least I had all my limbs, which was more than could be said of many of the refugees seeking safety from South Sudan at the camp my brother's company had been sponsoring for the past several years. The path that led me to this point in my life was an odd one, but I needed to be here. It had been over 3 months since I watched Mackenzie walk out of my life, but the look on her face when she found out the truth continued to haunt me, finding me no matter where I went. Every woman I saw had that same exact expression in her eyes. Men glared at me with a look of disgust, as if knowing I had destroyed the most precious gift there was: love. My betrayal and deception tormented me, reminding me I would never be worthy of anyone's love again, especially Mackenzie's. Regardless, I wasn't giving up. I simply needed to do something to prove I had a heart, that I was someone worth taking a risk for, that I was someone worth forgiving despite the heartache I caused. But I needed to learn to forgive myself first, and I hoped that by protecting some of the most vulnerable people I had ever met would put me on the right path. However, that didn't make me miss her any less. I missed her smile, her voice, her soul, her heart, her love. I was a coward. Even though I had limited access to a satellite phone and a computer here in the middle of nowhere, I hadn't called or emailed her, following my brother's orders to refrain from contacting her for security reasons. Even if I could contact her, nothing I said would ever tell her what she wanted to hear, what she deserved to hear. Instead, I kept a journal of all the things I wanted to say to her, hopeful she would be able to read it one day and see that she didn't escape my thoughts once over the months of our separation, carrying the guilt of the failed mission that would always haunt me. I tried to find peace in my work, in my new mission, but that day continued to repeat in my mind like a horrible movie. An excruciating lump formed in my throat as I watched a flash of dark hair scramble from the elevator of my brother's building and bolt through the revolving doors, exiting onto the busy Boston street. I was foolish to think I could keep the truth from her. She was bound to find out. But I didn't want it to be like this. I wasn't cut out for betraying people, no matter the reason. Months ago, I thought this was the perfect assignment for me. I hadn't cared about a woman since Melanie, but Mackenzie had spoken to my heart, and I fell for her hard and fast. I darted after her, knowing it was now or never. I needed to make my move. I needed to prove to her that it wasn't an act, that it was so fucking real for me, that she truly was my lightning strike, catching up to her with ease. I reached for her arm and spun her around. Her eyes grew wide, her mouth agape. Her chin quivered and I saw the hurt on her face, but I felt that spark, and I knew she did. Too, pinning her against the brick wall, I covered her mouth with mine. She pushed against me at first, her fists slamming into my chest. "Go ahead," I bellowed. "Fight me. I want you to." I earned everything she could do to me, but even when I was covered with bruises and scars, it still wouldn't compare to the scar I had caused her heart. Mine would heal. I doubted hers would. "I want you to hurt me. I deserve it. Cut me. Kill me. My heart won't beat without you." Tears running down our faces. I pressed my lips against hers. After a brief struggle, she finally relented and melted into me. She combed her fingers through my hair, tugging at me, drawing me closer. Fire smoldered within as she moaned. A heat came off her body, and I knew she couldn't deny the attraction. Love like this didn't happen twice. This was as real as anything I had ever experienced in my life. I pulled back and rested my forehead against hers. A sigh escaped her lips, and I grew hopeful we would make it through this, that our love for each other was stronger than the mountain of lies on which it was built. Her gaze softened, and she cupped my cheek in her hand. All I ever needed was to feel her skin on mine. It was perfect. It was exhilarating. It was my home. She was my home. Instantly. Her back grew rigid and she pushed against my chest. Stumbling back, I flung my eyes open, watching in bewilderment as she ran down the street. "You stay away from me, Tyler," she howled, signaling for a cab. "I can't. I'm not going to let you hurt me again, I won't," I yelled, chasing after her. My chest tightened as I tried to make sense of the drastic turn. It was almost as if her brain was battling with her heart, which I knew was true. She had been doing that since we started our whirlwind relationship. "There's no possible way you won't," she exclaimed, wiping at the tears pouring down her face. "Every time I look at you, at your eyes, I'll always wonder whether it's real." A cab pulled up to the corner and she opened the door. "About to get in. Please. Mackenzie." My mouth was dry, a pained stare on my face as I pleaded with her. "I should never have trusted my heart," she said quietly. "The heart is impulsive and can't be reasoned with. Tell me what you want from me." "You really want to know?" she quivered, narrowing her eyes at me. "Yes. Just tell me." I swallowed hard. "Whatever it is, I'll do it." She paused, studying me, and my heart raced in anticipation. "If you really care about me, if you really want to prove to me that it was real for you." She stared long and hard into my eyes, the pain I caused covering her face, her eyes, her entire being. "You'll let me go." I remained mute as I absorbed her words, a weight crushing my chest. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" she asked, sobs overtaking her. And I knew those words were just as difficult for her to say as they were for me to hear. "Please," she begged, "you need to let me go. I don't know if I can." I whispered, brushing my thumb under her eye. "I love you." "Serafina." "No. There is no Serafina. There's no Mackenzie. There's nothing left to love." She stood on her toes and planted a soft kiss on my cheek, her body trembling. "Goodbye, Tyler. Enjoy the lonely." She slid into the back seat of the cab and slammed the door, an ache in my throat. I watched the yellow cab disappear down Atlantic Avenue. I was at a crossroads. Do I grab my car and follow Mackenzie wherever she was going, thus ignoring her pleas that I let her go, or do I let her leave, proving to her that it was real for me, no matter my choice? It wasn't going to lessen the damage I had done. Retreating to the building, I ran into the elevator, Frantically pressing the button for the garage, I jumped into my car and peeled onto Atlantic Avenue. As I tried to merge onto the freeway toward the airport, traffic was at a standstill and I slammed on my brakes, craning my head. I saw a 5-car pileup that must have happened no more than a minute beforehand, blocking all the lanes. I couldn't help but think that someone was trying to keep me from getting to Mackenzie. Maybe I wasn't meant to approach her yet. Maybe the best thing for me to do was give her space, like she asked, fishing my cell phone out of my pocket. I ignored dozens of missed calls from my brother and pressed Eli's number. Tyler. What's wrong? Your brother just called and is flipping out. She knows, I said quietly. There was a long pause before Eli spoke again, his voice soft and sympathetic. I'm sorry. Ty. Is there anything? Actually, yes, I interrupted, trying to mask the heartache in my voice. That's why I'm calling. Are you at the office? Yes, run Mackenzie's credit cards, and her friends, as well. See if you can find any information about where she is. I'm stuck in traffic trying to get to the airport. I need to know if she's even headed that way, or whether I should turn around and try one of the train stations instead. I'm on it, he said, and I could hear him typing away at his laptop. What are you going to do? I don't know, I responded dejectedly, my shoulders deflating as I impatiently waited for traffic to begin moving. She can't trust me, no matter what assurances I tried to give her. None of it mattered. Do you blame her? He asked, his voice guarded. No. I sighed. I'd probably think the same thing if I were in her shoes. She told me the only way she'll know it was real is for me to do the one thing I don't think I'm ready to do. And what's that? Let her go. The line was silent, and the sound of honking horns echoed around me, as if that would clear the accident quicker. Tyler, don't you think that maybe it's... He stopped short. What I've got a hit, he explained in an excited tone. Just 10 minutes ago. There was a purchase on Braden Weller's credit card for a flight from Boston to Brownsville, connecting out of Dallas. Better hurry. The flight leaves in less than an hour. I'm stuck in the Callahan Tunnel. Traffic is at a standstill. Do you want me to hop on the subway? Eli asked. I could try to stop her. I felt as if the universe was conspiring against me. No, but thanks. Eli, I'll just wait it out and hope I can get there in time. I don't want her to think we're chasing her. You got it. Keep me updated. I hung up and tossed my phone in the cup holder of the SUV. The only thing keeping me moving forward was the possibility that Mackenzie's flight was delayed. An hour later, I finally pulled into the parking garage at the airport and bolted for the terminal. Adrenaline coursed through me as I searched the departures board for her flight. A heaviness set in my limbs when I saw it had just left. In a daze, I shuffled from the terminal, unable to think clearly. I didn't even know how I ended up there. But I found myself parking just off Storrow Drive by Boston University, as if on autopilot. I headed toward the Charles River, my legs carrying me to the boathouse where Melanie had breathed her last breath. I didn't know what I hoped to gain from visiting this place. Maybe I hoped to find some sort of clarity in a world that seemed to turn on its head overnight. As I sat down on a bench by the boathouse, I felt a lump in my pocket and pulled out a small black velvet box, flipping it open to stare at the ring I intended to give Mackenzie today. The sun reflected on it, causing the 3-carat diamond to glimmer. I hated that I never got the chance to see it on her finger. I had no idea how long I sat there, staring at the ring, when I heard a familiar voice. I had a feeling you'd be here. I snapped the box closed and turned my head, meeting a pair of dark eyes. A forced smile crossed my face. Hey, Ma, I uttered. Hey, baby, how are you holding up? I shrugged, shoving the black box in my pocket and hiding my face. Tyler. She sat beside me on the bench as I stared at the gentle waves of the river. You can't hide from your mother. I heard her. Ma. I returned my eyes to hers, feeling all her compassion, understanding, and love envelope me from that one look, despite the fact she probably disapproved of my actions. You did. She has every right to be upset with you. It takes ages to learn to trust someone, but only one lie to ruin it. Tears formed in my eyes and I struggled to reel in my emotions. I ruined it. Maybe. She said, maybe not. What did she say? To let her go? I replied, barely able to speak the words. And did you? I nodded. She got in a cab and I couldn't get to her in time. That's not what I meant. And you know it. Tell me, did you let her go? I shook my head. She's a part of me, Ma. But she said the only way for me to prove I do love her and all of my feelings are real was to let her go. She nodded. Then give her some time. I shot my head up, surprised she wasn't urging me to go after her. Really trust me, baby. If she wants you to let her go, all she probably wants is some time to herself and to be with her friends. She wants to cry on their shoulders and commiserate about what an asshole you are. Let her have this time. If you want any shot at winning her back, you'll give her exactly what she wants, right now. That's a life without any reminders of what she considers to be her biggest mistake. You. I opened my mouth, wanting to argue that letting her go wasn't an option, but she held up her hand. Don't worry, it'll all work out. I don't know if I can stay away. I admitted. I've seen her every day for the past 6 months. Tyler, sometimes. We need to give those we love space to work out their feelings. And I'm not talking about months or even weeks. Right now, she's upset and confused. Her world's been torn apart. She needs to put the pieces back together. But she can't do that with you in her life. Not yet. Anyway, give her space to find her life. Eventually, she'll find her love. She'll find the truth amidst the lies. But you need to give her time. I gazed ahead as runners jogged along the promenade path, considering my mother's words, sighing. I turned to her. How do you always seem to have all the answers? Because I'm old? Baby? She smiled at me, the wrinkles around her eyes showing. Do you know how many mistakes I've made in my life? No. Well, I've made enough that I can speak to you from experience. Trust me, the best thing you can do is give her time. Then you can go to her and beg forgiveness with the most ridiculously expensive jewelry money can buy. She nudged me and I laughed at her attempt to bring me out of my sour mood. She'll come around. I hope you're right. I'm your mother. She winked, a sparkle in her eyes. I'm always right. Her jovial expression turned serious once more as she grabbed my hands in hers. Go back to your routine. Tyler, it's gotten you through tough spots in the past. Do it again. It will give you the clarity you need right now. A loud throat clearing sounded and we snapped our heads up to see Alexander standing off to the side. I could see guilt hidden beneath his tough exterior. Even though he should have been upset at the failed mission, It was readily apparent he wasn't there as the head of the security company, about to berate me regarding what happened. He was there as my brother. Well, my mother said, placing her hand on my leg. I think you boys need to have a bit of a chat. I love you. Tyler, baby. She planted a soft kiss on my temple and, for an instant, I wanted to think everything would be okay, that it would all work out. A group of cyclists flew by as she got up from the bench and strode to Alexander. He bent his almost 6.5-foot frame down to allow my mother to place a kiss on his cheek, and she whispered something in his ear. I couldn't hear what, but I knew she had to be giving him a piece of her mind. She retreated from us, and Alexander approached me with a shrunken stature, exhaling as he sat next to me on the bench. He placed his forearms on his legs and stared at the river. An awkward silence passed as we both sat contemplating everything. The sun had begun to set over the city, a chill in the spring air. Runners were out getting some exercise. People were walking their dogs. The world continued to spin even though it felt like I was stuck in that moment when Mackenzie learned the truth. Ty, I need to talk to you about something, Alexander finally said. The timbre of his voice gave me pause. I glanced to him, observing him run his hands through his dark hair, his shoulders slumping in defeat. What is it? He turned his eyes to meet mine, and I braced myself for what he was about to tell me, unsure of whether I could deal with any more bad news. You can't go back, he said softly. I'm not yet. Anyway, I'll give her some time and… No, Tyler, he interrupted, his voice firm. It's not safe. And it is for Mackenzie, I responded, my voice incredulous. What about Charlie? What if he figures it out and goes after… We need to cease all contact for everybody's protection, including hers. Why? He rubbed his temples. I could sense the wheels turning in his head, debating whether to tell me the truth or simply something to appease me for the moment. Please, Tyler, I need you to trust me. I've worked special ops long enough to know when something isn't right, and at this moment, there is something severely fucked up going on. I called our agency handler to give him a status report on the mission. Yeah, according to his secretary, he's been missing for a week. I couldn't get any more information out of her, but I have a feeling in my gut that it's related to this case. He made his last contact with her on the same day Charlie made headlines for being wanted for all those murders. Based on everything you've been telling me, I can't help but think there may be a connection between the two, that there's something bigger at play here than we've been led to believe. I have a bad feeling my agency handler's been compromised. It's only a matter of time until they turn to you, who I asked. My heart racing. I have no idea. It could be anyone. Maybe someone who was worried word would get out that Mackenzie's father possibly had nothing to do with everything of which he's been accused. I'm sure that's the reason you refused to tell me his location the other night. I shot my eyes to his, shock washing over me. How did you know? It was pretty obvious. Ty, I know all your tells. I knew you were covering for him and… Well, I get it. But if I'm right, and I have a feeling I am, your connection to Mackenzie could potentially make you a sitting duck. If they think you have even the slightest inkling someone other than Galloway is to blame, I don't need to spell out what they'll do. I need you to disappear. What I can't. Just 1 month. That's all I'm going to ask of you. I need time to comb through the intel you gathered and find out what's really going on here. I have a new assignment for you anyway. One that's more of a humanitarian project. No lies, no betrayal, just helping people who desperately need it. But what about Mackenzie? Nothing will happen to her. Tyler, I promise you. I made a few arrangements and will have eyes on her around the clock. I shook my head, confused. But what about you? You were involved in this assignment? Too. What if someone comes after you? Don't worry about me. It's my job to worry about you. Why? He shrugged. You're my brother, Ty, and I love you. He met my eyes. Plus, I promised Dad years ago I would always watch out for you. That's why I need you to leave. Eli, too. I need you to go somewhere else so I know nothing will happen. Like I said, if our agency handler has been compromised, your life could be at risk. This is me fulfilling my promise to Dad. I stared ahead at the Charles River, my mother's advice to give Mackenzie some space echoing in my head. I hated the idea of abandoning her, leaving her vulnerable to anyone who wanted to do her harm. But if there was one thing I knew about my brother, it was that he kept his promises. If he vowed to watch out for and protect Mackenzie, I knew he would take that oath as serious as he took the oath he pledged to his country all those years ago. Do you swear you won't let anything happen to her? I asked, my eyes fierce. I give you my word. Ty, he assured me, conviction in his voice. She'll be better protected than the president. I've sent my best team down there to ensure it, absorbing his words. I sighed, running my hands through my hair. When do I leave? You okay? Eli asked, cutting through my thoughts about how 1 month had turned into 3. So much time had passed. The rift between myself and Mackenzie had widened. I wondered if I even crossed her mind anymore. I couldn't forget her if I wanted to. Her existence was permanently etched on my heart, on my soul. Yeah, I'm good. Eli glanced at me briefly before returning his eyes to the road. Liar. I said I'm good. I didn't say I was fantastic. Just let me be good for a minute. He shook his head and clenched his jaw, taking his foot off the gas as he approached a guard shack at the entryway of the refugee camp. We nodded a greeting to one of the security company's employees and were granted access, driving the outskirts of what had become my home. We navigated past rows and rows of white tents. This experience had been humbling for me. These people had nothing to their names. Due to civil war and political unrest, they had been forced out of their homes, the massacre of thousands upon thousands of their people causing them to seek asylum. When they left, many of them lost their families, their lives, their identities. The refugees spanned all age groups. I didn't know how any of the older people in the camp coped with the fact they would never see their home again. The only thing that got me through each day was knowing that, with every passing hour, I was that much closer to finally being home. These people didn't have that luxury. The past few months weren't without hardships. Despite how much I believed in what I was doing when I first arrived here, I wondered how long I would last out in the stagnant desert heat. But when I stepped out of the tiny tent that had become my home, and a little African boy, who couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, his right arm missing from his elbow down, came up to me and asked if I was here to help. Nothing else mattered. I wasn't here to betray or deceive anyone. I was here to make a difference, to protect these people, to ensure they had access to everything I had taken for granted my entire life: food, water, education, clothing, medical aid. They would have it all, and then some. Working this assignment made me proud of my family's company, despite the numerous questionable operations it had been involved in. The humanitarian missions it sponsored outweighed all of that. Seeing women playing with their children, not worrying about whether today would be the day they could no longer outrun the enemy, made it all worth it. "What did your brother say?" Eli asked, pulling up to the administration building. We had just spent the better part of the day traveling to and from the only communication center within 100 miles. Infrastructure in this country left much to be desired, and internet and phones were practically non-existent. I did have a satellite phone, however. It tended to be sketchy at best and completely useless most of the time. My only means of somewhat reliable communication with the outside world was through a weekly visit to a command center located 3 hours away. It was during this time that I tried to check in with Alexander. Not much. He still has Martin and his team keeping an eye on Mackenzie. He's yet to see any viable threat from Charlie or anyone else. But he's ordering everyone to maintain their post. He must feel guilty. Why else would he send his right-hand man down to Texas to watch over her? That must count for something. I wanted to believe my brother was a good person, that he was trying to make amends for how things had spiraled out of control between us. But there was a nagging I couldn't ignore, especially as the weeks went by and I was told to maintain course. "And our assignment?" Eli asked. "Did you talk to him about whether he's figured out what's really going on with all the shit that went down when your cover was blown? I don't need to remind you by whom. He still needs us out here." I responded firmly. That's all he would say? That. And it's not safe to come back yet. He gripped the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. "And you believe him?" he asked through his hard-set jaw. "I have to," I insisted. "He's my brother, despite everything else. I need to believe he wouldn't keep me here unless it was necessary. Or else." "What? Or else what?" Eli urged, almost begging me to say the words. We had been having this same discussion for the past month, every week. I had gone to touch base with my brother, and every week, he told me I needed to stay, despite his promise at the start of this assignment that, no matter what, it would only be for a month, or else he's not the man I thought he was. I answered softly, "Who I always looked up to and admired when I was a kid." I shook my head, not wanting to believe the words. "But for now," I continued, maintaining my composure, "I need the routine. I need the comfort of following orders. It's what got me through everything with Melanie. The only way I survived that was because of the discipline the Navy gave me. Working for my brother's company is a lot like that. He gave us a mission and I'm going to obey orders. Look around you." I gestured at the refugees strolling through camp. "These people need us." "Eli, they have nothing. If all I do is make one person feel safer, then this is where I belong, not back home, but here." I opened the door of the ATV and headed toward the large tent structure in front of us. "Tyler," Eli shouted, dashing out of the vehicle and catching up to me, although he was slightly shorter than my 6-foot, 4-inch frame. He made up for that in build. He kept his dark hair at a sensible length, the discipline he learned in the Marines evident in his appearance. I, however, kept my sun-lightened hair somewhat unkempt. If I remembered to shave once, it was a good week. What did I care I didn't have anyone to impress? Listen, I understand following orders, he continued, but at some point, you need to forget about doing what you're told is right and do what's right for you. From where I'm standing, you're turning a blind eye to what your brother's doing so you don't have to face your problem. That's what you did with Melanie. What I hissed, my green eyes growing wide in shock. Eli had never been one to question following orders. In fact, he had always adhered to a strict code of ethics. But our history predated him working for the security company. I supposed his loyalty to me outweighed that to his job. I didn't. Yes, you did. You just admitted it. After she died. You ran. You went into the Navy so you didn't have to deal with your grief? I get it. Tyler. Believe me, after my father died in the line of duty, I was so fucking angry. I hated that he lost his life to save some sorority girl. I nodded, remembering that case. It was splashed all over the news. I was a junior in college, and Eli was starting his third year with the Marines when the case that rocked our city for years finally came to a bloody end. Eli's dad was a homicide detective and brought the man responsible for brutally assaulting and murdering over a dozen college females to justice. Sadly, Eli's father sacrificed his life to save that of the man's last victim. Eli had to sit in court nearly every day as he stared at the girl who survived, wondering whether her life was more valuable than his father's. I couldn't bear being around town because, everywhere I went, I was faced with the reminder of what he gave his life for. I ran back to the Marines, even after they offered to give me an honorable discharge to be with my family. You're doing the same thing. Ty, you've never allowed your scars to heal. At some point, it will all become too much, and you'll bury yourself in your guilt. That's why you're happy to stay here and help all these people. But not because you genuinely want to. You're trying to bury your guilt in all the good you've been doing. But you can't hide it forever. You can't run away from your mistakes for the rest of your life. You need closure. Maybe closure's not in the cards for me, I said softly. She told me to let her go. I spun away from him. I hadn't had a moment's peace in months. I hadn't been alone in months. And, right now, I wanted to be alone, but you haven't let her go. Tyler, he exclaimed, catching up to me, grabbing my arm. He forced me to stop. You left to give her space. 3 months is a long time to give someone space. He took a deep breath. Just think about it and stop punishing yourself. This Tyler. He gestured to me. This is not the Tyler I remember. The old Tyler would have fought tooth and nail for what he believed in. He wouldn't stand by and allow his brother to order him to stay thousands of miles away. Instead of going after the one girl who finally taught you how to be human again. I sighed. Carrying my guilt is the only thing that reminds me I'm human. I admitted, without it, I'm empty. I'm nothing. I need the guilt. It's the only way I can live with the lonely. My brain was spinning as I flipped through page after page of a pregnancy book, the words starting to blur together. Since learning I was pregnant nearly 2 months ago, I got my hands on every book possible, hoping that, with a little bit of guidance, I would be able to get through this on my own. It didn't help. I felt even more lost and confused about how to raise a little human. I had put on a smile to assure Brayden and Jenna I was handling it. But the truth was, I was scared out of my mind. Cloth or disposable diapers, bottle feed or breastfeed. I was overwhelmed by the amount of books and advice, most of it contradictory. I felt like a fish swimming upstream, everyone else passing by, telling me what was best. The stack of overdue bills had gradually grown higher and higher as I struggled to rub 2 pennies together. Every dime went to paying for the bare minimum of doctor appointments I could get away with. I was 2 months behind on my mortgage. My credit cards were maxed out, and my checking account balance was teetering on being overdrawn on a weekly basis. Jenna and Braden had offered to help me out countless times, but I refused. I took after my father in that respect. I inherited his Irish stubbornness. A loud knock on the door sounded, startling me, and I tore my attention away from one of the dozens of pregnancy books Braden had picked up for me, raising myself from my lush sofa. I walked through the living area and into the foyer of my oceanfront condo. I checked the peephole to see a man dressed in a messenger uniform standing there. I pulled back the door, praying it wasn't the bank sending notice of foreclosure on my condo. Surely, I'd have to have missed more than 2 payments. Right, Mackenzie Delano, the stout man asked, eyeing the envelope in his hand. Yes, that's me. Sign here, please. He handed me his scanner and I scribbled on the screen. Have a good day, ma'am. He gave me the envelope and I retreated into my condo. Plopping down at my kitchen table, I nearly threw the envelope on top of the large pile of unopened bills, but stopped myself. Intrigued as to the contents, I tore at the tab, letting out a long breath when I saw it wasn't from the bank or a bill. As I read the typed letter accompanying a church bulletin, guilt overwhelmed me for having ignored the only family I had left during the past several months. Dearest Mackenzie, I hope this letter finds you well. Many days have passed without your attendance at any of our services, including those which have been said to honor your mother. Even though years have gone since her passing, I understand the wound may never heal, but don't carry the burden alone. Allow others to help shoulder it. We have set a celebration of your mother's life at Monday evening Mass this coming week. I do hope you will choose to honor her memory, as she so rightly deserves. Peace be with you, child. Father Baldwin. Call to me and I will answer you, and will tell you great and hidden things that you have not known. Jeremiah 33:3. I placed the letter on the table and opened the church program, noting a mass to be said in my mother's memory on the day specified in my father's letter. I had purposefully not shown up at each of our prearranged meetings over the past few months. I was angry at my father for getting himself into whatever mess he was in. I was angry at my mother for knowing what happened and keeping it from me. I was angry at Tyler for using me to get to my father. But I was mostly angry at myself, if for no other reason than I knew my anger toward other people wouldn't make me feel better. As my eyes remained glued to the postscript of the letter, I felt something I hadn't in months. Hope. It could have meant nothing, but a small part of me believed my long-term absence from the church made my father reconsider shielding me from the truth of what was going on. I prayed he would come clean with all the secrets so we could go back to having a normal father-daughter relationship, or as normal a relationship as we could, folding the letter and bulletin. I hid them in one of my kitchen drawers and spied the time. I groaned, not really feeling like going to our traditional Friday evening girls' night, but I couldn't break from my routine. The last time I strayed from the normalcy of my life, I ended up heartbroken, I needed to find comfort in my routine once more, regardless of how tempting curling up in my bed sounded at the moment. I made my way down the hallway toward my decent-sized master bedroom, then stripped off the yoga pants and tank top I had put on when I got home from work earlier. June had come and gone too quickly for my liking. It was now the middle of July and I was 17 weeks pregnant. It seemed as if my stomach had grown overnight. What was just a small bump last week was now more pronounced. My small and slender frame made it even more noticeable. And I knew I couldn't cover it up much longer. Turning on the shower, I allowed the hot water to wash over me, cleansing me of everything as I tried to clear my mind. All the books I'd been reading told me to maintain a low stress level so my baby didn't become stressed. I couldn't help but think he or she had nothing to be stressed about. No paying bills, running a restaurant, or finding the father of the kid growing inside you. Brayden was right. Tyler needed to know. I just worried he would want to be a part of my baby's life. And I wasn't sure I wanted that because that would make him part of my life. I was certain I didn't want that. That was what I tried to convince myself anyway. After an invigorating shower, I headed toward my closet and picked out a long maxi dress that was tight around my chest, then flowed to my ankles. It was comfortable and hid my stomach. I towel-dried my hair and placed a touch of gel in it to tame the waves, putting a bit of powder on my dark complexion. I then added a hint of blush and some dark eyeliner, giving my hazel eyes a dramatic feel. After applying some pink gloss to my lips, I stepped back and surveyed my 5-foot, 4-inch frame, satisfied I didn't look how I felt. Shattered, broken, lost, putting on a smile that masked my true feelings. I rushed down the hallway and was met by a chubby gray cat meowing at me. Ready for dinner. Your Majesty? I asked Meatball. He rubbed against my leg, purring in appreciation. Okay, let's get you fed. I bent down, grabbed his bag of kibble from the cabinet, and poured it in his bowl, giving him a quick scratch on his tail as he ate. I made my way from the condo, taking the elevator down 12 floors to the lobby. Hey, Mackenzie Paul, the security guard, said when he saw me emerge. He was in his late 50s or early 60s, and had distinguished gray hair and brilliant blue eyes. He had been retired from the police department for 10 years, but he still kept in decent shape. Apart from the occasional cheeseburger, he was like a father to me, probably more so than my real dad, who I only got to see once a month at a prearranged time and couldn't even tell anyone he was still alive. How are you feeling? Okay, I suppose. Tired? He nodded. I remember those days. Poor Angie was exhausted through all 3 of her pregnancies. I groaned. Don't tell me that. I'm sleeping more than I have in my life. But it's still not enough. I constantly wake up exhausted. Having to give up caffeine hasn't really helped. Either. You work too hard. Sweetie, I see the hours you keep at that restaurant. At some point, you need to start taking better care of yourself. I will. I promise. I leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his temple. Good. You better get a move on. I'm sure Brayden and Jenna are waiting. I glanced down at my wrist and checked my watch. Shit, I exclaimed when I saw it was 6:15. Bolting from Paul. I was usually the one waiting on them, not the other way around. Drive carefully, Paul yelled. I will. I responded as I dashed out the doors and into the parking lot of the condo building I lived in on the north end of South Padre Island. The sun was still shining brightly as I took quick steps toward my car, clicking on the key fob to unlock the door. I was startled by the sound of glass breaking and I swung my head toward the front gate. A chill washed over me when my eyes settled on a dark sedan idling on the street. The driver wearing darkened sunglasses. His expression remained fixed, never looking at me, or anything else. For that matter, part of me had hoped the glass breaking was Charlie making an appearance, but he was too smart to do anything that would draw attention to himself. Nearly 4 months ago, he had disappeared from my life when his photo was splashed all over the news as the only suspect in a rash of murders spanning close to a decade. Murders he claimed he had nothing to do with. I didn't know what to think, although I secretly wanted to believe him. But months had gone by with no communication at all, not even a phone call on our secret spy line, which was what I named the cell phone he left me the night he disappeared. I worried the worst had happened, that he was silenced forever, leaving me more confused than ever about whether I was simply naive to want to believe him, given our past, or whether Charlie was another pawn in the bigger picture. Sighing, I got in behind the wheel of my Mercedes convertible. I knew it was only a matter of time before I had to think about how I was going to afford a bigger car. I certainly couldn't put a baby seat in the back seat of my 2-door coupe. I pulled out onto the main road and, within minutes, arrived at the wine and tapas bar Braden, Jenna, and I had been going to for our Friday girls' night for the past several years. I threw the valet my keys, then strode into the restaurant and toward the bar, Jenna and Braden sitting at the counter. "There she is," Braden exclaimed, spinning on his bar stool and facing me. "Come on." "Mac, I saved you a seat." He winked. I glanced around the empty bar, rolling my eyes. "Yeah, thanks. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't save me that seat." I sat down beside him and smiled at Jenna, who was sitting on the other side of him. It was a popular place, but mostly for dinner. The dining room was packed with locals, businessmen, and tourists. But the small little bar remained relatively vacant. I hung my purse on the hook underneath the counter, and my eyes darted to the opposite end of the bar where a mystery man sat one night months ago. His stool was empty, which was exactly how I felt. I had been pretending I was over him and all the lies he told, but I wasn't. I had hoped if I kept saying I was over him, I had moved past him. I didn't need him. I didn't love him. It would be okay. I needed it to be okay. "Hey." Jenna broke into my thoughts and I snapped my head in her direction, meeting her small blue eyes. A gentle smile crossed her face, her pale skin taking on a pinkish hue from spending some time in the sun. "Stop thinking about him. He's not worth it. He could have at least called or something." Biting my lip, I nodded and struggled to mask my real feelings from my friends, wishing I could convince myself they were right. "I'm fine. Guys, I swear, for all I care, he can drop off the face of the earth," which he pretty much did. "What can I get you?" the bartender interrupted, leaning on the counter. "The usual cranberry juice with tonic and a piece of lime." "Yes, thank you." I sat forward and avoided both Braden's and Jenna's eyes, knowing they would ask me the same question they asked every Friday, smiling in appreciation when the short blonde bartender placed my new cocktail of choice in front of me. I took a long drink, missing being able to enjoy a glass of wine. So, Braden started, his voice cautious, exhaling in annoyance. I refused to face them. Yes, I called again, like I do every Thursday, more so out of obligation than an actual desire to speak with the prick. His phone was still disconnected, and I got the same speech from the same receptionist at his company, that Tyler has no role in the security company. "How are you doing with all of this?" Jenna asked. I shrugged. "No better than yesterday, and I'm sure tomorrow will be the same. I'll wake up and go to the gym, spending the entire time worrying about how the hell I'm going to do this on my own. I see parents struggling to raise a baby all the time, the constant diaper changes, the midnight feedings. They're exhausted, but they have each other to lean on for help. I don't have that." Braden slammed his fist on the bar. "Have you not been listening to us at all the past few months? How many times do we need to tell you we'll help with anything you need?" "I know," I conceded, exhaling and leaning back in my chair, "and I appreciate that. But you guys are both young with your entire lives ahead of you. I hate to saddle you with my problems. I got myself into this mess and I shouldn't count on other people to shoulder the burden." Mackenzie, Sophia, Delano Jenna shouted, her voice high-pitched and shrill, taking me by surprise. She was never one to raise her voice at anyone. "Did you ever stop to think it's not a burden to us, that we want to help because we care and love you, that we want to be part of this kid's life? So, for crying out loud, stop being a stubborn ass and just let us in." She took a deep breath, calming herself, lowering her voice. She met my eyes. "You've been pushing us further and further away since you came back from Boston. Don't let your pain become who you are. Mackenzie, please." Her words cut me, leaving me speechless. "We both love you, Mac," Braden said softly. "We'll do whatever you need. Hell, I'll even change dirty diapers for you." I giggled, picturing Braden's upturned nose the first time he had to follow through on his promise. But he would. He would walk through fire for me. They both would. I'm sorry. Guys. I grabbed each of their hands in mine. I know I've been a bit of a bitch lately. I've just always done everything on my own, and I hate the thought of asking for help isn't a sign of weakness. Mac. Jenna cut in. "It's a sign of someone strong enough to know when she needs a helping hand. We'll start with this." She released her grasp on my hand and reached into her purse, pulling out a card. "What is this?" I asked, giving them a cautious look as I surveyed the light blue envelope. "Just open it," Braden shouted, bouncing up and down on his bar stool. His lips turned up into a sly smile, eyeing my two friends. I slid my thumb beneath the flap of the envelope and pulled out a card, opening it. My jaw dropped. "Guys," I started. Braden held his hand up. "I don't want to hear it. But you have student loans to pay back." Boo. And Jenna. "This is too much." I placed the card back on the bar and pushed it toward them. "No, it's not," Jenna countered, pushing it back to me. "You need to take care of that baby, which means you need to take care of you, too. I know it's tough with the restaurant just starting up. Richard was supporting us on his income alone before we even started the restaurant, so that money is just an extra bonus for us. I wish it could be that way for you, too. So, please, take the check, deposit it, and pay some of those bills sitting on your kitchen table. It won't cover everything, but at least you'll be able to buy groceries instead of trying to survive on ramen noodles. I'm tired of tricking you into eating healthy meals by testing out new recipes at the restaurant. I'm running out of ideas." I stared at the check, speechless. It's just too much. You guys work so hard for your money, so do you. Braden offered. Consider it years' worth of back rent for letting me crash at your place when I was too drunk to drive back to mine. He winked. I'm not going to be able to persuade you otherwise. Am I not a chance in hell? Jenna said, crossing her arms in front of her chest, a satisfied smile on her face. Fine. I shoved the card into my purse and raised myself off the bar stool, walking between them and hugging them both. I love you, Holes. We love you, too. Braden soothed. We're in this together. Mac. I kissed both their cheeks and slid back into my bar stool, returning my attention to my very boring non-alcoholic drink. I took a sip of the tart cranberry, my eyes catching a news broadcast on the large screen mounted on the wall of the understated bar. Ghosts of my childhood flashed before me and my breath caught. I was unable to make sense of the scene being displayed. Can you turn that up? Please, I asked the bartender, my mouth becoming dry. She finished making a drink and grabbed the remote, raising the volume. What is it? Jenna asked, her voice heavy with concern. I'm not sure, I replied, my tone even, but I know that house. I gestured with my head to the blonde reporter, her hair perfectly coiffed, her makeup heavy, standing in front of a large white colonial, reading the subtitle saying, "Double Homicide Outside Fort Bragg." I tried to wrap my head around what was going on. How do you know that house? Braden asked. I could feel his eyes examining me, penetrating my soul, reading all the secrets I could no longer guard. I grew up in it. I muttered, the words leaving my mouth before I could stop them. Nearly every night, I sat in that tree between the 2 yards with my best friend, Damien, who lived next door. I instantly began to regret that I never tried to find him after I disappeared in the middle of the night all those years ago. I was warned not to because it could put my family's life in jeopardy. I thought you grew up in San Antonio, Jenna interjected. She tilted her head, scrunching her eyebrows. No, I shook my head. We moved there when I was 10. Before that, my dad was stationed at Fort Bragg. I had probably already told them too much. But if I couldn't trust my 2 best friends with the truth of who I was, who could I trust? New orders? Braden asked. Something like that. I agreed, straining to listen to the newscast. Tragedy struck this tight-knit neighborhood in Fayetteville, North Carolina, just outside of Fort Bragg early this morning. This is a community of servicemen and women where people watch out for each other. But nothing could have prepared them for the horror they woke up to. The live broadcast cut to previously shot footage of a medical examiner rolling 2 gurneys down a driveway I remembered playing hopscotch on, the bodies covered with a sheet, distraught neighbors looking on with sorrow and condolence. The decapitated bodies of a married couple in their 60s were found at approximately 9 o'clock this morning at the house behind me, which has been vacant for the past several years. A real estate agent stumbled on what is being called a horrific, ritualistic killing. The victims have been identified as Lucian and Emily Shepard. A photo of a happy couple surrounded by an extended family appeared on the screen, and I gasped, my trembling hand covering my mouth. It had been years, but I'd never forget the woman who was like a second mother to me when I was growing up. Damien's mom. I didn't recognize the man at her elbow. All I knew was it wasn't Damien's father. They must have divorced. Emily Shepherd was known as Emily Mills before she married her second husband approximately 5 years ago. She and her first husband lived in the house next door. But it is unclear whether that has any connection to her and her current husband's murder. The Shepherds, who lived in Raleigh, were scheduled to return from an anniversary trip to the Outer Banks. According to the preliminary medical examiner's report, they suffered blunt force trauma to the head, leading to the conclusion they were knocked out elsewhere, then brought here and decapitated in the early hours of the morning. Their heads found just feet away from the remainder of their bodies. The family has requested privacy during this difficult time. Curiously, this neighborhood isn't new to the headlines. Over 15 years ago, Francis Galloway, a highly decorated colonel who lived at this same exact house, died during a gruesome and fiery attack on the U.S. Embassy in Liberia, which cost over 60 people their lives. A dated photo of my father in his dress uniform flashed on the screen. I could barely recognize him. His face clear of any scars or burns, just hours after the attack. His wife and daughter were reported missing and were never found. My fears realized. Old photos of both my mother and me appeared on the screen. My mother wearing the jeweled cross I had worn nearly every day until I ran from Tyler, leaving it at his house in Boston. There were always suspicions of a connection between the two events, although no suspect was ever brought in for questioning, and the case has been left unsolved for the past decade and a half. I could feel both Jenna's and Braden's eyes on me as they glanced from the television to me. They had been in my bedroom and had seen the portrait that hung above my vanity, the jeweled cross clear for anyone to see. It was such a unique and remarkable piece. There was no way for me to deny who I was anymore. Mac. Braden began before I hushed him. Listening to the broadcast once more, the police here feared another unsolved case, but were able to lift hair fibers found at the scene. They were identified as belonging to one Charles Patrick Montgomery, who is on the FBI's most wanted list in connection with over a dozen other murders spanning the better part of the past decade. A photo of Charlie wearing his Ranger beret appeared on the screen, his blue eyes brilliant as he smiled. That was before the madness ate away at him, before he dug into something he shouldn't have, if his version of events could be believed. Law enforcement officials have not speculated on the connection between Montgomery and the Shepherds, but an anonymous source informed us that it is believed Mrs. Shepherd's former neighbor, Mr. Galloway, isn't dead, and that he's the one responsible for orchestrating the attack on the U.S. Embassy all those years ago. The source indicated Galloway has teamed up with Montgomery to silence anyone who could possibly be a witness against him. Perhaps Emily Shepherd knew something she shouldn't, considering she was his neighbor during the years in question. The source went so far as to mention that several of the victims Montgomery is accused of murdering were people thought to have been on Galloway's team when he orchestrated the attack on the embassy. Regardless, it goes without saying that Montgomery is a danger and needs to be brought to justice to give this community of patriots the closure they need after this horrific crime. I sat in silence, feeling the burn of my friend's eyes on me. I kept my gaze trained forward, my heart thumping in my chest, thousands of questions circling in my head. Questions I was certain I would never get the answers to. Questions I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to. Mac Braden said, breaking the silence once the broadcast was over and moved on to a public interest piece on top swimwear for a flattering figure. Yes, Boo, I responded, trying to ignore his wide, disbelieving eyes. You're not. He leaned toward me, lowering his voice. You're the little girl, aren't you? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, that was your mother. I've seen her portrait thousands of times. Mac. And that cross the woman in the photo was wearing is the cross you wear. And I inhaled quickly, a sudden chill washing over me. Braden and Jenna noticed my reaction, still eyeing me cautiously, concerned. How did they get that photo? I asked softly. She didn't get that cross until after you. What? Jenna prodded. After we left the church, we were hidden away in for nearly 2 years when we fled North Carolina. I exhaled, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders when the words left my mouth. I hated having to keep such a huge secret from my friends. But if they showed that photo, someone involved in the case knows who my mother was, knows her changed identity. That means they could know who I am. No one knows that except for... I trailed off, glancing down at my stomach. Holy shit. Braden whispered, not taking his eyes off me, narrowing his gaze. He was able to put all the puzzle pieces together. That's what Tyler lied to you about, isn't it? I took a long sip of my drink, wishing there was alcohol in it. He was working on an assignment for the security company. That's why he approached me. Not because he liked me, but because it was his job to get close to me. He was only dating me to find out where my father was. I stared at my cocktail, twirling the ice with my straw. No other reason. So what the news said about your father, the source is right, isn't he? Or she. Your father's not dead, is he? Braden asked. I raised my eyes to his and slightly shook my head. Fuck. Braden and Jenna exhaled in unison, sinking into their bar stools. So all of this, I began, waving at the television screen displaying the news, is confusing. Everything's just spiraled out of control since I met Tyler. I lowered my voice. Then Charlie mysteriously reappeared in my life, and I found out he's supposedly systematically killing people and I'm on the list. As is my dad. He has no idea where my dad is, and I'm the only one who could lead him there. I don't know which way is up anymore, especially considering Charlie was the sole survivor of the attack on the U.S. embassy. The news conveniently left that out, probably to make their accusation that he and my father were working together more believable. My mind was spinning as I kept talking, both Jenna's and Braden's eyes wide. Tyler thought Charlie wanted revenge and was going after the people responsible for his family's death. But I don't know. I sighed. I just can't help but feel he's being set up. And my father? Well, he's not the monster people think he was. Or is. I can't believe he's responsible for what they say he is. Maybe Charlie and my dad are both victims of something so much bigger. Maybe they're too close to blowing the lid, and that's why my dad had to go into hiding. Now Charlie has been forced into hiding as well. But what about the hair fibers? I shook my head. I can't explain that. But I know Charlie. Maybe I'm naive, but I want to believe he wouldn't hurt anyone. Braden placed his hand on my shoulder, squeezing affectionately. Mac, I know you always want to see the good in people. I do, too. But you're obviously a target. Does Charlie know who you really are? Taking a deep breath, I nodded. He said he was looking into something for a friend of a friend when he was working cryptology, and that's why he originally approached me. Then we started dating and, according to him, he didn't care about any of that anymore. However, something happened toward the end of my freshman year and it all went to hell. He was manic, desperate for me to admit who I really was. Looking back, all I can think is that he knew someone was coming for him, that he needed to find my father for some reason, but it was too late. They took him away and locked him in the psych ward, almost like they knew he was close to figuring out what was going on. Who was really behind the embassy attack? Or maybe he wanted you to lead him to your father. Mac, Jenna offered, I don't think you should be so quick to trust Charlie. And even if that were the case, if they were worried about Charlie opening his mouth, they must have known who you were. Don't you think I sighed? This is just so complicated and I have no answers. The only person who does is my father. But he's refused to tell me anything about what happened all those years ago. There are so many possible explanations for everything. I have no fucking clue what to believe, who to trust, who I really am. I quivered. Do you really think you need to know what your father did or didn't do to know who you are? I know who you are, Mac. Jenna said, I've known that for years. You're one tough bitch. You have a hard exterior, but you love with your whole heart. Although you refuse to show when you've been let down by those you care about. You always put others ahead of yourself. You always push to achieve greatness. And because of that, because of your influence, I'm a better person. Your past, your roots have no bearing on who you are. Maybe everything you've been through has turned you into the woman you are today. And I'm thankful for that, because I love who you are. Mac, regardless of the skeletons lurking in your closet, the flicker of the television was bright against the darkness that surrounded me. I kept replaying the same national newscast I had seen at the bar, now able to recite each word from memory. How I kept asking myself, how did the media connect my mother to the woman she became after we disappeared? Was it someone involved in the investigation, or was it the anonymous source from whom the reporter was getting her information? I always knew my mother's death wasn't just an accident. Was the source the one who killed her, or was it someone else? My questions were mounting with each passing moment. In the pre-dawn hours on Saturday, I lay on the couch and continued to watch the news report. My brain was on overdrive, restless thoughts extinguishing any hope I had for sleep. As footage played of the paramedics rolling the two gurneys down the driveway of the house I knew so well, the bodies of my former neighbor and her husband mutilated and destroyed beneath those crisp white sheets. Something caught my eye, fumbling for the remote. I paused the television. Backing up a few frames, I squinted at an out-of-focus man briskly walking through the crowd of concerned onlookers. I had seen the rhythm of that gait practically every day my freshman year of college. The brim of his cap was pulled down, obstructing his face, but I knew that strong jaw all too well, wearing a pair of army fatigues, denoting the office of captain. He blended in. I wondered who he stole them from, And if the man was as unlucky as his other alleged victims? I surveyed the crowd. All eyes focused on the gurneys being loaded into the coroner's van. No one realized the man accused of committing the crime was just inches from them. I closed my eyes, leaning back onto the couch, and wrapped my arm around Meatball's pudgy body. I didn't want to believe Charlie had been responsible for such a brutal crime. But there he was at the place of a vicious attack attributed to him. Since March, my life had slowly spiraled into a world I never imagined. Now, not only was I battling my feelings for the man who deceived me, I was faced with the reality that he may have been right about everything, about Charlie, about his motive, about my dad. A loud chiming noise, foreign and unexpected, reverberated through the walls of my condo. I bolted up, blinking rapidly, feeling breathless and dizzy. I stared down the narrow corridor to my bedroom, my eyes focused on a cell phone on my chest of drawers. It had only rung once before and, after the recent murders, the timing had me on edge, tiptoeing down the hallway, the wood cold on my bare feet. I entered my bedroom and stared at the phone as it began ringing once more. A blocked number flashed on the screen and my hand hovered over it. The rational part of me said to turn the phone off and avoid contact with Charlie at all costs. But that side was at odds with the small part of me that wanted to believe Charlie was a good person, that wanted to remember the gentle, caring man who doted on me, who treasured me, who loved me. I simply couldn't forget about that Charlie, clutching the phone in my hand. The small object felt like it was burning my skin. The sound of my racing heart echoed against the gray walls as I held the small flip phone up to my ear, unsure of whether this was a smart move or incredibly stupid. "Charlie," I whispered. "Kenzie." He breathed, sounding relieved. "Thank God," I thought. He stopped short, a heavy quiver in his normally even and tempered tone. "I thought they got to you." "Who's they?" I asked, heading to the windows in my bedroom, the ocean illuminated by the mid-July moon. I didn't know how much longer I could deal with his vague assertions that someone was setting him up. I don't know. It could be a they, it could be a he. Hell, for all I know, it could be a she. I have... Really, Charlie? I interrupted him, my voice shrill. It seems the only time I hear from you is when you're being accused of committing another murder. That's a whole lot of finger-pointing by one guy who keeps claiming his innocence, Mac. He exclaimed. "It wasn't me, I saw you," I screeched. "You hid your face." But I'd recognize that walk and stature anywhere. "Charlie, you were at my old house. You can't deny it. I'm not denying I was there." He responded quickly. "Why were you? What have you been doing this whole time that I haven't heard from you? How many other bodies can I expect to learn about?" "None, Mac. I swear to you, I've been looking for answers, but trying to stay hidden at the same time. I'm trying to find something that can clear my name, and your dad's, so you don't think he's guilty. Do you?" I asked, no longer denying the truth of who I was. "No, I don't, but I have no concrete proof to back it up. All I know..." "What do you remember about the embassy attack?" I asked, suddenly curious about Charlie's side of the story. "Why do you want to know? Because maybe hearing what you went through will help me figure out what to believe." "Kenzie," he countered, his voice distressed. "I haven't talked about that day since I was released from the hospital and sent to live with my aunt and uncle. Surely you had someone you could talk to. No, he said. I could hear the despondency in his voice. I didn't have anyone. My aunt and uncle considered me to be more of a burden and were counting down the days until I turned 18. When I wasn't at school, I pretty much stayed locked in my room. If they knew my whereabouts, I'm fairly certain they'd have no problem turning me into the authorities. Then talk to me. Charlie, I urged. I want to know what happened. I leaned back onto the bed, throwing my duvet over my body, rolling onto my side. I kept the phone glued to my ear in the darkened room, the sound of Charlie's voice and breathing reminding me of all those years ago when we would fall asleep on the phone with each other. Every summer, he began, nostalgia in his voice. We would spend 3 or 4 months abroad. Mom was a legal aid attorney. Dad retired from the army and was a political science professor who specialized in African politics, mainly civil wars and international intervention. I thought it was completely normal to spend each summer vacation living in a small tent with my parents and sister, volunteering at whatever refugee or aid camp needed our help. My parents were the most selfless people I knew. The rest of my family always criticized them, saying if they stopped always trying to do for others and took care of their own family, they'd still be here. But that wasn't who they were. They were only happy when they were helping others. Hence why my mother worked in the legal aid office even after she had been offered a hefty 6-figure salary at one of the top law firms in Philadelphia. She didn't care about money. Dad didn't either. Although teaching at Princeton was a good career, I got lost in his story, learning a side of Charlie I never knew. A side he hid from me the entire time we dated. Absorbing his words and listening to the torment in his voice made me wish he had shared this part of himself with me before. I found myself becoming upset he didn't think he could trust me enough. But then I snapped out of it. I had done the same thing. It wasn't intentional or malicious on his part, just like it wasn't on mine. Over the years, it simply becomes second nature to keep that part of yourself from everyone. One day, you wake up and forget what you're trying to hide. You become a new person, almost a shell of the person you once were. You hide your pain, your heartache, everything. You find a routine and adhere to it because there's less chance of a slip-up. But you never have that connection to another human. To have that, you'd have to share who you really are. And you don't even know who that is. You never get to share your soul with someone else. I thought I loved Charlie, but I now knew it wasn't love. I had never opened my heart to him because of the secret I was guarding. But Tyler knew who I was and still loved me. That was why the pain of his betrayal hurt more than Charlie's ever could. The civil war in Sierra Leone was winding down, but it was still dangerous. Charlie continued, bringing me back from my thoughts. We were working at a refugee camp in Liberia, trying to help the victims who had barely escaped with their lives. We were getting ready to head back to the States and were staying at the embassy before our departure. There were about a dozen or so families camping out there for the night, cleaning up and finally sleeping on something other than dirt. We were all gathered in a large ballroom, having dinner, when there was a sudden commotion. Embassy staff began running into where we were eating. Then I heard a rapid percussive outburst. I had heard something similar to that noise in the movies, but nothing could have prepared me for the echo of nearly a dozen machine guns being fired simultaneously. There was screaming, crying, Complete strangers holding on to one another. It was chaotic. I had no idea how I had gotten from the table I was sitting at to the center of the room. We were all huddled together, parents trying to hush the sound of their young children's whimpers and cries. I remember being chilled to the core, my entire body trembling. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew I didn't want to die. I was only 16. I hadn't even gotten my driver's license yet. I hadn't asked a girl out to prom. Hell, I hadn't even had sex. I hadn't lived. Charlie. I. I whispered, feeling his pain, his suffering, his overwhelming panic as if he were reliving that moment all over again. Yes, I let out a long breath, finally putting together the pieces of Charlie, wishing I had known all of this when we were together. Perhaps things would have ended differently. Why didn't you say anything before, when we were together? Maybe I didn't want to burden you with my past. Kenzie, he explained. I knew who you were and that you were trying to deal with your own past. The last thing I wanted to do was saddle you with the trauma I was still dealing with. I remember you having nightmares. My voice was barely above a whisper as my brain rewound to waking up to Charlie flailing in bed, screaming about being burned. I had always thought it was simply from his time with the army. I never would have guessed it was something bigger, something so much worse. My dad saw how scared I was. He said, clearing his throat, how scared we both were. You and your sister. Yeah, he choked out. Brooke. She was 2 years younger than I was. She didn't make it. But you did, I said, trying to encourage him to finish his story. I remember my dad wrapping me in his coat, shielding me as a liquid was poured over everyone. A man with a deep, throaty voice was shouting about trust. How without trust, we would all be left burned, scarred. The bond incinerated. I felt a heat unlike anything I had before. It was an inferno, a distinct smell surrounding me. And I knew. That liquid poured over us was gasoline. This sick bastard was burning us alive, I gasped. Although Tyler had told me bits and pieces about what happened, hearing someone relive it was so much more intense than I could imagine. I don't know how, but I remember being pushed from the flames and crawling under the cover of heavy wool or tweed or something. I was fighting for clean air, choking on smoke, my lungs on fire. I remember craving water, something to put out the inferno raging inside me. My vision grew blurry, my legs weak, and I collapsed, praying my death would be quick and painless. Suddenly, an arm grabbed onto mine and I looked up, unable to focus on the face. For years, I searched my memory trying to recreate that face, but I couldn't. But I prodded, able to sense there was more. After college, I enlisted and eventually got reassigned to cryptology. It didn't take me long to realize nothing is what it seems. When a friend of a friend started asking about a girl named Serafina Galloway, I looked up the file. I was hesitant to go any further once I realized who Serafina Galloway really was, the daughter of the man responsible for my family's death. The dragon, of course. It wasn't public knowledge, but it was fairly well known within the intelligence community that Colonel Galloway was responsible for orchestrating hundreds of arms deals and the attack on the embassy. As I scanned through photo after photo in his file, I noticed something, a black onyx ring on his right hand. I remembered that ring. I had clutched onto that hand as I was pulled from the smoke. It was such a unique piece. I knew he had to be the person who rescued me from the fire. I pulled up all the files pertaining to the investigation into Galloway after the embassy attack. Then reached out to the agent in charge. He indicated he had the same concerns, but his hands were tied. He was told to close the case and keep his findings classified. Apparently, the army didn't want a black mark on its face and wanted to keep Galloway's alleged activities buried. They were all convinced he had died in the attack anyway. I contacted other people named in the investigation, but they all gave me the same response. Almost to the word, this didn't sit right with me, but I had exhausted all my resources. Then I realized there may be someone else who could help answer some of my questions. And who's that? He sighed. Your mother. I went to talk to her. I closed my eyes, remaining mute. It was a few weeks later that he trailed off. I am so sorry. Mackenzie, I can't help but think if I didn't. Someone may have been tipped off that I was looking into Galloway, and maybe they followed me to her. I don't know. It wasn't until the night I was taken away that I realized I was being set up, and someone was tasked with silencing your mother. 2. Listening to him speak about those last few weeks reopened old wounds I never allowed to fully heal. But as much as I wanted to blame Charlie for it, like I had done for years, I just couldn't. Not anymore. What did you talk to her about? I swallowed hard, trying to hide my unsteady tone. The time leading up to the attack on the embassy. Your father? It was during this conversation I realized he was still alive, how I didn't even know It was the way she spoke of him. He interrupted. I've studied human behavior and responses. People respond a certain way when speaking of someone who's no longer with us. Your mother displayed none of those characteristics when speaking of your father. She responded as one may when talking about someone they see on a somewhat routine basis. She spoke of him in the present tense. That usually only happens when someone just died. However, at this point, he had allegedly been dead for 8 years. Surely, she would have been speaking of him in the past tense. I pushed her to disclose his location, and she denied he was alive, just as you did. A few days later, she called, asking me to meet her at a location several hours out of town. It was the same day I was taken away. The same day His voice grew quiet. All I can think is someone knew about us and was trying to keep us from helping each other figure out the truth of what really happened all those years ago. And what's that? He sighed. I still don't have a fucking clue. I'm trying. Mac. But I'm no closer to finding out who's behind it than I was years ago. All the physical evidence still points to my father. Yeah, maybe he is behind it all. I offered, as much as I didn't want to think my father could be capable of committing such a heinous crime. I couldn't disregard what years of investigations had concluded. I have no idea what evidence there is either way. But I can't help but want to put faith in our criminal justice system. Well, you shouldn't. Mac. The decisions made in law enforcement offices across the country, fuck, the world, are nothing but power plays done for political gain. It's all about public appearance in the press, making the concerned citizens believe that something's actually being done to put a stop to rampant criminal behavior, so they find someone to pin crimes on. You expect me to believe everyone who is arrested is innocent? I asked, my voice heavy with disbelief. I highly doubt that. Charlie, I'm not saying that. Mac, I'm just saying that, in high-profile cases, ones with a lot of public attention, you have to take everything you learn from the media with a grain of salt. Hell, they think I'm responsible for killing over a dozen people. Their only evidence: a web blog and some phony visitation records. Anyone with decent computer skills could have faked that. But why? Maybe because I was getting too close. Maybe because someone figured out I knew who you were and wanted to try to protect you. Until I know the answer, please promise me you'll be safe and will stick close to Tyler. My breath hitched and I debated how much I should tell Charlie. I can't, I whispered. We're not together anymore. What? Why? What happened? His voice was panicked. I considered telling him everything, how Tyler had only dated me to find my father, just like Charlie had. But it made me seem simple-minded and gullible. It just didn't work out between us. Charlie. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Shit. Kenzie? He muttered. If I had known. There was a heavy pause and I could picture Charlie's strong face, his vibrant blue eyes illuminating his dark features. I've been fine. Charlie. It's been over for months now. Months. And you didn't tell me, how could I? I shot back. I have no way of getting in touch with you. It's a necessity. I'm sorry. I have to do everything I can to make my movements untraceable. I'm being careful. I offered in consolation, able to sense his unease. The sound of sirens blared through the phone, growing louder and louder, and my heart sank in my chest. I've got to go, he whispered. Wait, Charlie. The line went dead. The clock on the far wall of my bedroom struck 8 as the alarm on my phone sounded. But I continued staring at the ceiling. I was at the point of exhaustion where I was wide awake. I wasn't sure if I had actually slept or not. All night long, my eyes were glued to the national news, waiting for a breaking report that Charlie had been apprehended. Since he hung up on me, an unsettled feeling had grown more and more intense, leaving me with more questions than answers, and I needed to do something to ease my restless thoughts. There was only one thing that would give me the peace I needed: my routine. Swinging my legs to the side of the bed, I padded to my dresser and pulled out some running shorts and a loose-fitting tank top that was no longer quite as loose-fitting. After lacing up my sneakers and eating a banana, I headed out of my condo to get to the gym, have a nice workout. Miss Delano, a formal voice said as I exited the elevator. I looked over my shoulder to see the new security guard, who started a few months ago, sitting at the desk. He was easily in his early 60s and, from his tone and stature, I could only assume he was retired military. I expected him to start saluting the tenants of the building at any time now. Thanks, Wyatt. As I approached my car and was about to duck into the driver's seat, I saw the same black sedan as the day before, idling on the street, the sole occupant keeping his eyes trained forward. I wondered if it had some connection to Charlie. Or maybe it's someone looking for my father. I immediately grew suspicious and recalled Charlie's words from months ago, urging me to stray from my routine because it made me a predictable and easy target. As much as I cringed at the thought, I knew he was right. Pulling my iPod out of my bag, I clipped it to my tank top and put in my earbuds, lowering the volume so I could hear the traffic around me, feeling surprisingly composed with the break in my routine. I threw my bag in my car, locked it, then stored my keys in my pocket. As I trotted through the parking lot and ran south along the beach, I noticed the dark sedan driving along the main drag of the island in the same direction I was heading, trying to shake off my paranoia. I took several calming breaths, running through dozens of possible scenarios as to why the sedan that had mysteriously appeared in front of my building had left at the same time I did. I was on alert, perhaps more than necessary. It could have all been a coincidence, but I was beginning to learn there was no such thing, running at an easy pace. Thanks to my doctor's admonition that I not overexert myself and keep my body temperature low. I basked in the morning sun, the humidity causing sweat to drench my tank top after a mere 5 minutes. The beach was relatively empty, apart from a few people enjoying a morning walk or jog. A few dogs were chasing balls their owners threw, and seagulls were flying overhead, looking for their next meal. A smile crossed my face, and my usually tense shoulders relaxed. It was invigorating to be outside and not in some stuffy gym. After everything with Tyler, I had become diligent to never stray from the safety of my routine, as I had with him, but perhaps a new, better routine was exactly what I needed to give myself a renewed outlook on life. Everywhere else on the island had been tainted with Tyler's presence. My condo, the gym, the tapas bar, the restaurant. They all held memories of him, but the beach held none of that. Out here, I could have the new start I needed and deserved. Out here, I could sever the chains binding me to the lies he fed me to get what he wanted. What was that anyway, I thought, slowing to a stop as a golden retriever darted past me, chasing after a ball his owner had thrown into the ocean. I closed my eyes, the ghost of Tyler dancing in my mind, replaying a scene I had suppressed the past few months. Hurt me, hate me, I want you to. I deserve it. I deserve everything you can do to me, Mackenzie. But you need to know something. I didn't say anything. When you found me last night at the dedication dinner and I was distant, that's because my brother asked about your father. He asked me if I knew where he was, if you had told me, and you want to know what I said nothing. Even after he warned me I could face potential prison time, or worse, if I withheld that information. So you can hate me all you want. You can bleed me dry, and I will still bleed for you. Feeling lightheaded, I lowered myself to the ground, lying on the sand. It was refreshing against my sweat-drenched back, temporarily cooling the heat running through me at the possibility I had been too stubborn to consider all the shades of gray that made up Tyler's lies. Yes, he led me to believe he was genuinely interested in me, but at what point did I become a priority over his job, his mission? Or was his plea to me that day all part of the act I ran my hand over my face, trying to make sense of it all? I didn't know what to believe anymore, but I knew one thing. He really didn't say anything. I mumbled to myself. I told Tyler everything, how I knew my father was still alive, how I knew where he was, how I still saw him on a regular basis at the church I attended when I lived in San Antonio. He knew exactly how to find my father, yet he was still a free man. Tyler continued to safeguard my secret, regardless of the possible repercussions to his own livelihood. I thought I did what was right, what anyone would do after learning the person they loved wasn't who they said they were. But I was now more confused than ever, wondering whether my obstinacy had cost me the only man who would ever make me swoon. After making the decision to cut my run short, I headed back to my condo to get ready for my day. I went through the usual motions: shower, dress, makeup. But Tyler was on my mind more than usual today. As I was preparing a cup of coffee, I couldn't help but think there was a reason for this, lost in my thoughts. I jumped when there was a light knock on the door, my heels clicking as I made my way to the foyer. My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach as I pulled open the door. All the memories of the life I was trying to move past rushing forward. "Mrs. Burnham," I said, unable to hide the surprise in my voice as I stared at the petite woman with short platinum hair. "Please, dear." She took off her large white sunglasses and put them in her purse. "Call me Colleen," she said with a genuine smile, nodding and in a daze. I stepped back. "Won't you come in, Colleen?" Her eyes shot to my stomach as she took in my side view. Today would be the day I chose to wear something that showed off my figure, including the baby bump, instead of one of my flowing maxi dresses. The black sheath dress I wore made my stomach rather pronounced. "I see," she said, walking through the foyer and into the living area, nervous about why she was here. I headed toward the kitchen area of my open living space. "Can I get you anything, a coffee, water?" "I'm fine, dear," I nodded, grabbing the cup of coffee that had finished brewing, adding a bit of sweetener and some milk. I tried to ignore the unsettled thoughts floating through my mind. This was the story of my life. Just when everything seemed to be back on track and I thought I'd get over my past, a reminder of what I had been through would show up on my doorstep. I didn't know how many setbacks a person could possibly endure before it became too much. I walked to the living room, noticing her eye the stack of bills on my kitchen table. A look of sympathy on her face. I didn't want her empathy. It would just be another reminder of how naive I was. "Won't you have a seat?" I gestured to the couch as I sat down in the spot that had always been mine. "Thank you," she said, sitting down on the opposite end. She glanced to my stomach again, a forlorn expression crossing her face. "Well, you're probably wondering what I'm doing here." I laughed nervously at the light tone of her voice. "You could say that. In all honesty, I'm scared to know," raising my cup to my lips. I took a much-needed sip of my coffee, despite the fact it was decaffeinated. "May I ask you a question?" "Certainly," I replied, my voice guarded, placing my mug on the coffee table. I braced myself for whatever she was about to ask. "How far along are you? 17 weeks?" I glanced at my stomach, placing my hand over it. "Almost 18. During those almost 18 weeks, how many times have you tried to get in touch with Tyler?" "I've lost track," I admitted, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. I didn't want her to see how much her son's actions affected me. I told him to stay away, but I didn't think he would. "I know, dear," she said, scooting across the couch and grabbing my hand in hers. The contact was comforting and soothing. I started to think I made him up. I went to his house and I turned my gaze from her, the memory of that day still fresh. The feeling I was losing my mind resurfacing, placing her hand on my shoulder. She said, "I can imagine how difficult it is to see the reminders of him." I shot up. "No, it's so much more than that. After I was home for a week, I finally stopped being stubborn and decided to go over there to talk to him about everything. You know who answered the door? Her eyes narrowed. Who? She asked cautiously. A man who knew my name, who tried to convince me he had been living in that house for years. I began pacing in front of her, reliving that day from hell. It was exactly as I remembered. The decor the same, the cars the same. Hell, anchored out back, was the same yacht I remember. I was so confused. I was convinced I imagined everything between us. I searched for some sort of proof that what we had was real, that we did know each other. But there was nothing. Photos had been manipulated on my phone, so he was no longer in any of them. Not one trace of his existence in my life was left. I couldn't help but think I made it all up, even after all the assurances my friends had given me that he was real, that he did exist. I still questioned it, until I stopped in my tracks, my hand settling on my stomach, until I found out I was pregnant. This is the only proof I have that I'm not fucking crazy, and I hate it. I hate that he lied to me. I hate that he did this to me. But mostly, I fell onto the couch, finding my way into her nurturing arms. Mostly, I hate that I miss him. I hate that I told him to stay away and he listened. I hate that I can't stop thinking about him. And I hate that I think I still love him, even though I'll never be able to trust him again. Shh, she soothed, kissing the top of my head like my own mother used to do. It's going to be okay. He went after you. You know, I pulled out of her arms and stared at her. What do you mean? He tried to stop you at the airport, but couldn't get to you in time. Hours later, I found him sitting on a bench along the Charles River. I watched him for a good 20 minutes before I approached him. You know what he was doing the entire time I studied her through the tears in my eyes. What I asked? Almost nervous to know the answer. Fearful it would cause an overwhelming feeling of regret. He was staring at the most beautiful diamond ring I've ever seen. I gasped. The memory of that weekend rushing back. He asked me to marry him right before the dedication dinner. I whispered. I said I didn't want a ring. I taught my boys better than that. Colleen smiled, then sobered. But I must confess, I feel partly responsible for why you haven't heard from him. Why is that I wiped at the tears on my cheeks? I've been where you are. I've been hurt by the one person I thought I loved. I told my own husband to get out and stay out of my life. And did he? I was desperate for advice from someone who'd been where I was and could sympathize with what I was going through. He did, she recalled. He gave me the space I needed in order to realize my life sucked without him. I laughed at her words. At first, Tyler didn't want to give up without a fight, but he decided to give you the space you needed in order for your heart to heal. He took a humanitarian assignment in Sudan that was only supposed to last a few weeks. As far as I know, he's still there, helping refugees have a better life, trying to dampen the pain he's caused you. She grabbed my hands in hers as I fought to control my emotions. I know Tyler. He's a bit of a lost soul. When he hurts someone, he physically feels that pain. He wears it. He carries it as he would his own. He's probably struggling with his guilt and is taking this time to learn to find meaning in it. I still don't understand why he hasn't called or anything. And what would you do if he did? Is this really something that could be settled with a simple phone call? I shook my head slightly. Mackenzie, darling, His absence from your life right now is giving you space to figure out what you do want, even though he's my son and I will always support him. I also know he hurt you. That's not something which can be easily forgotten. He's working on forgiving himself right now. When he's ready, he'll be back. Just promise me one thing. What's that? When Tyler comes back, and he will come back for you. Keep your heart open. She raised herself from the couch and headed toward the front door. But how am I going to believe a word that comes out of his mouth after everything I asked? Following her. Sometimes. Mackenzie. She began, spinning around and grabbing my hands in hers. The most meaningful thoughts can't be communicated with words. Don't listen to what comes out of his mouth. Listen to his heart. Then you'll know. She enveloped me in her arms once more and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. Here's my card. Dear, she said, pulling a business card out of her purse. I expect regular updates on my grandbaby. She winked. Do you know the gender yet? I find out Tuesday. Perfect. I'll await your phone call. She turned and opened the door. Colleen, you're not going to tell. It's not my place to say anything. This is your decision. However, remember how you felt when Tyler kept his secret from you. Hey, Mac, Jenna said as I entered the kitchen of the restaurant later that morning. She was busy playing around with some new recipe. Her apron was covered in batter and frosting, and I could only assume the end result would taste amazing. Hey, Jenna, do I even want to know what you're up to over there? She scrunched her nose. Probably not, but don't worry. You'll be the first to taste it when I'm done. Shaking my head and trying not to think about what Jenna's experiments were costing, I made my way through the industrial kitchen. Line cooks busy preparing orders for our customers. The restaurant had been more successful than I could have imagined. Our business plan filled a gap in dining on the island. Instead of simply opening another seafood restaurant because of our proximity to the ocean and fresh fisheries, we strayed from the norm and certainly reaped the benefits. Although the restaurant was packed with a line out the door most nights, we were still in the red, trying to finally make back the substantial amount of money we had put into this place before it opened. After paying the loan, the lease, our staff's salaries, and other overhead, there wasn't much left. I desperately wanted to pay off that loan, so Jenna and I could finally start making some money off our dream. I climbed the stairs and unlocked my office, making my way through the somewhat cluttered space to my desk. It wasn't untidy, but the small area was congested with my desk and love seat. I pulled my laptop out and began searching news reports for any more information on the murders of which Charlie was accused. I wanted to believe the story he told me last night, but a nagging voice was reminding me of Charlie's background and the fact he was trained to get people to believe what he wanted them to. Was he just a pawn in a bigger scheme, or was he simply saying that to get me to fall into his trap again? The more I learned about Charlie and his past, the more confused I was. I wondered whether I would have this problem had Charlie been honest with me from the beginning. His deceitfulness was always in the back of my mind, reminding me I couldn't put all my faith in his words. My thoughts wandered to Colleen's visit earlier this morning, her words echoing in my mind, beseeching me to give Tyler another chance. How could I possibly forgive a man who had betrayed me? How could I ever trust him when I would always be wondering whether his words were true? I slammed my laptop closed, groaning. For the past several months, I had been fighting to do everything to forget about Tyler, but a small part of me wanted him to come back, to be near me once more, to promise me everything would be okay, that we would be okay. I buried my head on my desk, the cool metal of my laptop comforting against my forehead. I was frustrated, uncertain, and confused. I wished I could just write Tyler off. I considered whether I'd be able to do just that had I not gotten pregnant by him. Would I still think about him as much as I did? I knew I would. My pregnancy had nothing to do with it. My heart belonged to him, and I needed to get it back. If I didn't, I'd never truly be able to move on like I needed to. Mac. You okay? Jenna's soft voice cut through my thoughts, and I raised my head to see her standing in the doorway, just thinking about what she asked, walking into my office and sitting down on the love seat, her face eager. Just stuff, I said, trying to shrug her off. It's been a busy morning, and I didn't really sleep well last night. After seeing that newscast about Charlie, she lowered her voice. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about any of that. How's everything going with you? She bit her lip, almost considering whether to continue our conversation. Her normally jubilant and carefree attitude faded, replaced with an uneasy aura. I knew I needed to be the same kind of friend to her she had been to me for the past 8 years. As much as I wanted to tell her about Colleen's visit and ask her advice on whether I could ever forgive Tyler, I knew Jenna needed to get something off her chest. What is it? Jenna, you can tell me. I got up from behind my desk and sat beside her on the love seat. She studied me for a brief moment before sighing, leaning back. It's probably nothing, but I can't stop thinking that. She trailed off, avoiding my eyes, thinking what facing me once more. She appeared so small and insecure. Do you think Richard's cheating on me? What I asked in complete surprise. I didn't know what I expected to be worrying her, but it certainly wasn't that. I had never seen another man look at a woman with the amount of devotion and yearning Richard looked at her. If they couldn't make it, I would lose hope for any couple having a chance. What makes you think that you'll probably think it's nothing? But all the small things over the past few months have been adding up, culminating this morning. He left early yesterday, claiming he had an emergency at one of his other hotels on the East Coast. He assured me he'd be back late last night. When I got home from girls' night, he wasn't there. I was worried something happened to him, so I called. It rang a few times and then was sent to voicemail, like he was purposely ignoring my call. I finally got a hold of him this morning and heard a woman's voice in the background. He said he was in the middle of a meeting and things were worse than he was led to believe. But I don't know. Why didn't he just call and tell me, Jenna? I think you're overanalyzing the situation. I know how it is when you're trying to put out the metaphorical fire. Everything else takes a back seat, including personal relationships. She vehemently shook her head. No, that's what you do. Mac, that's not me, and that's never been Richard, either. At least it wasn't. She turned her head briefly before returning her gaze to me. This has been happening more and more. He used to go out of town once a month at most to personally check in on one of his hotels, but now it seems to be a weekly occurrence. It's almost like it's a chore for him to be at home with me. She studied me for several long moments. I could tell she wasn't done with her story yet. So I remained silent, lowering her eyes. She softly said, I even hired a private investigator. You what? I exclaimed, shocked. She shrugged. It was about a month ago. I didn't know what else to do. Why didn't you come to me with all this before I couldn't? She replied, you've been buried with all your own shit. The last thing I wanted to do was burden you with my problem that may or may not be an actual problem. And what did the private investigator find out? Nothing. So that's good. She shook her head, her motions slow and measured. No, that's the problem. He found nothing. There was no record of Richard's previous marriage or divorce. I'm sure there's a reason for that. He's a pretty high-profile guy. Jenna, maybe he didn't want his name splashed all over the media and paid some people to make his marriage simply disappear. Stop thinking the worst of everything and talk to him about this. I gave him Richard's ex-wife's name. She continued. Her tone grew frenzied and hurried. He found out she died in a car accident last spring, right before we met. You don't think... Jenna, I said, placing my hand on her shoulder. That's crazy. You're letting your imagination get the better of you. Stop digging into something that's not there. Richard loves you. Plain and simple. That's all you need to worry yourself with. And if we do find out he's been cheating, he'll wish he never stepped foot on South Padre. I winked, wrapping my arms around her. She was usually the one to lend me a shoulder to cry on, to bitch and commiserate about whatever was going on in my life. She was never one to appear anything but composed. She appeared so vulnerable now, and I hated that I had allowed my best friend to cope with this on her own for the past month. I vowed to never put her through that again. She had always been there for me, and I needed to start being here for her, regardless of what was going on in my own life. Thanks, Kenzie. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ditto, I replied, pulling back as she got up from the couch and headed toward the door to my office. Hey, Jenna, I called out as she was about to disappear into the hallway. Yeah. She spun around to face me, sighing. I met her eyes. Do you think I'll ever be able to forgive Tyler for what he's done? Her expression softened a bit, and she gave me a sincere look. I don't know if I can answer that for you. You gave your heart to Tyler, and it's not easy to get it back. But what I can tell you is what you're going through right now won't last forever. With each passing day, you'll think about him a little bit less. You'll get back one more piece of your heart, and one day, you'll wake up, and someone else will have taken his place. She bounced down the hall, leaving me alone. That's what I'm afraid of. I whispered to the empty room. What's a guy got to do to get a great IPA around here? A soft voice with a beautiful British accent said, as I buzzed around the bar, pouring drinks. I could have just as easily hired additional bartenders. But there was something I loved about being behind the bar. Plus, it helped with our overhead to have me work the bar instead of hiring someone else. I almost replied with one of my typical snarky comments to get him to leave me alone. But as I spun around to open my mouth, I quickly softened my expression. The man standing in front of me was strikingly handsome. He wore a loose-fitting white linen shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a pair of dark jeans, and flip-flops. His sandy hair had a wind-blown look about it, his forearms muscled and tan, smiling. I simply said, "All you have to do is order one." I grabbed a pint glass and poured one of the IPAs from the tap. "Hope you like this one." I put the glass down in front of him. Harvested and brewed right here in the fine state of Texas. I'm starting to think there's a lot to enjoy in Texas. My ears heated from his stare and I felt my face begin to blush. I hadn't allowed myself to flirt with another man in months. Not wanting to put in the effort, I knew this wouldn't go anywhere. But maybe it was exactly what I needed to make me shake off all the memories of Tyler that still found me nearly every day. "I'm Ellis," he said, reaching his hand across the bar. I grabbed onto it lightly and he raised it to his lips, kissing it softly. The contact on my skin was dull. Even when Tyler wasn't touching me, I was ready to fall apart. My body was always hyper-aware of him, his presence, his caress, his gaze. With this guy, I felt absolutely nothing. No spark, no flame, no lightning, nothing. And it made me long for my mystery man even more. Although he was no longer mine. "Mackenzie," I said, finally snapping out of my daydream. "It's nice to meet you." "Mackenzie, well, I should get going. Lots of customers to get drunk and—" I scanned the area to see the other bartenders had it well under control, and he narrowed his dark eyes on me and I shrugged, knowing he had caught me in my excuse to end our conversation. An understanding look crossed his face and he leaned on the counter. "I get it. It's a bit cheeky, isn't it?" Trying to pick up a girl at a bar, I eyed him. "A bit. Especially when you don't even live here." "What makes you think that?" he smiled, flashing a set of perfectly straight white teeth, made brighter against his tanned skin. "Call it a hunch. That accent seems to be a dead giveaway that you're not local." He shrugged. "Or I could have left Mother England because of a better business opportunity. So which is it?" "The latter." He winked, and I could have sworn I felt a slight fluttering in my heart. "So what is it that you do?" "Ellis," I asked, crossing my arms. "Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that." I rolled my eyes. "Nice. How about a little bit more detail? Though, I'm not a criminal or anything. If that's what you're worried about, I'm not worried about that. I'm just wondering what it is you do for a living, how you support yourself." See, this is what Americans would refer to as an icebreaker, some sort of conversation to find out about one another. He studied me briefly. "I'm an applications developer for a company up in Houston." "And what does that mean? Computer stuff?" "Ah," I said, "so you're a computer geek." He took a sip of his beer. "More or less. But that's just something I do on the side." "Oh, really?" I raised my eyebrows and gave him a playful look. "What's your real job then?" "I'm a professional poker player." "Poker?" I swallowed hard, my voice becoming quiet. "Yeah, you know, poker. It's a card game. Placing bets, going all in." Those last words hit me, making it feel as if all the air had been sucked out of the room. This conversation was yet another reminder that moving on wasn't in the cards for me. The sounds of the bar grew muddled and became background noise as I was whisked back to that day. "I'm a broken man." Tyler leaned his forehead on mine and lovingly caressed my face as we sat in the front seat of my Mercedes. The March sun beating down on us. Everyone's broken in one way or another. Tyler, not like me. Some days, I feel like I'm barely hanging on, but I haven't since I met you. For the past 6 years, all I've felt is pain. I know this sounds crazy, but whenever I'm with you, I find meaning in that pain." He held my face in his hands, but I remained speechless, his impassioned words overwhelming me. "So whatever this is, And whatever it's going to be, know that I'm all in. Mackenzie, you have enchanted my heart and, for the first time in years, I feel alive. Even when I'm not with you. I know we just met, and I'll be the first to admit I wasn't expecting to be so captivated by you. He took a deep breath. But I am. I am unimaginably bewitched by you. I'm all in. Mackenzie. The memory was so vivid, so sharp, as if it was happening at that moment. I remembered precisely what he was wearing. A yellow polo shirt and jeans that fit him perfectly. His green eyes were brilliant but scared. What I didn't see as I relived this memory was a lack of sincerity. It covered him. From the way his fiery gaze burned into me to the way he caressed my skin. Even early on, I could sense he didn't say those words just to get information. They were true. I couldn't help but think about what else was true. Mackenzie. Ellis's voice cut through, bringing me out of my memory. Where did you go? Sorry, I was just thinking about something. I grabbed a towel and began to wipe down the counter. I need to get back to work. Enjoy your beer. Ellis. I heard him call my name as I rushed from behind the bar, through the busy restaurant, and up to my office, struggling to breathe. Even after all the times I had tried to convince myself, I knew I wasn't over Tyler Burnham. I doubted whether I ever would be. That night, I tossed and turned for hours, 1,000 thoughts running through my head. I had kept my true feelings buried for months, forbidden from communicating what was going through my mind to the one person who needed to know. I had let it all fester. But it wasn't until I met another man who seemed to be interested in me that I realized how messed up I still was. I was desperate for closure, to finally tell him what I was feeling, even if it fell on deaf ears, rummaging through my bag. I grabbed my laptop and booted it up. I typed in the email address I had for Tyler and hovered over the keyboard for what seemed like an eternity. My hands shaking at the prospect of him reading this. I needed him to know how much his lies hurt me. I needed him to feel my pain. I couldn't shoulder it all on my own anymore. The words I had thought on a daily basis for the past several months filtered from my head to the laptop. The visualization of weeks of pent-up feelings, therapeutic and soothing the fire within. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. Worse, I don't know who I am. Maybe I never did. It's past 3 o'clock in the morning and I can't sleep. I'm exhausted, run down, heartbroken. The fact you lied to me isn't what hurts now. I've stopped feeling the pain from that. It's knowing no one can replace you. It's knowing I'll search for someone else to give my heart to for the rest of my life and never find him. It's knowing lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. It's knowing you're my turtle dove. It's knowing I'm through. I met a guy tonight. An attractive, charming man. He made me smile. He made me laugh. He made me forget about everything for a minute. But I felt nothing. Because of you, I felt no butterflies. I felt no spark. I felt no lightning strike. Because of you. It's been nearly 4 months, 110 days. To be exact, when I first met you, I had a feeling you would be the one person who could break down my walls. I knew you'd be the one to make me feel something no one has been able to do for years. But I also knew you'd be the one to ruin me. You told me as much. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think something so evil, so hurtful, so ugly could come out of something I thought was so fucking beautiful. And that was my love. I loved you, Tyler, unconditionally, completely, wholeheartedly, but you deceived me. Because of that, I should be over you. Since you've been gone, I've done everything I could to convince myself I don't care about you, that I'm over you, that I hate you, that I despise everything about you. I should, you know, I should hate the way you looked in your tuxedo the night you asked me to marry you. I should hate the way my name used to roll off your tongue and make me shiver. I should hate the way you used to snore. I should hate the way you used to smile at me, unlike the way you smiled at anyone else. I should hate the way you used to wrap your arms around me and make me feel like I finally had a home. I should hate the way you used to make me laugh. I should hate the way you used to make me feel alive. You did everything right. You said exactly what I needed to hear when I needed to hear it. You made me fall in love with you. You took my love from me, and I'll never be able to get it back. I'll never be able to give anyone else all my love. I'll never be able to experience that unmistakable feeling of absolute euphoria just from being around them. For that, I should forget about you. The truth is, no matter how much I say I'm over you, you're still on my mind. The truth is, despite it all, I don't hate you. The truth is, despite it all, you made me feel, and I'd rather have felt something so fucking intense for you than to never have that memory at all. The truth is, despite it all, I still love you, and I always will. Seeing the words on the screen in front of me made the tears streaming down my cheeks fall with more intensity. My sobs racked through my body, and I could barely see the screen through my fuzzy vision, choking on my own cries. I hovered the mouse over the send button. Could I really do this? Could I really send this email? Would it make me feel any better? Would it make the heartache hurt less? Would he even get it? Would he even care? When you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere else to go but up. I was at rock bottom. I was at the lowest of any low I could remember since leaving Tyler. There had been a permanent ache in my chest, which had only grown more intense over the days and months with no communication from him. Realizing I had nothing to lose by sending it, I clicked on the button, the whooshing sound of my email being sent causing me to immediately regret the decision. My heart thumped in my chest and I prayed for a message telling me the email was undeliverable. But that never happened. The rest of the night, I stayed awake, waiting for an answer. I didn't know why I expected one. I didn't know why I hoped for one. But I did. I never got one. Tyler, drop your elbow just a little. I instructed a Sudanese boy, who couldn't have been more than 10, as he stood next to a makeshift home plate. Keep your eye on the ball, then knock it out of the park. Like Fenway Park, the little boy asked in a thick African accent. I laughed. Exactly. I'm Babe Ruth then. No, definitely not. He's a traitor who went to play for the Yankees. Boo. Yankees. A chorus of voices sounded around me. I looked up, laughing at how easily they picked up on the rivalry between the Red Sox, my team of choice, and the Yankees, turning my attention back to the little boy. I said, "You're David Ortiz. Big Papi." "Okay, Big Papi. I'll hit a big slam." I chuckled. "Grand slam." "But close enough." I said, "Okay. You ready?" The little boy bent his knees and held the bat as I had taught him, turning his head toward the pitcher's mound. I nodded to Eli and he tossed an easy pitch. I stood back and waited in anticipation, as if this was Game 7 of the World Series. Since I had arrived here, I had been teaching a group of young boys and girls everything I knew about American sports. I occasionally helped in the medical tent, but everything was well under control. So Eli and I spent most of our time playing soccer, basketball, and baseball, my personal favorite. It was challenging, considering many of these young kids had suffered injuries, some requiring amputation, while trying to escape the civil unrest in their home country. But instead of one kid trying to stand out and be better than another, they helped each other, even when they were on different teams. Adults could learn something from watching these kids interact with each other. It was humbling and eye-opening. The crack of the bat brought me back to the present, and I shot up, jumping up and down. You did it. Run, run, I shouted, darting past home plate toward first to show him how to run the bases. Keep going until I tell you to stop. See, I'm Big Poppy. I beamed, my smile reaching my eyes. It was the happiest I could remember being for months. Moments like these made me feel as if I had some purpose. Yes, you are. As he rounded the bases, the opposite team cheering along with his own, I glanced at my watch, clapping as everyone congratulated the little boy. I gestured to them. Come on, bring it in. Everyone. They all ran toward me, throwing their second-hand baseball gloves in a mound. That's it for today, I said, and they all groaned. We'll pick it up sometime after your classes this week. Can we watch a real baseball game one day? A little girl, who couldn't have been more than 8, asked. I'll see what I can do, I said, wishing there was a way for me to share the joy of a live baseball game with these kids. They probably would never be able to savor the smell of popcorn and hot dogs as they listened to the crack of the bat echo through the ballpark. Thousands of people cheering. It was one of the things that always excited me, even as I neared my 30s. There was something timeless about sitting in Fenway Park watching the Red Sox play. It was something I believed everyone should experience at least once in their lives. Knowing these kids were lucky to even be alive reinvigorated why I was here. Despite the nagging doubt finding me at odd times, after getting hugs from nearly all the children, Eli and I packed up the equipment and locked it in the storage shed. We hopped in our armored truck and left the refugee camp, beginning the 3-hour journey to the communication center for my weekly check-in with my brother. We missed 4th of July. Eli commented during our drive. It seems like we've missed a lot, doesn't it? Is Griffin still with your mom? Yeah, she loves that dog. I'm sure she's going to have a hard time parting with him when I get back home. And when do you think that will be? Eli asked, never missing an opportunity to convince me it was time we leave. With or without my brother's permission, I shrugged. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm ready to walk away now. These kids. I feel like I'd be abandoning them if I just go. Maybe it's been a blessing in disguise that Alexander keeps insisting we stay over here. And what about your life back home? Eli countered. What about your family, your responsibilities? He lowered his voice. What about Mackenzie? Don't you think you're abandoning her? I sighed. That ship may have sailed. It's been almost 4 months. I'm not sure she'll want to see me again. I had a window of opportunity, and it's probably closed, so you're just going to dismiss her and pretend none of it happened if you ask me. Seems like an easy way out. I'm not looking for a way out. Eli. I countered. I turned my head away from him and stared at the barren desert, the vehicle kicking up dust as we drove. But I couldn't ignore the truth in his words. Was giving her space just an excuse to not have to face my problems? I wronged her, and the guilt ate away at me. But staring into her eyes again would just remind me that I failed her, and myself. I'm doubtful she'll want to see me after everything. I added, my voice low. Or maybe she's worried because she doesn't know where you are. I could feel his eyes studying me. Maybe she needs some sort of closure and you're being over here, trying to run from your responsibility, has left her more confused than ever. How would you feel if you were in her shoes? You find out everything you believed was a lie. But the one person who could answer all your questions mysteriously disappears. She's the one who told me to let her go. I explained. And you didn't. Eli shot back. Do you think she was able to let you go? I don't know, I said dismissively. The uneasy feeling that had begun to form in the pit of my stomach growing stronger and stronger. Over the past month, something had seemed off to me, but I couldn't put my finger on it, at least once a week. I briefly entertained the notion of disobeying my brother's orders, but that was as far as it had ever gotten. In truth, I liked the bubble I had been living in, regardless of the fact I was all too aware that I was ignoring my duties and responsibilities back home. Over here, it was as if none of my problems would find me, as if I wouldn't have to be faced with a reminder of what I had done. At some point, you have to stop running and face this. You both need closure so you can move on with your lives. You owe that much to each other. He paused and lowered his voice. You owe that much to her. I closed my eyes and leaned against the window. She got the closure she needed when she found out who I was. A monster who used her. She deserves and be happy. But that can't be with me. She's probably already moved on and is dating someone else. I wouldn't be so sure. Ty, what makes you say that? He shrugged. I don't know. It's just a feeling. I simply nodded, not responding. As much as I wanted to believe Mackenzie hadn't moved on, I knew it would never work out between us. How could she trust me again when, for the short period of time we were together, it was based on duty, an obligation when it all fell apart? I blindly followed my brother's instructions that I leave the country, at least until any potential threat had been neutralized. I should have picked up the phone or sent an email, despite my brother's warning that I not communicate with her at all. Now, so much time had passed. Too much, really. I was sure I had ruined any chance that I was still on her mind. Sighing, I pulled my dog tags out from under my t-shirt and stared at the diamond ring hanging on the chain. It was now a reminder that all actions have consequences, that I didn't deserve to be happy, that I didn't deserve anything except to live with the lonely again, as I had been doing since I watched Mackenzie disappear into the back seat of a taxi. It was the penance I deserved to pay. We passed the remainder of the drive in a strained silence. Around mid-afternoon, we finally pulled up to the remote communication center. It was in the middle of nowhere, no other civilization visible. To the outside world, it appeared as a small military base. Tall metal walls enclosing the compound, barbed wire surrounding the area. But it was really a CIA outpost we were granted permission to use to communicate with people back home. Pulling up to a dark gray armored door, Eli punched a secure access code into a keypad, and we were granted entry. Eli parked the truck in our usual spot in front of a small white brick building that looked like it had seen better days, nodding a greeting to the guard at the front door. I proceeded past him and unlocked what had become my office. Eli waited outside, making small talk with a few of the agents on duty. I checked the clocks on the wall, seeing it was roughly 9 in the morning on Sunday in Boston, opening up my laptop. I connected to the secure satellite, giving me internet access. I was about to launch a video chat with Alexander when my email caught my eye. I had ignored all my emails, per my brother's instructions. But when I saw the sender of the latest one, there was a lightness in my chest, an unexpected rush of adrenaline coursing through me. I could hear my brother's voice in my head, urging me to delete it, not to read it, but why? So much time had passed. I doubted anyone would take notice of any communication between us. Just seeing her name forced thousands of feelings I had fought to bury over the past few months to rush to the surface. I missed her. God. I missed her. Her hair, her smile, her laugh, her scent. Cinnamon. It followed me everywhere. Closing my eyes, I imagined how different things would have been had she not found out, or if I had been truthful with her when I realized I was falling for her. Would she have walked away? Would I still have been shipped across the ocean while my brother attempted to neutralize any threat? Was that really what he was doing? I certainly had my doubts. A renewed sense of determination washing over me. I opened my eyes. Instead of blindly following orders, as I had been doing since day one of basic training, I did what I believed to be the right thing. I clicked on the email, bracing myself for what it contained, her words piercing my soul, bleeding me dry. It felt like all the air had been sucked from the room as I struggled to breathe. I could picture Mackenzie in my head, sitting on her bed, wearing a tight black tank top and boy shorts, what she always slept in, tears soaking her face as she wrote these words to me. I thought I was doing what was right, giving her space so she wouldn't be faced with a constant reminder of her biggest mistake. I was convinced my presence would cause her pain. I never imagined my absence caused her even more. I continued to read her words, the stabbing ache in my heart growing more pronounced, more intense. I had been a coward, justifying my reticence to get in touch with her on the grounds that it wasn't safe to do so. And even if it were, how a simple phone call couldn't fix this. Nearing the end of her email, a lump formed in my throat as I soaked in the last line, my eyes glossing over those final words. Despite it all, she still loved me. Screw following orders. It was time I followed my heart. This was a second chance for me, and I refused to ruin it. Printing out the email, I folded it and placed it in the pocket of my shirt, over my heart, a light feeling about me. I was about to launch the video chat session with my brother, then decided against it. He knew me. He would pick up on the fact that something was amiss, that I wasn't being truthful, that I was happy. Alexander was good at what he did, and I knew he would say something that would make me second-guess my decision to abandon my post and return home. Disconnecting my laptop, I rummaged through the office, grabbing everything I needed and throwing it into my pack. I opened the door and Eli noticed the crazed look on my face almost immediately. "Everything okay?" I shook my head and reached into my pocket. Shoving the folded email at him, he started reading, his eyes darting from the email to me and back again. "We're leaving," I said sternly. "Back to camp." "No, we're leaving the country. We're going home. It's time I try to make this right." "What about your brother's warnings?" he asked smugly, throwing my own excuses back at me. "None of that matters anymore," I insisted, my voice full of passion as we dashed out of the communications building and into the truck. "The only thing that does is giving Mackenzie what she needs. The truth heard straight from me. If she still turns me away after that, then fine, but she still loves me. Eli, I'm not going to let what we have slip through my fingers. Not again. I should have done this months ago. Are you sure you don't mind?" Braden. Standing in his office at the law firm, I stared out the windows and onto the streets of Brownsville, my eyes glued to that same dark sedan that had been tailing me off and on for the past few days. Of course not. I know I need to get a new car eventually, I said, sauntering back toward his desk. I can't really fit a baby seat in my little convertible. Can I? Don't worry about any of that. Mac, if you need to swap cars with me for a while, I'm fine with it. Believe me, I think James would love cruising around in your convertible. He winked. Thanks. Boo. I stood on my toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. You're the best. I'll make sure to fill it with gas. Don't even think about it. But if you need gas, here. He reached into his pocket and handed me a stack of bills. I held my hand up. Braden, I don't want your money. Well, I don't either. So if you're not going to use it to fill up my car with gas, you can go buy my little nephew some toys or whatever babies need. I laughed at how little he knew. Hell, I didn't know much more. I had been looking online at all these baby stores and was completely overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of everything. I didn't know the purpose behind half the stuff. I thought all I'd need would be a stroller, a car seat, and some diapers. I soon found out how wrong I was. For something so small, babies required a ton of stuff. I'm serious. He insisted. You need to start thinking about getting some things for that little guy. It could be a girl. Whatever. He said, brushing me off. Let me take you shopping this weekend. Braden. If you don't want me to buy you anything, I won't. But you should at least have a registry so people can buy your baby things he's going to need. I rolled my eyes, sitting in the chair across from him. Like who you and Jenna are the only people who give a shit about me. He glared at me. That's not true, and you know it. Stop with the pity party. Mac, it's getting old. His normally light and buoyant voice turned harsh. My spine straightened and I did a double take. What do you... You know damn well what I'm talking about. He shot back. I get it. You're pissed. You're angry. You're hurt. But don't let what happened between you and Tyler become who you are. I slouched into the lush chair, placing a hand on my stomach. But it has, and I don't know how to change it. You don't have to change who you are. Mac, you know the best revenge, don't you? What's that? I tilted my head and his eyes softened, reminding me of the special bond we had that I didn't have with anyone else in my life. Jenna included, living a happy life. Mac, people love you, your employees, your friends from college, who you've cut out of your life. You'd be surprised how many people will be at your side to support you if you'd just let them. I know you love the challenge of trying to prove you can overcome any obstacle, but it's okay to let other people do things for you once in a while. I eyed him, the sincerity in his gaze warming my heart. Fine. We can go shopping. I know how much you love it. I winked, easing the tension between us. You know me so well, baby girl. Spying the time on the clock behind Braden, I stood up from the chair and grabbed my purse. I've got to get going. I'll drop your car off before my doctor's appointment tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Call me when you get to wherever you're going. I will. I placed one more kiss on his cheek and left his office, taking the elevator down to the garage beneath the building. I found his mid-size SUV, hoping the change in vehicle would throw off my mysterious tale. Getting behind the wheel, I checked my rearview mirror as I pulled out of the garage and onto the street, relieved when the dark sedan idling against the curb didn't follow. However, almost immediately, a nondescript gray compact car pulled out from beyond the sedan and came to a stop behind me at a light. I squinted my eyes to see the man driving the car bore a striking resemblance to Wyatt, one of the security guards at my condo building. Was he following me? Too, I hated that I was paranoid, but I couldn't risk anyone finding out about my father. A horn sounded, snapping me back to reality, and I looked up to see the light had turned green. Instead of taking a right, as my turn signal indicated, I pressed my foot to the accelerator and took a quick left, my heart racing in my chest as I waited to see if the car followed. Several anxious miles passed as I constantly looked into my rearview mirror, seeing no sign of it, beginning to relax. I pulled up to a stoplight, getting ready to make a left onto the interstate. As the light turned green, I spied the gray car a few yards behind me, Wyatt at the wheel, irritated. I pulled a U-turn. He swung his car around, as well, tailing me down the street, swerving into a nearby gas station. I parked Braden's car and stormed up the street toward him. Slowing to a stop on the side of the road, Wyatt quickly opened the driver's side door and looked over his shoulder in a frantic manner. "Get in the car, Mackenzie," he said, his voice grave. He ran around to the rear passenger side and opened the door. "I don't think so." I scoffed. "Not until you tell me why you're following me." "I'll tell you after you get in the car," he ordered in an agitated manner. "I wasn't born yesterday. There's no way in hell I'm getting in the car of a man who's following me." He opened his mouth, but must have noticed something in the distance, moving swiftly. He covered my mouth with his hand and lifted me up. I struggled against him, my screams muffled as he placed me in the back seat. He slammed the door and ran around to the driver's side, the entire time my mind racing as I attempted to open the door, to no avail. Once he was situated, he turned around to face me. "I'm not following you," he said finally, insinuating someone was following me. His expression was soft and compassionate, making him look human, and not like some former military guy with a stick permanently shoved up his ass. "Then who is the guy in the dark sedan that's been parked outside my condo building the past few nights?" "You mean him." He gestured up the street and my spine stiffened. I watched the dark sedan pull up next to Braden's car, the sole occupant getting out. He peered into the SUV, circled it, then paused briefly before looking beneath it. "Who is he?" I asked, my voice soft as I observed him scanning the area for what I assumed was my location. He fished his phone out of his pocket and made a call. After a brief exchange, he got back into his car and peeled out of the gas station. As he drove by, I crouched in my seat, trying to hide. "I'm not entirely sure," Wyatt said, "but I'm treating him as a potential threat to your safety. Taking your new position a bit seriously, aren't you? Or did Paul not tell you that your job was to simply look out for anything suspicious occurring in the building? Not follow me to see my friend?" I climbed into the passenger seat, hoping the child-proof locks were only installed in the back. As I was about to open the door, a strong, calloused hand clutched my arm and I was once again facing Wyatt's concerned gray eyes. "That's not my real job," he admitted through clenched teeth. "Then what is?" I hissed. "That's confidential." "Ma'am," he released his hold on me. "All you need to know is it's my job to make sure nothing happens to you." I raised my eyebrows in a somewhat contemptuous manner. For years, I put up with vague declarations that I was in need of protection. I still didn't really know from what. "I'm 26. Almost 27, I shouted. "Nothing's happened to me yet." I'd appreciate it if people would finally be honest with me and tell me what the hell is really going on. "Are you willing to do that?" "Miss Delano," he began, his eyes still stern. I knew there was no way I was going to get any information out of him. My guess was he would carry any secret to his death before putting his job in jeopardy. I knew his type. I fell in love with his type. Twice. I threw open the door and walked at a fast clip back toward the gas station. "If you get in that car," he shouted after me, "you'll lead whomever it is straight to your father. Is that something you're willing to do?" My breath hitched and I stopped in my tracks, slowly turning around to face him. I craned my neck to stare at him, my mouth agape in shock. "I told you," he said. "It's my job to protect you. I can only do that if I know everything about you, including who I need to protect you from." "You mean my father?" I asked in a muted voice, almost too scared to hear his response. I raised my eyes to his and he exhaled, shaking his head. "No, I don't think he's a threat to you." The way he said it made me think he still considered my father a threat. I tore my gaze from his, not saying anything in response. Or should I be concerned? "No, my father would never hurt me." He nodded his head, "or anyone else, for that matter." I added, my eyes fierce. "Like the 60-plus people he's accused of killing all those years ago at the embassy in Liberia?" he asked. I could feel the burn of his eyes on me. "How do you know about that?" I glanced at him, lowering my voice. "How do you know who I am?" "I told you. It's my job to know everything about you, including who you really are. So you can know everything about me. But I'm not allowed to even know who you're working for. You want to protect me from some unknown threat. Trust is a two-way street, Wyatt." I sneered. "How do I know this isn't some sort of sick, twisted joke?" I spun on my heels, my irritation loud and clear. "Did you know Tyler refused to go back to his house after you ran from him?" he shouted, stopping abruptly. I inhaled quickly, my eyes growing wide as I turned to look over my shoulder. "I don't know what you're talking about," I hissed. "Yes, you do," he said, taking slow steps toward me. He stood in front of me, his expression soft. It was the last Sunday in March. It was foggy in the morning, but it cleared later, so when you got into that cab, it was a picture-perfect day. but not for Tyler. That was the day he stopped living. How do you... That was also the day he found out his own life could be in danger. You see, his brother realized Tyler knew where your father was. I've known Alexander for longer than I care to admit. I rolled my eyes at the mention of that name. My animosity toward Tyler's brother obvious. You may not like some of his decisions, but his main concern has always been his family, watching out for them, protecting them. So, Waddy was an ass to me to make me want to walk out on his brother, to protect him from me. No, truth be told, until you get to know him, Alexander can be a bit of a cold person. His behavior was normal. Yes, ma'am, but your presence certainly took him by surprise. When it all went to hell, he needed to do something to regain control over the situation and protect his brother. So he sent him away. He nodded. Tyler didn't want to go, but he reluctantly agreed after making Alexander promise you'd be safe from harm. As well, I absorbed what Wyatt was telling me. Being angry at Tyler for disappearing was so much easier when I thought he simply used me, then abandoned me. Despite what his mother had told me, now that I knew he was ordered to leave, that he did everything to ensure my safety, it softened my resentment. When will he be back? And why hasn't he picked up the phone? Wyatt's expression hardened once more. It's not my place to say, "Ma'am, however, you should know that Mr. Burnham considers your safety to be a top priority." What does he know? I asked, placing a hand on my stomach. An uneasy feeling washed over me at the prospect that Wyatt had been working for Alexander and was communicating with him about me. Only what is necessary to successfully complete the assignment. Nothing more. Ma'am, and nothing of a personal nature, he said. Raising his eyebrows, I let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Wyatt, it's not my place. Ma'am. I nodded and fidgeted a bit, uncomfortable about the heavy silence. Well, I said, clearing the air. I have an appointment I can't miss. Right, he replied, escorting me up the block and back to the gas station, as if he knew precisely what he was looking for. He lowered himself to the ground and pulled a flashlight out of his pocket, shining it on the undercarriage of the SUV. Just as I expected, he commented, reaching underneath the car. After a few seconds, he raised himself. What is it? I asked. GPS tracker? He said, government issue. 2. Identical to the one I pulled off your convertible this morning. It looks like our friend stuck it beneath Mr. Weller's car so he could track your whereabouts. Government issue? I asked. I didn't know what was worse. An unknown entity keeping tabs on me or a federal agent. Why didn't you remove it? Because if I keep the tracker on, I can lead him straight to me and find out who he is and what he wants. Do you think he's looking for my father, too? It would appear that way, wouldn't it? Give me your keys. We're switching cars, he said, tossing his keys at me. I reached into my purse and handed him the keys to Braden's SUV. You go do what you need to do, but I will check in every hour. Understand, a million thoughts circling in my head about who the man in the sedan could possibly be. I remained in a daze as Wyatt walked me to his car and helped me into the driver's seat. With each day that went by, my life was spiraling more and more out of control. Ghosts of my past resurfacing. I feared it would only be a matter of time before it all came crumbling down on top of me. The sun was sweltering when I stepped out of the car several hours later and made my way across the church parking lot, past the main building, and proceeded up the familiar path to the rectory. It had to be over 100 degrees, the white material of my dress sticking to my skin. As I approached, I tried to suppress my urge to turn around. I was apprehensive about seeing my father for the first time in over 4 months. So much had happened. I didn't even know where to start. Between the drama with Charlie, Tyler's deception, and the pregnancy, I had no idea how he was going to react. I prayed he would offer me some sort of guidance about what to do, like my mother would have if she were still alive. I knocked on the door, fanning myself. It was nearly 5 in the evening, but the rays of the sun were strong and practically unbearable. The door opened and I felt a momentary relief when a rush of cool air escaped the house. I expected a nun to answer, as was normally the case. Instead, I stared into Father Slattery's tired eyes. "Good evening, Mackenzie, Father Slattery," I said, nodding. He surveyed my appearance, his eyes settling on my stomach. Taking a timid step backwards, I pulled at the hem of my dress and stared at my feet. I didn't know what to say. I thought about defending myself. But didn't the church teach forgiveness, not judgment? I couldn't really remember anymore. "When's the last time you went to confession, Mackenzie?" he asked in the same pacifying voice that calmed me when I was younger. "It's been a while, Father." I shuffled my feet, staring off into the distance, feeling ashamed. I suspected as much. "Please, come in." I shot my eyes to him. "But the Mass for my mother. I need to. Some things are more important and can't be handled during a Mass." He interrupted, almost trying to tell me something with the way he stared at me. His gaze narrowed. "Please, Mackenzie, come in." For the first time in nearly 15 years, I cautiously stepped foot in the rectory. Being back here made my skin crawl with the memories I had struggled to forget over the years. It looked just as it did during the period of time my mother and I lived in a cramped room, removed from the only life I had known, forced into hiding, and why I still had no definitive answers, only speculation. "This way, child," Father Slattery instructed, heading down a long, dark hallway and stopping outside a large cherry wood door. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a key and unlocked it, pushing it open. I stepped into a spacious, dimly lit office, the smell of old books and wood finding its way to my senses. The walls were lined with shelves containing hundreds of hardbound books. In the center of the room sat a large desk, and several chairs were strewn throughout. The windows were covered with blackout curtains, although one was pulled back slightly, allowing a sliver of sunlight to filter into the room. Dust particles danced in the air, and I smiled as a memory rushed forward. "What are those, Daddy?" I had asked my father when I couldn't have been more than 3 or 4. "Those are angels, mi bichito. They're just here to check on you." I still thought of my father and angels whenever I saw dust particles being illuminated by sunlight. The sound of the door shutting startled me, and I jumped, spinning around to see that Father Slattery was no longer behind me, as I expected him to be. The doorknob began to jiggle, and I heard the click of a lock. My heart began racing. I had never questioned Father Slattery's intentions before. He was the one who helped us escape North Carolina. After all, He put his reputation on the line and hid us in this very house for nearly 2 years. Now I wondered if there was more to it than that. Serafina. A voice cracked and I whirled around, my eyes falling on a familiar silhouette sitting in a reading chair by one of the large windows. Confused, I glanced over my shoulder at the locked door. Please, come sit. There's much to discuss. I remained speechless, my voice nowhere to be found, eyeing him guardedly. I hesitantly put one foot in front of the other and sat in the reading chair opposite him, noticing a tray of cheese and crackers set out on a table between us. I'd ask if you'd like some wine, he said in the husky voice that once lulled me to sleep. But I suppose that question is not quite appropriate, is it? I looked up, almost expecting to see a disappointed look on my father's time-worn face. But that wasn't the case at all. He actually looked genuinely happy, perhaps even proud of the woman I had become. For years, the only conversations I'd had with this man were when he'd sit behind me in church, not face to face, for fear someone would put the pieces together of who we both truly were. Now that we were in the same room and looking into each other's eyes, I didn't want this moment to end. My eyes scanned my father, trying to imprint everything about him to memory. His face showed signs of his age. His brilliant blue eyes no longer exuded the vitality I remembered growing up. Scars still covered the entire left side of his body, reminding me of the purpose of this visit. I wanted to know precisely how he got those burn marks, and whether his side of the story corroborated Charlie's. I see you got my letter. He poured wine into one glass and water into another. I'm sure you have 1,000 questions. But, he interrupted. This works both ways. Full disclosure from this moment forward. I will tell you everything. Serafina. However, I expect reciprocity from you. I want you to understand where I'm coming from and why things have to be the way they are. But I need to know exactly what's going on in your life. I need to know you're okay. That you'll be okay knowing the truth. Full disclosure, I repeated, surveying him. I couldn't help but wonder whether this was a double-edged sword. I had been waiting 16 years to know who I really was, why my father had been hiding, and why the man I loved felt the need to use me to get information about my father. However, I feared learning the truth may change my perception of everything. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. I just prayed this wasn't one of those situations. Yes, he reiterated, no more secrets, no more lies, just the truth from this moment forward, regardless of the consequences. You deserve that much. He stared at me, catching my gaze, regret covering his demeanor. I wondered how difficult it must have been for him to keep his existence a secret from me for all those years. I didn't know what to think, but I knew the only way to move forward was to learn to trust my father again. And the only way to do that was to finally learn the truth. What about all the talk for years that it wasn't safe for me to know? He picked up the knife on the serving tray and sliced a piece of cheese, placing it on a cracker and handing it to me before preparing one for himself. At the time, I thought that was true. However, things have been brought to my attention, making me think it's no longer safe for you not to know. How can I be sure you're telling me the truth? I've heard so many stories. I don't know which way is up anymore. I placed the cracker on the plate in front of me, feeling sick to my stomach. I wish I had told you everything years ago. He took a deep breath, his shoulders dropping slightly. If I had, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult for you to trust me now. But there were reasons for it. Straightening my spine. I strengthened my resolve. I went there for answers, and I refused to let my apprehension get in the way of them. The embassy fire, I asked in an even tone, was not me. Then who was it? How come you left for Liberia right before it happened? It looked suspicious. Serafina. He interrupted. I joined the army the day I turned 18. I left my house and rode my bike 13 miles to the nearest recruiting center. My parents didn't want me to go into the army, or any branch. But I had wanted to be a ranger as long as I could remember, and nothing was going to stand in my way. I wanted that ranger beret, and I was lucky enough to spend many years wearing it. I love the army. I love my country. I devoted my life to protecting it. So much so that my superior officers noticed I had a knack for seeing things no one else could. Before I knew it, I was working in Army counterintelligence. I was thrilled, but my ability to see things no one else could ended up being my downfall. I scrunched my eyebrows. How so? I started noticing patterns. Our weapons were being used against us. Our intel was being used against us. Someone on the inside was betraying their own country for profit. For months, maybe years. I tried to find out who, but I was always one step behind whomever it was. Then, one day, I thought I caught a lucky break. I unscrambled an encoded message confirming the UIS ambassador to Liberia would turn his head and allow a large stockpile of our weapons to disappear in trade for a substantial amount of diamonds. Blood diamonds. Most likely, the civil war in Sierra Leone was winding down, but there was still a great deal of corruption in the area. And Liberia borders Sierra Leone. I was permitted leave to go to Liberia to see if I could stop the arms deal, or at least find out who was behind it all, without causing an international incident. When I got there, I went to the embassy to speak to the ambassador about what was going on, but whoever was behind these deals, whoever the traitor was, beat me to it. It was a setup, I asked, staring at my father's forlorn expression, recalling Charlie's words from just a few days ago, swallowing hard. He didn't answer. He simply continued with the story I could sense he had been wanting to share with me for years. His gaze was fixed on the bookcase behind me, as if he were watching a movie of what really happened and was simply narrating it for me. I remember walking in the front doors of the embassy, immediately halting in my tracks. There were no staff members at the front desk, and the reception area was empty. As I made my way through the entry area, I heard a loud voice giving a speech about a circle of trust. He tore his gaze back to me. That was something I used to do in the field whenever I had new team members. It was a way to make them remember we had to work as one cohesive unit. He shook his head, almost like he was frustrated that he didn't see the signs of it being a setup. I stepped toward the source, trying to keep my presence unknown. The voice grew louder, more impassioned, and my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach as I listened to my own words. I physically felt sick and had to fight back the nausea. This guy took what I said verbatim and was repeating it to a huge room full of frightened people. His lower lip trembled, and I could sense he was back in that room on that day. He avoided my eyes, staring past me once more as the memory washed over him. The smell of gasoline was overpowering, he said, his voice soft. I knew it wasn't going to end well. But what could I do? It wouldn't do much good for me to go in shooting. It was 12 against 1. The odds were not in my favor. So I did what I thought to be the best tactical decision. I hid my presence in the hopes I could save at least one person, even if it cost me my life. As I watched those traitors terrorize their hostages, I mentally began to sort through all the intel I had amassed, wondering what I could have missed. That's when it hit me. This was part of the plan all along. This guy wanted me to find everything. He wanted me to go to my superiors to tell them what I found and ask for leave to come here. Then, when word of my trademark fire spread, they would put two and two together and name me as the culprit to this attack, along with all the arms deals I had been investigating. Hell. One of the first things you look for when trying to find the person responsible for a crime is to see who tries to ingrain themselves in the investigation. I had made myself into the perfect suspect. So you hid. You abandoned your family. You watched as over 60 people were murdered and did nothing. I didn't do nothing. Serafina. He ripped off the hat he wore that shielded most of his face. Do you think this is the result of nothing? He bellowed passionately, gesturing to the permanent scars covering the left side of his body. I tried to save them, but I couldn't. By the time whoever was responsible made his escape, it was too late. The flames were out of control. Bodies were on fire. Their screams and shrieks plague my dreams every night. Have you ever smelled burning flesh? He exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. I stared in shock, shaking my head. It's scorched in my memory. Fee, every day. I'm reminded that I failed to protect people from a monster, a real-life dragon. He reached for his glass with shaky hands. The trauma of that day all those years ago still wearing on him. I did everything I could. He continued after sipping his wine. In the end, the only person I could save was a boy who couldn't have been more than 16 or 17. Someone must have shielded him from getting doused with the gasoline. His burns were minor, but the smoke got into his lungs. He was barely breathing when I pulled him from the building. When I was about to go back and see if I could rescue anyone else, a convoy of Liberian soldiers pulled up. I knew it was probably cowardly of me to run, to hide from them, but I couldn't risk being detained. At that point, my sole mission was to try to get home to you and your mother. I feared I would be painted as a monster, and I couldn't let you think that of me. Where did you go? I asked, still trying to wrap my head around his story. It seemed so unreal, so far-fetched, but it complemented Charlie's version of what happened perfectly. All the puzzle pieces were falling into place. I found a church. I didn't know what else to do. I had burns on over 50% of my body and was convinced I wasn't going to make it. He reached across the table, squeezing my hand. I took a quick breath at the contact. It had been years since I felt my father's flesh on mine. His hand was scarred, rough, and warm. I choked out a loud sob at the gesture. It was so simple, yet it brought back memories of my life before it all fell apart. I wasn't thinking clearly, but I knew I would do anything to try and get a message to your mother that I loved you both. I guess I hoped God would listen and give you that message. Sincerity covered his face as his eyes locked with mine. The turmoil he had been living with over the years evident, but he answered my prayers in other ways. The nuns at the church treated my burns as best they could without modern medicine. I kept asking about the boy I pulled from the fire, but I think they thought I was delirious. They drugged me with medication to help with the pain. I half expected to wake up in a detention center. But that never happened. Finally, after several months, they said I was well enough to leave. I had no idea how to repay the debt I owed. These women took me in and cared for me without asking for anything in return. They even lied to the authorities and said they never saw me. I don't know how they knew I wasn't responsible for the tragic fire, but they did. How did you get back home? I asked. Engrossed by his story. It wasn't easy. I did some things I wasn't proud of. I stole to barter for transport, then spent weeks aboard a cargo ship, trying to get back to you. Every day was torture, never knowing if I'd make it to the end of the day. Finally, we pulled into the port of Miami and the captain smuggled me ashore. Days later, in the middle of the night, I finally arrived home. I sought Father Slattery out and he told me what happened after the attack, how an investigation had been conducted, naming me as the mastermind behind everything. But they didn't pursue any course of action because it was presumed I had died in the fire. Before my trip over there, I had a bad feeling. So I had gone to him and made him promise if anything suspicious happened, he'd do everything to keep you safe until the threat passed. He assured me he had done what I asked, made arrangements for new identities for you both, and that you were well protected and in hiding, and that was when I had to make the hardest decision of my life. What was that I told him to have your mother tell you I was dead? Why, you were only a little girl. I had agents. Some specialized in intelligence training, who couldn't always keep a secret, to protect you. I needed you to believe I was dead. I needed you to forget the life you once had. It was the most difficult decision I ever had to make. But my saving grace was the possibility that, one day, I would find out who was responsible for everything and finally come out of hiding. Charlie, I said softly. He looked at me, a confused expression on his face. The boy you pulled from the fire was Charlie. Charlie, he asked. You're Charlie. I nodded slowly. How do you know I knew I couldn't avoid this forever? Although reliving those 2 weeks in March was the last thing I wanted to do. But my father had shared what was arguably one of the most difficult times in his life with me. I needed to do the same. Full disclosure. I murmured, yes. Serafina. Full disclosure. Well, I suppose I should start at the beginning. A smile on his face. He said, that's usually a pretty good place. I grinned, a feeling of hope washing over me as I shared a moment with my father. This was what a father-daughter relationship was supposed to be like, sharing our troubles, our triumphs. After 16 years, I finally had that. So, instead of closing up, I shared a piece of my soul with my father, telling him all about Tyler, the break-ins, Charlie's reappearance, Whitman's murder, Charlie's disappearance, and the day I found out the truth of who Tyler really was. When I was done, I expected him to want to know more about Charlie, but I was mistaken. It's clear you love him very much. He commented. Who, Charlie? No, Serafina. He responded quickly. Tyler. I don't love him. I lied. I was just an asset. Nothing more. He used me to find out your location. That's all I was to him. He spread his arms. And, yet, I'm still here. The fact you're still here doesn't change that. I think it does. Serafina, he contested. I think it proves that, at some point, You switched from being an asset to being something so much more. I avoided his eyes, trying to ignore the same argument I had made to myself over the past few days. That still doesn't mean I love him. It's normal to be defensive about your feelings. I can imagine how confusing it must be for you. Your mother fought her feelings for me, too, because I was much older than she was. But you can't always control who you fall in love with. He glanced at me with a twinkle in his eye. You look so much like her. Every time I see you, I see more and more of her in you. Do you miss her? I asked softly, every minute of every day. Serafina. He choked out, his words barely audible. How do you get through it? How do you go on breathing when that love has been ripped from you? You go on, he replied, placing his hand over mine, caressing my knuckles. It's not easy. It's never easy. Love isn't easy. But you carry the memory of those happy times with you, and those moments remind you of the beauty of life. And you just hope to find that beauty once more. I beg you. Serafina, don't let your stubbornness deprive yourself of something you deserve. And what's that love? Serafina, you deserve to feel love. So, I said, taking the keys to Braden's SUV from Wyatt as we stood just outside the same gas station as yesterday. Did it work? He paused for a beat before he nodded. Yes. He followed me. Who his name is Clinton Evers and he is an FBI agent, so he is a Fed. I replied. What did he want with me, the same as everyone else? To find my father who, according to most of the world, is actually dead. Not exactly, ma'am, he said, and I raised my eyebrows. Really? Yes. I drove Mr. Weller's car out to Austin and Agent Evers showed up approximately 5 hours later. I confronted him and asked what he wanted with you. He showed me his badge and indicated he was working a case. I sighed. So he was after my father. No, ma'am. I got him to tell me what he was working on. He said it was off the record, unofficial, just him and another agent. One of their colleagues took a leave of absence several months ago and hasn't been heard from since. They believe something's happened to him, that someone's abducted him and are using him for his unique skills, which would be apparently. Wyatt began, eyeing me. He's one of the most skilled hackers out there. The knowledge he has, in addition to his skills, makes him a powerful weapon in the wrong hands. Who is this guy? I asked. My mind spinning. He studied me, almost as if gauging whether or not he should tell me. After a protracted pause, he said, his name is Damian Mills and, if I'm not mistaken, he grew up next door to you when you lived in Fayetteville. My jaw dropped, not expecting to hear that name. They think I have something to do with his disappearance, I asked, confused about why they would follow me and put a tracker on my car. They do not believe you're responsible. Apparently, they were two of the agents who had arrested Mr. Mills nearly a decade ago when he hacked into the FBI computer system, trying to find the location of one Serafina Galloway. He was arrested. Despite my shock at that news, my heart warmed a bit with the knowledge Damien had never forgotten about our friendship. Just as I never did. It appears so. I've looked into his story and it all checks out. Mr. Mills was given a choice. He could either go to prison or work for the FBI. He chose the latter and has been there for almost a decade. Agent Evers said he and Damien had grown close over the years. He talked about you, your childhood, stuff like that. Then, just a day before he took his mysterious leave of absence, Damien made Evers promise to do everything he could to find you and keep an eye on you if anything ever happened to him. I checked the timeline, and this coincides to around the time Mr. Montgomery was named as the man behind all those murders. After months went by, Evers couldn't help but think something is wrong, especially with Damien's mother's recent death. I absorbed his story. So they weren't tracking my car to get to my father. No, ma'am. They were tracking you to keep an eye on you, as Evers promised Damien he would. I nodded. But I've assured him I have that under control. He won't be bothering you anymore. I couldn't help but feel slightly deflated at the thought. Agent Evers knew Damien, had worked with him. He may have been the only link I had to him. I wished I had confronted this agent myself. Maybe he would have told me what he was doing, and I could ask all the questions I had about the person Damien had grown up to be. I'm sorry. Miss Delano, even though I checked out his story, it's still too risky to have him tailing you. You understand that? Right. I've been tasked with your safety. And it's a job I take very seriously. My decisions may be extreme, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. At least until we can neutralize the threat to you. Fine, I hissed, feeling as if Wyatt was trying to decide what was best for me without my input. It was like dealing with my father all over again. How many more people would I have to convince I didn't need them to decide what was best for me? I spun around and jumped into the SUV, trying to focus on my upcoming doctor's appointment instead of the idea that Damien could be in trouble. White walls surrounded me as I surveyed the waiting room. Children running around playing or fighting with each other. I felt bad for their mothers, who were trying to wrangle not only the infant in their arms, but 2 or 3 older kids as well, by the look of things. Some of these women barely gave their uteruses a break between popping out kids. And this was what women wanted. I didn't get it. I guess I never had that maternal instinct. I never saw myself wanting children. But here I was, forced into a situation I never expected. My eyes shifted to the far corner and I spied a woman with beautiful red hair who couldn't have been much older than I. I was captivated, watching her cradle a newborn swaddled in a blue blanket, rocking him gently. Something about it spoke to me in a way the other puking, screaming, mauling rugrats running carelessly around the waiting room didn't. I saw something strange between the mother and child. I saw a bond. It wasn't just one way, either. The baby was no more than a month old, but was staring into his mother's eyes as she hummed a song, swaying him. I placed my hand over my own stomach, excited and nervous about meeting the little person growing inside me. Regardless of this baby's connection to what I still considered to be one of my biggest mistakes, I wanted that same bond with my baby and my heart warmed. Mackenzie, a sweet voice called. I tore my eyes from the young mother and saw a woman dressed in scrubs standing in the doorway leading to the exam rooms. We're ready for you. I raised myself from the chair, wondering how much longer it would be until that became difficult, and made my way across the waiting area, dodging toys that had been left on the floor. The nurse gave me a comforting smile as I approached her, but I knew what she was thinking. The first few appointments, they had asked if my husband was going to join me. They stopped asking at my last appointment. Part of me was happy I no longer had to answer that question. The other part of me felt pathetic, stupid, and ashamed. I went through the usual routine of getting weighed, giving them a urine sample, and having an ultrasound. Every time I looked at that machine, I didn't see my baby. I saw overdue bills. I saw sleepless nights. I saw my world falling apart around me. I knew it was only a matter of time until the bottom dropped. "Do you want to know the gender?" the ultrasound technician asked enthusiastically, cutting through my growing unease. I snapped my head to her and looked into her vibrant brown eyes. "You're 18 weeks along, so I can tell you the gender with certainty," tearing my eyes from her warm face to the screen. The sound of the little heartbeat echoing in the room. I nodded. Yes. She smiled at me. "Congratulations." "Mama, it's a boy." I sighed, letting out a breath. "Brayden will be happy. He's been convinced it's a boy." "Is that your husband?" she asked, pressing a few buttons on the machine and producing yet another printout to add to my collection, shaking my head. I swallowed hard. "No, he's just a friend." After being assured my baby was developing well and my health was on track, despite their concerns that I hadn't gained as much weight as they would have liked to see. I grabbed my things and proceeded to the desk. "How can I help you?" the girl asked when she saw me approach. "I was wondering if you offer any sort of payment plan for my bills. I know I'm overdue on a bunch of them and I wanted to see if there was a way to pay over time." "My name's Mackenzie Delano." Nodding. She turned to her computer, typing feverishly. She stared at the screen and scrunched her eyebrows. My heart sank in my chest, worried the amount was so much. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. "You did say Mackenzie Delano, correct?" she asked, turning to me. "Yes." I answered cautiously. "I'm sorry. I don't understand. What exactly do you need to work out my bill? I have an unpaid balance from my last several appointments. It's at least a few $1,000s from all the ultrasounds and the testing. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I can't pay it all at once. You're not showing any unpaid balance, dear," the woman said, interrupting me. "It's showing your bill was just paid on Saturday. There's a note to send a copy of all future bills to a Colleen Burnham in Massachusetts. She has asked to be listed as the guarantor of any and all medical bills." Confused, moved, and relieved, my mouth fell open. I wanted to pinch myself to make sure this wasn't just a dream, covering my mouth. I let out a small sob, elated. "Is that your mother?" the woman asked, a genuine smile on her face. "No, my baby's grandmother," I replied, placing my hand on my stomach. "Well, your baby is very lucky." She returned her eyes back to the computer screen. "We have you scheduled to come in for your 22-week appointment in the middle of August. So we'll see you then," she said, handing me an appointment card. "Thank you. Thank you so much." I nearly had to restrain myself from leaping over the counter and hugging her. I was overjoyed and wanted to share my good fortune with someone else. "See you next month." A grin on my face and a spring in my step. I hopped into my car and made the short drive back home, feeling like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Pulling into the parking lot, I was about to swing my car into my assigned spot, only to see it was occupied by an Audi SUV. I cursed under my breath and proceeded toward the back of the lot. "There she is," Paul exclaimed as I entered the lobby. Irritated. "Paul, someone else is parked in my spot," I said, my tone annoyed at the inconvenience. "Can you look into it for me? Please." A mischievous grin crossed his face, his reaction confusing me. Someone else isn't parked there. Mackenzie. Yes, there is. I just tried to park my car and I couldn't. His smile grew wider. You're not listening. He opened the desk drawer and handed me an envelope with my name scrawled on it in elegant handwriting. That's not someone else's car. It's your car. He dangled a key fob in front of me. Who would give me a car? The minute the words were out of my mouth, I knew exactly who was responsible, my heart thumping in my chest. I tore open the envelope and pulled out the note. Mackenzie, I know you must be so confused about everything right now. Trust me, I know. I've been where you are. You feel as if you, alone, got yourself into your position and you can get through it on your own. You think asking for help is a sign of weakness, but it's not. My oldest daughter, Carol, was a mistake. She was never supposed to happen, but I am so glad she did. I was young and thought I was invincible. Hell, I was only 18. I thought I had my entire life before me. I was the girlfriend of a handsome Navy pilot who was about to travel overseas and serve his country in Vietnam. Then I found out I was pregnant, and my life changed. We were married almost immediately. Both our parents were rather conservative and didn't want to listen to any backlash about my condition, as it was referred to back then. Thomas was in flight school during this time and missed everything. He never got to come with me to a doctor's appointment. He never got to hear the heartbeat. He never got to feel our baby kick in my stomach. He didn't get to hold my hand when I gave birth. I felt alone the entire time. I watched as all of my friends went away to college and I remained behind, my stomach growing bigger with every passing day. Some days, I woke up wondering if I would ever see Thomas again. I kept convincing myself he wasn't going to come home to me, that he would disappear into the night and find a new girl, one without a baby. I was so stubborn and desperate to prove to myself and everyone else that I could do this alone, that I didn't need my parents or anyone else's help. But the truth is, I did. I needed them to sit with me at the doctor's office and tell me everything was going to be okay. I needed them to squeal with joy when they placed their hand on my stomach and felt her kick. And, above anything else, I needed them to stay with me while I pushed all 7 pounds, 6 ounces of human out of me. If I didn't admit I couldn't do it alone, I don't think Carol would have had the wonderful childhood she did. Don't look at any of this as you accepting a handout. That's not what it is. This is simply an old woman with too many zeros in her bank account providing for her family, regardless of what happens in the future. Your baby has my DNA running through him or her, and I will always make sure he or she has every opportunity available. I will do everything to ensure you have everything you need. Whether it be a car suitable for a child, the best medical treatment available, or no longer having to stress about repaying your mortgage or the loan on your restaurant, those are also taken care of. By the way, please accept what I can give you and don't think twice about it. Pay it forward if and when you can. Most importantly, take care of yourself and that beautiful baby. With all my love, Colleen. I wiped at the tears streaming down my cheeks, my shoulders visibly relaxing. What did it say? Paul asked. Eyeing me, she bought me a car, I whispered, my heart feeling fuller than I ever thought possible. I wanted to stop time and remember this exact feeling. I wanted to drink in this moment to remind myself that good things did happen And she's paying my medical bills. And she paid off my mortgage and the loan on the restaurant. Who, Tyler's mom? I choked out through my tears. Oh, Kenzie. He wrapped his arms around me, planting a soft kiss on my temple. I'm so happy for you. It's about time something went right. You deserve this. Now you can finally take a break from working so hard and take care of yourself for once. Shaking my head, still in shock, I replied listlessly. Earlier today, I was happy to find out she covered my medical bills. But this, I don't even know what to think. He placed his hands on my arms and looked deep into my eyes. I'll tell you exactly what you should think. You should think that you worked your ass off and you deserve this. You should think that someone upstairs finally listened to your prayers. Sweetie, that's all. Now, go up and get some much-needed rest. I love you. But you look like hell. He winked, concern washing over my face. I protested. I need to get changed and go to the restaurant. I'm sure they can handle it. He said, his voice soothing. And if I know Jenna, she'll make you leave the second she sees you anyway. So go. I don't want to see you back down here until tomorrow. Got it. And I'm leaving strict orders with the night shift to drag you back to your condo if they see you. I opened my mouth at his mention of the night shift, tempted to ask him if he knew who Wyatt was really working for. I feared the answer may just upset me. So I suppressed my desire and playfully punched Paul in the arm. Okay, Dad, I said, heading to the elevator. Can I have friends over? Though, he smiled, the joy reaching his eyes. Sure, but no R-rated movies. Don't worry, we'll just watch some porn. Kenzie, he exclaimed in exasperation, his face turning red. I have daughters the same age as you. I don't want to think about. Don't worry. Paul, women don't like to watch porn. We prefer to read it. I winked and entered the elevator, the sound of his chuckles echoing as the doors closed. Walking through my condo, everything seemed so different. I no longer glowered at the stack of bills piled high on my kitchen table. I no longer looked at everything I owned as if it had a price tag. Just as I was about to collapse on my couch and take a minute to fully absorb everything, there was a frantic knocking on my door. Mac, it's me. Open up. Jenna's excited voice sounded. I know you're in there. Paul said you just got in. Grinning, I dragged myself into the foyer and pulled open the door, Jenna nearly tackling me to the ground. Is it true? She exclaimed. I mean, it's not a joke, is it? What are you talking about? I asked, already knowing all too well to what she was referring. This. She thrust a letter drawn on official bank letterhead towards me, confirming the note they had issued in exchange for the loan was clear and paid in full. I mean, that was over $250,000. Mac. I know. She paid it off, I replied, still in disbelief about the fortunate turn of events. Who Tyler's mom? I can't believe this, she said, pulling me towards the couch and sitting down. This calls for a celebration. I texted Brayden. He'll be coming over as soon as he gets off work. We'll order a ridiculous amount of pizza and you can drink all the cranberry juice you want. Or Shirley Temple's. The sky's the limit. I laughed in response. Let's not get too crazy. Oh, we are. She jumped up from the couch and ran into the kitchen, grabbing a few water bottles out of the refrigerator. Isn't it nice not to have the stress of money problems anymore? She returned, handing me one of the bottles. It is. but I have to find a way to thank her. I glanced at Jenna. I think I'm going to fly to Boston tomorrow so I can do that in person. Jenna's eyes widened and she grabbed my hand. Are you sure? Do you think you'll be okay? I can talk to the girls at the restaurant to see if they'll be okay, and I can come with you. No, Jenna, I replied, meeting her sincere blue eyes. I would have been fooling myself if I said I didn't like the idea of her being at my side to help me through what I knew would be a difficult time. I appreciate the offer, but I need to stop breaking down whenever I'm reminded of him. I had a life before him, and I'll have a life after him. It'll take time to not find pieces of him throughout my life. Hell, I still see him in practically everyone I pass on the street. But I know it'll get easier. I'll probably stop seeing his eyes everywhere. I'll no longer hear his voice in my sleep. And I'll forget what he looks like. Is that what you want? Jenna asked. Giving me a concerned look, I shrugged. It may not matter if it's what I want or not. My memories of him will fade and will be replaced with other memories. Maybe happier ones. For your sake. I hope there's nothing but happier times ahead. Mac, Jenna commented, leaning back on the couch and flicking on the television. Life always has a strange way of working out, doesn't it? I gazed out the window as the cab drove down a long driveway and up to a 3-story colonial in Wellesley, just outside of Boston. The estate was beautiful, the grass a shade of green unlike anything I had ever seen. The driveway was cobblestone and led to a small circle with a breathtaking fountain in front of the house. Getting out of the cab, I looked up at the brick building, the opulence in front of me making me feel out of place. Nausea settled in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't tell whether it was from the pregnancy or having to be in a house where I would inevitably be faced with reminders of Tyler. I knew I needed to do this, but I couldn't ignore the small voice saying I would regret my decision. Hesitantly climbing the few steps to the front door, my breath caught when it swung wide open. Colleen's warm smile greeting me before I even had a chance to knock. Mackenzie. Dear. She held her arms out to me as if I were her own child, dropping my bags. I wrapped my arms around her, squeezing her tight. Thank you so much. I sobbed into her chest. You have no idea what it means to me. Oh, hush, darling, she replied, rubbing my back. You don't have to thank me. I'm the one who should be thanking you for giving me another grandbaby. It's a boy, I said through my tears, pulling back. She held me at arm's length, gazing at me with the same warmth and devotion my mother used to when she was alive. A boy, she exclaimed, hugging me once again. I'm so happy for you, and I'm even more thrilled that you're here. Mackenzie. Truthfully, I met her eyes, amazed at her sincerity. For a family who seemed to make a living off deception and lies, she appeared to be so genuine, apart from getting knocked up. I didn't know what I had done to deserve to have her in my life, but I was glad I did. Come on, let's get you some food. I'm sure you must be tired from traveling all day. Nodding, I turned to grab the handle on my suitcase and she quickly tore it out of my hand. Don't even think about it. I've got this. Go on in, dear. In a daze, I walked through the doorway and into her stunning house. Just past the foyer was a sitting room, the furniture probably costing more than my entire college education. It was formal with a touch of personality. I half expected the house to be museum-like, but it wasn't. It was a house for a family, and I could just picture the fights Tyler and his brother must have gotten into in this house. The sound of paws clicking on the hardwood floor caught my attention, and I looked down, my eyes growing wide as a stubby French bulldog came wobbling toward me. A silly grin on his face. "Griffin," I exclaimed. Bending down to scratch his head, he barked in response, as he always did when someone said his name. "It's so good to see you, buddy." Panting, he briefly showered my face with kisses before a photo on the mantel in the sitting room caught my eye. I strode to the fireplace, Griffin close on my heels, and picked up the framed photo of a happy family. "Griffin seems to like you," Colleen commented, approaching me. "He's a great dog. Stinky breath and all." She laughed. "You've got that right. Is this your husband?" I asked, referring to the man in the photo who had those same green eyes as Tyler and his siblings. "Yes, that's Thomas." I returned my eyes to the photo, seeing a strong resemblance between the man and his two sons. He was tall and built, having dark hair and an exquisitely handsome and distinguished face. Colleen stood next to him and looked somewhat younger, perhaps in her late 40s. In front of them sat a young woman with blonde hair and those trademark green eyes, Carol. She was probably in her late 20s or so. Next to her sat Alexander, a forced smile on his face. He couldn't have been more than 15. Beside Alexander sat a child of no more than 6, Tyler. He had the biggest grin on his face, his arm slung around his brother's shoulders. From the photo alone, I could sense Tyler looked up to Alexander. I supposed he still did. "You have a beautiful family," I offered as I returned the photo to the mantel. She placed her hand on my arm in a consoling manner, obviously noticing I was struggling not to crack. Not only was I pregnant, which caused my emotions to go from one extreme to the other within seconds, but I was still struggling with my feelings about what Tyler did. "He'll come back," she encouraged. "I promise." "What if I don't want him to?" I met her eyes. "What if I'm not ready to see him, to forgive him?" "Mackenzie, sweetie," she sighed, grabbing my hand and pulling me to the ornate white couch where we both sat down. Forgiveness is a funny thing. Sometimes we don't forgive people because they deserve it. We do so because they need it. I saw the guilt and remorse etched on Tyler's face that day in March. It was a look unlike anything I had ever seen on my baby boy's face, even after Melanie. She glanced down, gently caressing my knuckles and squeezing my hand. "I don't know when he'll be back, but I can tell you this much. Not one day has gone by where you haven't been on his mind. He may seem to have a tough exterior, but inside, he's still a boy who has had his world ripped out from underneath him. His love for you is unlike anything I've ever seen." "How can you tell?" I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. "He's my son. He's part of me. There's not a whole lot of gray when it comes to Tyler." I laughed, wiping my tears. I noticed that when he loves with his entire heart. When he hurts, the pain is excruciating. "I'm sure he's spent every day since you left trying to figure out a way to convince you he's worth you taking a risk on him again. Despite what happened between you two." She squeezed my hands, the gesture warm and precisely what I needed to assuage my fears. "Now," she continued, her voice returning to its typical frivolity, "you must be starving. Do you like lasagna?" I beamed at her, nodding, as I sat watching her prepare dinner. I couldn't help but be reminded of spending time in the kitchen with my own mother. Despite the posh surroundings, everything was so homey and comfortable. Time passed seamlessly as we sat at an informal farmhouse-style kitchen table, and she told me stories about Tyler when he was a little boy. I told her about our crazy whirlwind romance that only lasted all of 2 weeks, but felt like we had known each other for years. Time doesn't matter, dear, she offered when I questioned whether he could feel as strongly about me as she insisted he did. You can be in a relationship for years and feel nothing for the other person, or you can be together for mere weeks and feel something so strong, so beautiful, so perfect. You'd be a fool to walk away just because it hasn't been long enough. Don't let society dictate how long you need to be together. Love doesn't grow, it happens, and you can't control it. If you don't feel it from the beginning, it's not love. When did you know with Thomas? I asked, sipping my water. The smell of garlic and tomatoes made my stomach growl, and I couldn't wait to devour the cheesy deliciousness she had prepared. Before he even said a word, she responded, a dreamy glimmer in her eyes. It was the summer after I graduated high school, and I was enjoying my time with friends before we all went our separate ways. I was supposed to be leaving for college in a few months, and some of my friends were heading to teaching or nursing school. Others were hitchhiking their way across the country, trying to get to California. It was the 60s, after all. Her voice was gentle and calm, a warm smile crossing her face as if she were remembering the moment like it was yesterday. My girlfriends and I took the train into the city so we could go to the Esplanade to listen to the 4th of July concert and watch the fireworks. At the time, the drinking age was 18, so we brought a cooler and a few blankets, found a spot on the grass, and spent our day soaking up the sun. After a few hours, we ran out of beer, so I went in search of a concession stand to buy some more. There was a long line, but I waited, knowing my friends would be disappointed if I returned empty-handed. As I was heading back to them, balancing 4 beers in my hands, I ran into a very tall, very hard body, crushing the beers between us. It was like it happens in all those cheesy romance movies. Everything was in slow motion as I looked up from my beer-soaked tank top and shorts. I finally knew where the term love-struck came from because it felt as if all the oxygen had been sucked from the atmosphere. When I saw his eyes, the most ferocious butterflies began fluttering in my stomach. The rest of the evening was a blur as I got to know this beautiful man, and I'm fortunate that I got to spend nearly 40 years with him. That's beautiful. I sighed. It wasn't all easy for us, for the first several years, especially after Carol was born. We were barely scraping by. He was over in Vietnam for years, so I was forced to raise Carol without him. When he returned, she was already 4. He had missed all of her firsts. After finding out he volunteered to stay in Vietnam after his first tour was over, even after he told me he didn't have a choice, I kicked him out. His lies hurt. Mackenzie. So I know how you feel. But the time apart gave us both an opportunity to realize how much we couldn't survive without each other. We both realized what was important in life. Thomas vowed never to lie to me again. He wanted to be there for all our next baby's firsts. But we were in no position to try again. We were living in a studio apartment, barely making ends meet. I couldn't find a job. Even with the college degree I eventually got after having Carol, employers didn't want to hire me because I had a child. They wanted someone reliable who wouldn't have to miss work because of an ill child. Things were a lot different back then. I guess so, I responded, shaking my head. I couldn't imagine what she went through raising a baby while the father was overseas fighting a war. Then, one day, he got a letter. He had been trying to get in with the CIA for years and had been faced with rejection after rejection. Finally, they agreed to see him for an interview. It was a long process, but 2 years later, we moved to Connecticut, bought a house, and he began working for the agency out of one of the satellite offices. He eventually started his own private security firm, and we moved back up here. After he passed away, I traveled a lot. It wasn't until my granddaughter was born that I decided to make Massachusetts my home once more, and I'm glad I did so. I could be around for all of her firsts. I guess what I'm trying to say is, even though things may look bleak right now, life has a funny way of working itself out. I hope you're right. Excuse me, Mrs. Burnham? An imposing man clad in a dark suit interrupted, popping into the kitchen. Based on his stature, I knew he worked for the security company. Maybe he was Colleen's version of Eli. Hello, William. She looked away from me and gave him a congenial smile. I apologize for interrupting, ma'am, but I have news. He slid an envelope in front of her and she opened it, examining the contents. I turned my head to allow her to read whatever it was without me trying to look over her shoulder. But I was certainly curious. Instead, I occupied my mind with my surroundings. The kitchen was modern and homey. It opened into a laid-back sitting room with a large screen TV, and I could tell this was where most of the entertaining occurred. Thank you, William. Colleen's voice cut through, bringing my attention back to her and the formidable-looking man standing at ease next to her. Ma'am. He nodded, retreating from the kitchen, as if on cue. The stove buzzed, indicating that the lasagna was done. Perfect. She jumped up from her chair. Hope you're hungry. Are you kidding me? I responded, rubbing my stomach. This little guy has a monster appetite. Well, he's got Burnham DNA in him. He's going to be a big baby. How big was Tyler when he was born? I asked, almost scared to know the answer. Nearly 10 pounds. Word of advice. Dear, she said, looking over her shoulder as she retrieved the lasagna from the oven. Don't turn down the epidural. Tyler. The wheels of the plane finally touched down at Logan International in Boston after midnight. The end of 3 very long days of traveling. The drive to the closest airport in Sudan was nearly 15 hours. Then a 30-hour series of flights back to the States. It was torture. Every minute that passed was another minute Mackenzie believed I was avoiding her. After clearing customs, I debated continuing on down to Texas, but I was exhausted. No commercial flights would be departing for several hours, and it would take just as long to get one of the company's jets prepped for flight. I could use a few hours' rest for what I knew would be one of my most difficult missions to date. Convincing Mackenzie I was someone worth forgiving, that my love for her was real. So what's the plan? Eli asked, helping me carry my bags up the short steps of my house in Beacon Hill. Sleep for a few hours, I suppose, then head back home? Home. He raised his eyebrows. Yes, home. Where Mackenzie is. I'm done being a coward. I'm not going to let my brother dictate what's best for me anymore. For all I know, there may never have been any threat to our safety. Maybe he just made it up to keep me away from her. I don't know. But I'm through being his pawn. Eli nodded before holding his hand out to me. I grabbed it and he pulled me in, patting my back. Good for you. I'll do what I can to get a flight plan in place for tomorrow. Hopefully without your brother knowing. I smiled appreciatively at him. Thanks. Call me with the details. Will do, he said, turning from me and hopping back into the cab we had shared from the airport. Alone once more. I stared at my front door, my chest tightening. I hadn't stepped foot inside this house since the day everything fell apart. I had my mom grab the few things I needed for my trip. Too distraught to face the memories I made with Mackenzie within the four walls of the house that, for a brief moment of time, actually felt like a home. After unlocking the door and disarming the system, I entered the foyer. Everything looked just as I had left it 4 months ago. But it was all different. Darkness enveloped the house. Despite the light that was now flooding through the foyer, the sound of my shoes hitting the hardwood floor echoed as I walked into the formal sitting room and poured myself a scotch from the wet bar. A strong memory rushed forward, and I placed my hands on the counter, trying to steady myself. Something about being near you makes my heart race faster than it has in years, and I want this feeling to last for as long as possible, preferably forever. It took meeting you to make me realize I was lost. I was numb for years. I always held out the smallest glimmer of hope someone would come along to make me feel again, just like you did. So, yes. This is my home, just like South Padre is my home. I'm home as long as I have you. Alaska could be my home. Antarctica, Idaho, a cornfield in Nebraska. Fuck, I don't care where. As long as you're with me, you're my home. Closing my eyes, I fought against the memory, trying to forget it. The ghost of Mackenzie's spirit surrounded me here, tormenting me. I could almost smell her scent of cinnamon, and it broke me more than I thought possible. I grabbed the scotch and poured more into my glass, my world spinning. I dashed up the stairs, wishing I could find somewhere in my house that hadn't been tainted by my betrayal and deception. But I knew it wasn't possible. It surrounded me, mocking me, reminding me that I didn't deserve her forgiveness. Hesitating outside the door to my master bedroom, my hand hovered over the handle. A voice urged me to open it, to face my demons, to live with the reminder of what I had done. That was my penance for using Mackenzie. Tentatively, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. I stood frozen in place as my eyes fell on my bedroom. Everything exactly as I remembered, as if it was suspended in time. The bed still had a rumple on the duvet from where Mackenzie had been reading when I came back from picking out her engagement ring. The shadows of her soul, her heart, her love were everywhere, torturing me, reminding me, punishing me. A low glimmer on the nightstand caught my eye and I went to it. I grew breathless when I saw the jeweled cross she always wore. I picked it up, and my eyes scanned the room to see what else had been left behind. Her suitcase was still in the corner. I opened the closet to see the clothes she had brought with her hanging neatly. At the end of the rack was the dress she had worn the night of the dedication dinner. I ran my hand along the lace, Mackenzie's words replaying in my mind. I love you for you. I don't care about the man you wanted me to think you were. I know the real Tyler. And I love all the sides of that man. I love the caring side, the controlling side, the side that takes, the side that gives, and the side that loves. And I'm so grateful you opened your heart to love me. The pain was back. It had never really left. But being faced with reminders of how I destroyed everything was too much, and I sank to the ground, throwing back the scotch, her cross scorching my flesh. I needed the burn to dull the rest of the heartache coursing through my veins. I had distanced myself from any physical memories of Mackenzie, but now that I was back in Boston, it all came rushing forward and the remorse was overwhelming. I physically felt it in my throat, in my chest, in my heart. I reached into the pocket of my jeans and pulled out the email she had sent me. Reading it once more, I had lost track of how many times my eyes had read over her words, absorbing them, trying to find the meaning behind them. I put all my hope in the last line. The truth is, despite it all, I still love you, and I always will. I prayed her love was strong enough to give me the forgiveness I needed. Jumping to my feet, I shoved the email and her cross in my pocket, then dashed down the stairs, grabbing my bags as I rushed out of the house. The city of Boston was quiet and still as my footsteps echoed in the alley behind my house. I unlocked my Mercedes SUV and sped away, as if on autopilot. I found myself making the drive out to my mother's house. It was the only place I could think of that hadn't been tainted by memories of Mackenzie. Pulling down the long driveway of the house we had lived in most of my teenage years, I continued past the fountain and put the car in park just outside the rear garage, my bag clutched in my hands. I ran up to the front door, trying to be as quiet as possible as I used my key to let myself in. Silence greeted me. The house still. I padded through the foyer, past the formal sitting room, and into the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, I grabbed a bottle of water, my mouth salivating when I saw my mom had made her famous lasagna for dinner. My stomach immediately began to rumble and I pulled out the casserole dish, cutting out a small portion, just as I was retrieving my snack from the microwave. The overhead lights snapped on and I spun around to face the doorway. Tyler, baby. My mother whispered almost in relief as she rushed toward me. She enveloped me in her arms and I bent down to match her short height. You're home. She rocked me, planting a kiss on my cheek. I'm so glad you're finally here. She hugged me tighter, her arms strong around me. Yeah, I said, my loud voice echoing in the kitchen. She pulled back abruptly, her eyes growing wide. Shh, baby. Quiet. I furrowed my brow, confused about why I had to lower my voice if she was awake. I nearly cringed at the thought that maybe she had an overnight guest. I was more than aware that she had occasionally dated since my dad died over 10 years ago, but it still didn't make the thought any more comfortable. Sorry, Ma, I said, not wanting confirmation of my suspicions. Tyler, there's something. I held my hand up. I don't want to hear it. There are some things better left unsaid. What do you... It's okay if you have an overnight guest. Ma, I explained, praying my face wasn't turning a brilliant shade of red. I pulled out a chair from the kitchen table and sat down. I get it. I just don't want to hear about any of it. Okay. I avoided her eyes, shoveling the lasagna in my mouth as if I hadn't eaten in days. Truthfully, I hadn't. It had been months since I'd had a good meal. Having to survive on the limited rations provided to the refugees at the camp, we all ate the same thing. And everything was bland and simple. This lasagna was decadent and filling. Now that I was back home, I couldn't wait to eat my weight in cheese and meat. If that's what you wish. If you really don't want me to tell you all about my overnight guest. She shrugged. The tone of her voice struck me as odd, and I raised my head to see her standing there, arms crossed in front of her chest, a smug look on her face. Why would I want to hear about any of that? Suit yourself. She sang, pulling the chair out beside me and sitting down. I've been expecting you. William stopped by with a copy of your itinerary indicating you'd be flying in tonight. How did he know? Do you really need to ask that question? She paused, and I remained silent, knowing how much information our company had access to. Now, tell me, how are you doing? Good. I avoided her eyes as I swallowed a large bite of lasagna. You can fool a lot of people, young man, but I gave birth to you. Tell me how you're really doing. I sighed, leaning back into my chair. I savored the last bite of lasagna, contemplating having seconds. Shitty. I finally admitted, and she nodded in understanding. Her intense dark eyes bored into me, goading me to continue. I thought being away from it all was the right thing to do, like you suggested. But I don't know. I think I was away too long. Why didn't you come back sooner? She inquired, placing her hand on mine. I wanted to, but every time I brought it up, Alexander insisted I stay put, claiming I was needed, that he didn't think it was safe for Eli or me to return yet. I'm starting to think he kept me there on purpose to keep me away from. I trailed off, her name causing a lump to form in my throat. Yet, here you are. What happened? Mom asked. I snapped my eyes to her. What do you mean? Well, you're back, aren't you? Why now? Something must have changed for you to disobey your brother's asinine orders. What was it? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the folded email, sliding it across the table, eyeing my mom as she unfolded and read it. She had almost the same reaction I did when I first read those sorrowful words. Her chin quivered and her eyes moistened with unshed tears. When she finally finished absorbing the words on the page, she looked up. What do you intend on doing? Whatever I have to. I can't go another day without her. Ma. I stood up from the chair and placed my plate in the dishwasher, then began to retreat from the kitchen. Where are you going? She called out. To get a few hours sleep. I said over my shoulder. Then I need to get back to Texas. I headed out of the kitchen, briskly walking toward the elaborate staircase. Tyler. Baby. She whispered, running after me in her bathrobe. Wait. I spun around. What? Ma! She searched my eyes. I couldn't help but think she was hiding something from me. You need to go. I understand that. But do me one favor. What is it? Her nervous expression softened. Wait until after breakfast. Okay. I need one of your father's frittatas, and you're the only one who knows how to make them right. I planted a kiss on her forehead. You got it. Ma. I tiptoed up the stairs, praying I didn't wake my mom's special friend, and headed down the long corridor to the last door on the left, my old bedroom. I looked across the hall, a low glimmer of light coming from beneath the door of one of the guest bedrooms. Too exhausted to care, I entered my room, closing the door behind me an unexpected waft of cinnamon washed over me, and I only hoped it was a sign of things to come. Tyler. Too early for my liking. The morning light started to peek through the shutters. I had barely slept since going to bed just a few hours before. The smell of cinnamon haunted my dreams. I felt an intoxicating electricity that now invigorated me with a renewed sense of determination to do everything I could to make Mackenzie mine once more. Stretching in my bed, I fought the temptation to close my eyes and go back to sleep. It had been months since I had slept on a proper bed, and I didn't want to leave the comfort surrounding me, my eyes drooping. I threw my legs over the side of the bed and padded to the ensuite bathroom, after splashing some water on my face. I rummaged through my bag and found some gym shorts and a t-shirt. I tossed them on and laced up my sneakers, heading quietly from my room and out of the house for an early morning run. Time passed as I escaped into my thoughts, running through thousands of different scenarios as to why our agency contact had disappeared, whether Charlie had any involvement in his disappearance, and whether we were all being played. I wondered if Alexander had made any headway into what was really going on. I had so many questions and was anxious to get back to Texas so I could pick up where I had left off, with the job and Mackenzie. Before I knew it, the sun began to beat down on me with more intensity. When I left my mother's house, the sun was just starting to rise. Now, it was shining brilliantly, and I knew I had probably been gone for a few hours. I circled back toward the house, putting in another few miles, and entered the foyer, hearing voices from the kitchen, not ready to face Mom and her special overnight guest. I dashed up the stairs and hopped in the shower. After shaving and dressing in a pair of cargo shorts and a light green linen shirt, I found the email I had kept with me since receiving it and placed it in the pocket over my chest, over my heart, checking the clock to see that it was nearly 10. I hurried through the remainder of my morning routine. I still needed to cook my mom breakfast, then get to the airport in time for the noon flight Eli had arranged on one of the company jets. Dashing down the stairs, I entered the kitchen and came to an abrupt stop. "Alex," I said nervously when I saw him sitting at the table. I felt like an employee who had been caught in a lie after calling in sick. "What are you doing here?" I sat down opposite him, studying his every move. "Tyler." He raised himself from his chair, a knowing smirk on his face as he straightened his crisp suit, heading toward the coffee machine to prepare a cup. His expression remained fixed. "Mom called and asked for a family breakfast this morning. I tried to say I had work to do, but she mentioned you were home, which certainly got my attention." My eyes narrowed at him, my blood boiling every second I was in his presence. His odd demeanor made it readily apparent he was not happy I was home. I would have rather had him shout at me. I could handle that. But the fake smile, the niceties, the even temper. I just wanted him to get on with it so I could get on with what I needed to do. "I was going to wait until you were settled, but I have a new assignment. You're on a transport to Afghanistan tomorrow at 1600 hours." I remained quiet as he returned to the table with 2 cups of coffee. Placing one in front of me, sitting down, he reached into his laptop bag, retrieved a file, and slid it across the table toward me. "We've opened a shelter for girls who have been the victim of abuse and are at risk of further harm, possibly even death, honor killings and all that. These girls—" "Just stop," I interrupted. My voice was soft, my lips barely moving. He snapped his head up, his green eyes meeting mine. Ty. No. Enough. Alex. My voice rose with the anger that was slowly building within me. I'm not going to be told what to do by you anymore. Not when it's readily apparent you only have your best interests at heart and no one else's. Where is this coming from? He asked in an authoritative tone, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Oh, you know, I sneered, standing over him and leaning on the surface of the table. Just being sent to Sudan for 4 months, having little to no means of communicating with anyone except you. Whenever I mentioned coming home, you gave me orders to stay on longer, saying I was needed but I wasn't. Alex, I trusted you and followed your orders, even though I knew I didn't belong there. At first, I refused to believe it. You're my brother. There's no way you'd make me stay just to keep me away. I agreed to a month to let you figure out what was going on, but as time passed, I knew I was wrong about it. I knew I was wrong about you. You didn't send me there to keep me safe. You probably never even tried to look into what was going on. You ordered me to stay, to keep me from seeing Mackenzie. He rolled his eyes. You don't know what you're talking about. He returned his attention to the folder in front of him. Now, this shelter has been open for a few months, but there are still threats of bullshit, I roared, tearing the file out of his hands and throwing it to the ground. Bullshit. Alex, you're purposely doing this to keep me away from Mackenzie. Of course, it's completely normal for you to not feel any guilt about lying to anyone. Hell, be enough of an asshole and they'll learn to love you. Right, I taunted, recalling how Alexander had kept so much information from his wife about their past. It nearly tore them apart. He had lied to her from day one, claiming it was the only way to keep her safe. But he was lucky enough that she learned to look past all of that. It worked for you and Olivia, so why the fuck should anyone else be happy picking up my full coffee mug? I threw it against the wall and charged my brother, trying to tackle him to the floor. What the hell do you mean by that? Alexander asked, placing his hands on my forearms, attempting to free himself from my hold. Exactly what I said. You lied to her for months and felt no remorse. What kind of person does that, I'll tell you? A cold-blooded prick who wouldn't know what love was if it slapped him in the face. Pulling my fist back, I landed a hard blow to his jaw, forcing him to the ground. Alexander grabbed onto my leg, swiping at my other one with his foot. I lost my balance and, in an instant, he had the upper hand, pinning me against the tile floor. I did that because I love her, he bellowed. Don't assume you know how I feel about that woman. Tyler, I groaned out, unrelenting in my assault. Looks like I hit a soft spot, doesn't it? Now you know how it feels. I raised my knee to kick Alexander in the groin unsuccessfully. My brief stint in the Navy was no match for his SEAL training. I wrapped my hands around his thick neck, trying to break his hold. How would you feel if someone refused to let you see her? I grunted, my breathing becoming labored. I just want to see her, to explain. Stop trying to control. Boys? A shrill voice echoed through the kitchen. What in God's name do you think you're doing? As if we were two errant children instead of grown men. We quickly released our hold on each other and craned our heads toward the doorway. Our mother was standing there, Olivia and little Melanie close behind. Ma. Alexander scrambled to his feet. I mirrored his movements, brushing my shorts off and trying to make it appear as if I hadn't been trying to kill my brother. Don't maw me. I brought you two into this world and I can damn sure take you out of it. Alexander, she scolded, glaring at him. You're 37, almost 38. You're married with a child who's nearly 6 right now. She's acting more mature than you are. We were just... She held up her hand. He quickly snapped his mouth shut. And you, Tyler. She turned her attention to me and I cowered under her gaze, more scared of her than I ever was of my drill sergeants during basic training. We haven't seen you in 4 months, and this is how you behave. Blame Alex, I muttered. Mom shot her head toward Alexander. Why does he want to blame you? Stuffing his hands into his pockets. He shrugged sheepishly. Because... He avoided her eyes, not giving her an answer. All right, she bellowed, her voice firm. I cringed. I hadn't heard that tone since I was a small child. It was the voice that always made me stop whatever I was doing and pretend I was the perfect angel she raised me to be, her nostrils flaring, showing her heavy Irish temper. She stalked toward where we stood and grabbed our hands, yanking us out of the kitchen and into the living room. Alexander and I towered over her by more than a foot, but she always had a way of making us feel slightly terrified. Sit, she ordered. Alex, you, over there. She gestured to one end of the couch. Tyler, you over there. She nodded toward the other end. This way. I know you won't kill each other. Alexander and I quickly obeyed, both of us lowering ourselves onto opposite sides of an oversized cream-colored sectional set against a large window. The sunlight streaming in behind us. This has gone on long enough. You two are going to talk. And you're going to talk now. She ran her hand through her nearly white hair, looking at the ceiling. She took a deep breath and returned her eyes to us, her expression softening. We should have done this ages ago, but I thought you two would be mature enough to handle it on your own. Apparently, I was wrong. I crossed my arms in front of my chest and stared straight ahead, not wanting to be the first to speak. I wasn't the one who had been acting unreasonably. Olivia, dear. Mom called over her shoulder to the tall, slender brunette. I think it's best you join us, as well. You seem to make Alexander less of a stubborn ass and more of a rational person. Melanie, sweetie. She directed her attention to the dark-haired little girl at Olivia's side. Can you go down to your playroom for a little while and play with your toys? Grandma will buy you a brand new doll if you do what I ask, and don't get into any trouble for the next 20 minutes. Can you do that? Grinning and showing a few missing teeth, she said, Okay, Grandma. She was about to head away before she ran toward me and flung her arms around my neck. I missed you, Uncle Tyler, she whispered softly. I returned her hug and placed a kiss on her cheek. I missed you, too, Munchkin. Releasing herself from my grasp, she spun around and bounced toward the stairs leading to the basement, which had been modified into an extravagant playroom of which any child would be jealous. Now, Mom said once younger ears were no longer present. It's time you boys stopped acting childish. Tyler, you've kept everything inside for a while now. Get it out. What are you talking about? Ma, I asked quietly. I haven't... Bullshit. Tyler, you're still carrying the guilt of what happened to Melanie, and it strained your relationship with your brother. With everyone. I am the last one to ever demean someone for wanting to join the military. But I voiced my opinion with Alexander, and I'm sure as hell going to voice it with you. Your reasons were fucking bullshit and cowardly. Instead of learning to cope with losing Melanie, you went into the service. She took a deep breath before softening her expression. I'm so proud of you. She glanced from me to Alexander. Of both my boys, your father was never a great communicator, and I fear you both inherited that trait from him. So, please. I'm getting old. I don't want to feel like I'm walking on eggshells around you too. Alexander narrowed his gaze at me. What's going on? Ty, he asked quietly, holding Olivia's hand in his. I shrugged, trying to ignore the tension building in the room. I had been angry for so long. I didn't know what I was upset over anymore. I tried to go back in my mind to what started the break between my brother and me, losing Melanie. But I didn't feel that pain anymore, and I struggled to find a reason to hold a grudge against him. He didn't kill her. He was no more responsible for her death than I was. It all seemed so childish now. I know it probably feels like my words don't mean anything. Alexander continued when I didn't respond. But you have no idea how much losing Melanie hurt all of us. I know how much you loved her. Ty, I thought I had lost my one true love, and the pain was excruciating. He looked at Olivia, their eyes meeting. I'm lucky enough that I didn't lose her. Standing up. He took carefully measured steps toward me and sat down. But something tells me this isn't all about Melanie. Not anymore. I shook my head. I loved Melanie. But that feeling is nothing compared to what I... Then you need to go to her, Olivia interrupted, standing up. Her heels clicked on the hardwood floor as she walked toward us. Alexander's eyes wide. Apologize for not going sooner, for having a bit of an overbearing ass for a brother, and for using her and keeping secrets from her in the first place. Trust me, I know exactly what's going through that poor girl's mind right now. She's probably questioning everything in her life, wondering whom she can trust, wondering what's real and what's not. There are few things worth fighting for these days, but I can guarantee you that love is one of them. She sat down next to Alexander and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. And it's a damn good thing your brother fought for me, Olivia, Alexander said, his tone somewhat harsh. It's not that easy. This woman was an asset. And our agency contact went missing. I didn't know which way was up. So we had to do something to protect everyone involved. My eyes glued to Alexander. My heart raced in my chest. What did you do? I whispered. He studied me for several long moments before finally speaking. We gaslighted her. What the hell does that even mean? Mom interjected. It means we made her question her reality. Made her question whether she had really met Tyler or not. We removed any and all traces of him from her life. Even had a few of my agents move into his old house in the off chance she went over there. They were told to use any means necessary to convince her there never was a Tyler Burnham who lived there. An understanding look crossed my mom's face, as if she had just received the missing piece of a puzzle. Spies. She mumbled under her breath. Why would you do something like that? Olivia demanded, her temper rising, so she would think she never met him. His cover had been compromised, so we had to do something. Gaslighting is one of the most effective manipulation techniques there is to make the target or asset think what we want them to think. that they never met someone. In this case, Tyler, it's a way to protect his blown cover, which can have drastic consequences to both parties, especially in this case. This is absurd. She raised herself from the couch and glowered at Alexander. Do you really think she'd believe she never met him? For crying out loud? Just let him go to her, regardless that you attempted to gaslight her. She sneered. He needs closure. I'm sure Mackenzie does, too. Then you can all move on with your lives. He can stop moping around. You can stop trying to keep him away from home so he doesn't go see her. And things can go back to normal. Or as normal as they can be in this family. She plopped back onto the couch and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Annoyed, silence rang in the living room as we all absorbed Olivia's words. My mom was right. She was the only person who could ever break through my brother's thick skull and make him be the compassionate person we all knew was hiding beneath the layers of his tough exterior. Ty, Alexander finally said, clearing his throat. I hate to admit it, but maybe Olivia's right. He met my eyes, and I knew it must have taken a lot for him to accept that. If I were in your shoes and someone tried to keep me from the woman I loved, I'd be pissed. Sighing, he ran his hand through his dark hair. I'm sorry. About everything. About getting you into this mess. Then trying to decide what's best for you without asking what you wanted. I've been a shitty brother. I should be supporting you instead of trying to keep you down. If you love her like you say you do, I'm happy for you. If you want to be with her, I'm not going to fight you. But you need to be careful. I've spent months trying to track down our agency contact to see if there was some sort of trail, and I've come up empty. I can't help but think there's something suspicious going on, and that his disappearance has everything to do with this case. The timing is too perfect. Have you looked into his family? I asked. Of course, he responded. He had none. Parents dead, never married, no children. Hell, I can't even access any of the missions he was a part of. This all makes me believe he had more than just top-level security clearance. So please, promise me you'll think with your head and be extra cautious. I will. Promise. I gave him a quick, reassuring look before jumping off the couch and bolting from the room. Tyler. Baby. My mother called out. Where are you going? Beaming, I glanced over my shoulder. I have to go see about a girl. I ran toward the staircase, dashing up to the second floor and down the long hallway to pack up my stuff as quickly as possible. As I approached my room, the door opposite mine opened. Startling me, I halted in my tracks, my jaw dropping as I stared at the woman standing in the doorway. I checked my reflection in the mirror. My formerly loose-fitting yellow sundress now rather snug. I took a closer look, my eyes vibrant for a change. I felt refreshed and rejuvenated after finally getting some much-needed sleep. Escaping South Padre for a little bit was exactly what I needed to help me cope with what had become my new normal. Pulling open the guest room door to head downstairs, a rush of a familiar scent found its way to my nose, stirring up memories of that happy, yet heartbreaking time in my life. I raised my head, inhaling quickly when I was met with a pair of striking green eyes. I whimpered, almost in disbelief. Over the past several months, I had seen him everywhere. I had heard his voice in my dreams, saw his face on every man, smelled his musky scent no matter where I was. I was convinced this was just a dream. 2. Mackenzie. Tyler said, surprised, his tone guttural and raspy. Is this real? I felt numb, like I was daydreaming. But this was one daydream I didn't want to wake up from. Closing my eyes, a warmth approached and a finger brushed away the lone tear trickling down my face. A current flowed through me, sparking a sensation that had been absent for the past several months. It was intense, burning, piercing. I fought to contain the thrill I felt from this man's simple touch. How? He stammered, and I returned my eyes to his. He glanced at my stomach and I cringed, imagining his bewilderment. Is it? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. I spun around and dashed toward the bed, frantically throwing my things into my bag. I get it. It's my fault. I was stupid and… Mackenzie. Stop, his voice thundered, startling me and bringing back so many memories of our short-lived romance. I filled my lungs, hoping for the strength to get through this when all I wanted to do was crawl in a corner and pretend I didn't exist. I knew this day was inevitable, but I didn't expect to be in this situation so soon. I had made no plan on how to get through it, making me all the more apprehensive about the conversation I knew I could no longer avoid. Look at me, Mackenzie, he crooned, his voice tender. I shook my head, refusing to look into his eyes. I needed to remain strong, and I knew I would break if I gazed into those eyes that once held so much hope for my own future. Please, I'm such a fuck-up. You never came for me, I said softly, keeping my back turned to him when I felt him approach behind me. He was so close. There was a buzz in the air from his proximity. I thought you cared enough that you would. You told me not to. He ran his hand down my arm, calming me. I faced him and saw tears forming behind his eyes. Since when have you actually listened to what I wanted? No phone call, no email. Nothing. I thought I imagined you. I thought I was so desperate to feel something for someone that I made you up in my head. I drove through the streets of South Padre every day. Tyler, every fucking day. And do you know what I saw? What you… Whenever I saw a dog, I'd think of you and Griffin. Every boat, every bar, every restaurant. His shoulders dropped and he swallowed hard, his normal confidence lacking. Mackenzie, I'm… His voice cracked as he reached out for me. Sorry. I know. Avoiding his touch. I fell onto the bed, fighting back the lump in my throat. I refused to cry in front of him anymore. He didn't deserve my tears. I questioned everything in my life. Tyler, I confessed. If it weren't for Jenna and Braden, I would have thought I imagined you. Even with them, there have been days I was convinced I did make you up. I was certain if you really did care, you would have come for me. Then a week passed, then a month, then another month, and then… I glanced down at my stomach, my hand resting on it protectively, as if hoping I could keep my baby safe from a world of hurt and pain. Then I knew you were real, which made your absence hurt even more. I called. Tyler. I called your cell and it was disconnected. I called the security company and they gave me the runaround every time. I missed you so much. I vowed to swallow my pride and admit I made a mistake when I pushed you away. But now… I shook my head. It hurts too much to be near you. I can't. You told me the only way to prove it was real was to let you go. He interrupted. I stared into his eyes, scared to see that the love he had for me no longer covered them. But I can't, Mackenzie, he said, his voice wavering. You're my heart, the air I breathe, my everything. I don't care what it takes to prove it was real, that it is real. Still, I will beg every day for the rest of my life to make you mine. You can tell me no every day for weeks, months, years. I don't care how long you want to hurt me, to tell me you never want to see me again. I deserve it. 4 months. Tyler, I exclaimed. You've been gone for almost 4 months. 4 months where I had to question everything. 4 months where, every night, I lay awake, wondering how I was going to explain to the baby growing inside of me where his father is, why he wasn't good enough for his father to love him. I let out a slow breath, but I got up every day. And every day I didn't hear from you. Another brick was built around my heart. Every day. I missed you a little bit less. I thought of you a little bit less. I cried for you a little bit less. I let go of another piece of you. Your eyes, your lips, your smile, your touch. I had to let go of all those things. Please. Mackenzie, you have to realize how sorry I am, how much I love you. How can I believe you? I asked, shooting off the bed and heading to the window. After everything you did to me, I will always think this is all just another lie, another way for you to get what you need, then toss me out like last week's garbage. I looked back at him and saw how full of regret he was. The pain of my words were etched on every inch of him. Part of me wanted to jump in his arms and forget how much he hurt me. But I couldn't do that. Not anymore. The thing is, I can deal with that pain again. But it's not just me I have to worry about now. I can't let you back into my life just for you to leave again. I can't let you hurt my baby. Truth or dare? He interrupted, his voice impassioned as he stalked to me. What? I asked, my eyes widening. You heard me. Mackenzie, he countered, narrowing his gaze at me. Truth or dare? I swallowed hard. Truth. Did you mean this? He asked, pulling a sheet of paper out of his shirt pocket, squinting my eyes. I recognized the email I wrote him and inhaled quickly. This, he said, gesturing to the piece of paper. Because of this, I drove 15 hours to the closest airport I could get a flight out of, from one end of Sudan, where I was volunteering at a refugee camp for the past 4 months, to the other. Then I flew 33 hours on a series of 3 different flights. You want to know why? Why I quivered? Because of the last line. He admitted, you said you still love me. You pick truth. So please tell me, do you still love me? Staring into those green eyes that had haunted my dreams. I let out a loud sob, nodding as my tears washed over me. He pulled me into his body and planted a kiss on my forehead. My emotions overtook me and I drenched his shirt. He held me close, warming me with his embrace. I've missed this, he murmured. I had been craving this feeling for months, needing his arms to assure me everything would work out, that I would finally be over the ache his absence caused my heart. Could everything really be forgiven by a simple, I'm sorry, or I love you? They were just words, meaningless words, straightening my spine. I pushed against him, freeing myself from the hold he still had over me. I tore back to the bed and finished throwing all my things in my suitcase, zipping it up. Mackenzie. Yes. Tyler. Yes. It's true. I still love you. But that doesn't fix this. You can't just come back into my life and pick up where things left off. As much as I want to forgive you because you need it, I can't do it. Tears streaming down my face. I rushed out of the room, darting down the stairs and into the foyer. Wait. Mackenzie Tyler cried out after me. Tell me what you want me to say and I'll say it. Letting you walk away from me once was the biggest mistake of my life. I won't do it again. I spun around just as I was about to open the front door. You let me walk away from you, I hissed. My teeth clenched. That's not what I meant. He ran his hands through his dark brown hair and I could see the desperation wash over him. What I meant to say is all the lies. All of it. I'm so sorry I put you through it. But do you think I regret any of it? His eyes grew more intense and impassioned, his chest heaving as he poured his heart out to me. Not for a second. I glared at him, waiting for him to explain. If it wasn't for all the lies, for my assignment, I never would have met you. So I'm not going to say I regret a fucking second of any of it. I don't care what it takes to win back your heart. You can push me away all you want. You can tell me you'll never forgive me, that there will never be an us again. But I will always come back for you, 100 times, 1,000 times. I will fight for us until I take my last breath. He stepped toward me, grabbing my hand in his, caressing my knuckles in such a delicate way that made me want to melt into a puddle. Please, Mackenzie. He leaned toward me, brushing his lips against my forehead, kissing me so delicately, so lightly. Serafina, he whispered, tell me what it will take and I'll do it. Despite everything he had just said, I simply couldn't let him back in. Relationships were based on trust, and Tyler took my trust and used it against me. I couldn't forget that, no matter how much my skin yearned for his touch. You want to know what it's going to take? I asked softly, freeing my hand from his grasp. He nodded, nervous anticipation radiating through his body as he looked at me with eager eyes. It'll take one more time, I murmured, opening the door, peering over my shoulder. I saw his deflated expression. It will always take one more time. Tyler, don't tell me you're giving up, a voice said, startling me. I didn't know how long I'd been staring at that closed door, thinking the only thing that mattered had just walked out of my life once more. Ma. I spun around. Did you? I heard enough. I let out a low sigh, feeling weighed down. What should I do? Ma. She wouldn't even listen to me. A sympathetic look on her face. She approached me and placed her hands on my shoulders, forcing me back around. You get back out there. Tyler, it's not going to be easy, and I have a feeling this battle certainly won't be won overnight. It's going to take some time. She spent the last several months getting used to her life without you in it. You being back is going to take some adjustment on her part. And yours. You can tell her you're sorry all you want, but your words don't hold any merit. Not after what you put her through. Start from the beginning again. Be the Tyler I love. Show her the real you. I did show her the real me, then help her get reacquainted with that person. I nodded and stared out the window of the front door, seeing Mackenzie's trembling frame sitting on the grass. Her head was upturned, staring at the sky. I wished I knew what she was thinking at that moment. Go, baby. You've got a lot of work ahead of you. Don't expect a miracle. Get to know her again. Let her know you. Let her fall in love with the new you. I have a feeling she'll come around. I hope you're right, I said, leaning down and planting a kiss on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, I placed my unsteady hand on the doorknob and turned it, heading down the steps and onto the grass. My silhouette cast a shadow over Mackenzie, but she remained facing forward. I could tell she was consciously trying to ignore my presence. "Do you mind if I sit?" I asked in a firm tone, trying to mask my unease. She craned her neck to look at me and nodded slightly, an ambivalent gesture. "Thanks." I lowered myself, not sitting too close. Although nothing had really changed between us, there was still an electricity in the air just from being near her. She hadn't turned me down or run away, so I was taking this as a step in the right direction, regardless of how small a step it was. A few birds chirped, flying in and settling on the fountain, bathing their feathers. The sun was pleasant, and clouds drifted in the sky, reminding me how much I missed being home, in the African desert. The sun was relentless, barely a cloud in sight. The texture in the sky here was beautiful, reminding me of all the times I sat in the backyard with my mother, spying animals in the clouds. "It's a boy," Mackenzie said, breaking the awkward silence. I snapped my head toward hers and met her eyes. She fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, and I could sense her nerves. I felt the same way, although I didn't want her to know it. I mean, I figure I should tell you since you're the father and all. Mackenzie, I... She held up her hand, stopping me. "Don't worry. Tyler, I'm not asking you to help. I know this is probably all a bit of a surprise." It took me quite a while to wrap my head around everything. Truth be told, I'm still coming to terms with it. But I don't want you to feel like you have to change your lifestyle or act any differently around me. If you don't want any part of this, what makes you think that? She shrugged and avoided my eyes. I reached over and grabbed her hand. She looked at me, and a glimmer of hope ran through me when she didn't immediately pull away. "I want to be part of this baby's life, despite what you want to believe. Our son is the result of my love for you, and I will make sure he has everything he needs. The same goes for you. I want to be part of your life, too, but I know we have a lot to work through before that can happen. I get it. We know each other, but we don't really know each other. I'm willing to start from the beginning again, to find out who you are as a person. I hope you'll give me the chance to at least find out who I am as a person, too. I hope you'll give me the opportunity to prove I'm worth your time, your trust, and maybe your heart." She nodded and tore her hand from mine, staring forward once again. I expected her to give me a list of reasons why it would never work between us, but that didn't happen. I was hopeful that meant she was willing to give us a second chance. Despite it all, I glanced to her as she gazed out over the perfectly manicured lawn of my mother's house, unable to remember ever being so on edge and nervous around a woman before. I was cognizant of each of my movements, from a flicker of my tongue to a deep breath that could be taken the wrong way. Why do I feel like a 13-year-old boy who is talking to a girl for the first time? I joked. She gradually faced me, a small smile crossing her beautiful lips. Lips I had dreamt of nearly every night since I had been gone. "Did you really not talk to a girl until you were 13? She asked, her voice coy. I chuckled, relieved the thick tension between us was starting to break. "I was a bit of a late bloomer, I guess." I smiled, running my hand through my hair. What was her name? Who, your first crush? She looked at me with eager eyes, and hope washed over me that she had taken my words to heart. She was trying to get to know the real me again. She was willing to give me the chance that, just moments ago, I didn't think she'd ever give me. This wasn't forgiveness, but it was a step in the right direction. Marcy Brennan, she had the cutest freckles behind her ears. I sat behind her in math, and whenever she had her hair pulled back, I always stared at them. She forgot her pencil one day and she turned around and asked to borrow one of mine. She had never spoken to me before, and I was in shock. I gave her my pencil without even thinking. Too late. I realized I had given her my only one, but I didn't care. I would have given her anything. She kept her gaze trained on mine, absorbing my story. A light expression crossed her face, and her rigid stature relaxed. "How about you?" I asked in an attempt to keep the conversation going. "Damian Mills." She answered without hesitating. She pulled a blade of grass out of the lawn and began to tie it in knots. Her eyes grew bright, a slight smile crossing her lips. I was 8. He moved in next door to us. I remember sitting in a tree that separated our yards when the moving trucks pulled up. Then I saw a boy who appeared to be my age jump out of a car. I thought he was so cute. We became friends, nearly inseparable, and I no longer looked at him that way. Every night, after we were supposed to be asleep, we climbed out of our bedroom windows and met on the limbs of that tree. We just sat there and watched the stars. "What happened to him?" I asked. She let out a shallow sigh. 2 years later, it all went to hell, and we had to disappear without saying goodbye. I wanted to call him or send him a letter so he knew I was okay, but my mom told me I couldn't because it was too dangerous. As the years went on, I guess finding him seemed to be less of a priority. I mean, I'm still not supposed to tell anyone who I really am, so it's not like I could have called him up and said, "Hey, it's Fee. Let's go climb a tree." She smiled before her expression turned serious. "And now I think he's in trouble." "What do you mean?" "You said you haven't talked to him." "I haven't," she said. "While you were gone? Apparently, your brother sent one of his guys to keep an eye on me and make sure everything was okay." "Well, Wyatt. Although I'm pretty sure that's not his real name." Noticed a car tailing me and looked into it. It was an FBI agent who works with Damien. He said he's been on a leave of absence from the FBI for nearly 4 months, but this agent thinks he's missing. She glanced at me as I did the math in my head, noticing my expression. Exactly. The timing fits all this craziness a bit too perfectly. It could just be a coincidence. But if his FBI buddy thinks something's not right and he's in trouble. I stared ahead and thought about what she just told me. I no longer believed in coincidences, particularly where Mackenzie was concerned. "Do you want me to see if I can find him?" Her eyes widened. "You would do that?" "Sure," I said. "I would do anything for her. We'll at least follow up with this FBI agent and see what he knows. Maybe if I take what I know and what he knows, I'll be able to figure it out. Don't worry. I'm sure he's fine. I've worked with all kinds of federal agents. The job has a high burnout rate. It's not uncommon for someone to take a lengthy leave of absence to clear their head and recharge their batteries. I'm sure that's all your friend is doing." She nodded and reached for my hand, grabbing it. "Thanks, Tyler." I remained still. praying she wouldn't break the contact. All my focus was devoted solely to the heat of her skin on mine. It was beautiful, perfect, simple, yet more satisfying than I could possibly put into words. Her fingers intertwined with mine and she inched closer to me, the connection growing stronger as a gentle breeze wrapped around us. The silence wasn't awkward like it was when I first came outside. Her anger had subsided and I was able to feel Mackenzie again. Her heart, her spirit, her soul. "Tell me a secret," she murmured. "A secret? Hmm. Her voice was sleepy and I could sense she was relaxed. "You know all mine. It's only fair I know some of yours. I want you to know all of mine," I said gently. She pulled away from me and searched my eyes. Really, even if I may not like them, I meant what I said. "Mackenzie, I want to start over again. I want you to know everything about me. I want you to know my darkness and my light. Love is all about sharing a piece of yourself with another human, and I want to share all of me with you. If you don't like what I've been hiding, well, that's a risk I have to take. My top priority is complete honesty with you." She studied me as if trying to determine if she could believe my words. Apparently satisfied, she nodded slightly and rearranged her body, lying down and placing her head on my lap. I stroked her hair, gently massaging her scalp, and she closed her eyes. "So, tell me a secret, Tyler. What kind of secret do you want to know? Something you've never told anyone else. Something you swore you would never tell another living soul." I stared at the sky, my fingers continuing to caress her hair. "I still have that nightmare," I whispered. "The one where you're treading water in a well." She opened her eyes, looking at me. I nodded. "When I was a little boy, I was scared to fall asleep most nights because of that dream. When it continued, Ma sent me to a shrink. The doctor did everything she could to try and get into my subconscious to figure out what it was, but she couldn't. Could she? No." I shook my head. "Not right away. It got so bad. I couldn't even take a shower. Scared I would drown. We had tried to deal with what was going on without medication, but after a few months, my parents didn't see any other option. Still, the medication didn't take the nightmares away. I was convinced I was being punished for something, for what I didn't know. Did you figure it out?" Swallowing hard, I said, "Yes." After several years, my therapist tried different and somewhat controversial techniques, convinced there was something in my subconscious that was causing the nightmares and anxiety. It didn't make sense to me. If it was a traumatic event, I would have remembered what it was. People don't just forget things, right? But my dad was a combat vet and had seen stuff like that firsthand. What caused it? My heart thumped in my chest and I stared down into her eyes. Intrigue and compassion covering her expression. She reached up and cupped my cheek in her hand, the contact comforting me. "It's okay," she said. "The first few years of my life, I lived in Connecticut. Did I ever tell you that you may have mentioned it?" I grabbed her hand in mine, finding peace in her support. "We lived in Mystic. It's on the shore. An old seaport. My family was well off and lived in a beautiful estate on the river that was a captain's house during the 19th century. I spent my summer days playing with friends and causing trouble. One day, this green pickup truck drove up to us. The driver rolled the window down and called out to my friend, Craig. We couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 at the time. Craig didn't recognize the guy, but the man said he was his uncle, that there was an accident, and he had been sent to take him to the hospital to see his parents. When he heard that, Craig jumped in the car without hesitation, although something didn't seem right to me. Growing up, your parents always tell you never talk to strangers, and that's all good in theory. But when you think something horrible has happened to the only family you have, all sense of rationale and reason gets tossed out the window, doesn't it? I could feel Mackenzie nod in agreement, although I didn't see it. My eyes were closed. The scene of that moment in time playing out in front of me. There was a statewide search for Craig. His photo was flashed on the television, plastered on phone poles, printed in every newspaper. I remember asking my mom where his uncle took him. I could only imagine how difficult it was for her to explain to me that his uncle didn't take him. The weeks went on, the summer ended, and we went back to school. A desk in our classroom was left open for Craig in the hopes he'd come back. September in Connecticut could still be warm and, after school on a particularly hot day, a few of us decided to go for a swim in the river. There was a little alcove beneath a bridge we would always go to. I was the first to take a running leap, cannonballing into the water. I remember opening my eyes, swearing I felt a hand grab onto my leg. I paused, needing a moment to collect myself. I had never shared the intricate details of that experience with anyone before, except for my therapist and parents years ago. "What did you see?" Mackenzie asked softly. Craig's body. His face was bloated and there were bruises all over him. But I knew it was him. I tried to get out of the river as fast as possible. In my head, I was treading water for an eternity, calling for help. In reality, it was probably only a matter of seconds. I felt helpless, like if I didn't call someone that second, Craig would die, even though I knew he was already dead. I don't remember what happened after that. But that night was the first time I had the nightmare. Did your mother ever tell your therapist about all of that? She did. But my therapist thought it best I remember what happened on my own instead of someone simply telling me. To be honest, I wouldn't have believed it if she had told me. Once I finally worked through what my brain was protecting me from, the nightmare eventually went away. When did it come back? She asked. When Melanie died. I felt helpless again. Once I joined the Navy, it went away again because my routine helped me cope with the guilt and loss. But then, yes, then I lost you. I looked down and met her eyes, and the helplessness returned. But it was more intense than before. Alexander sent me away because he was concerned for my safety. But that didn't help matters. With each day I didn't see you, I felt myself lose more and more control over everything in my life. I felt like I was drowning, all the lies and deception pulling me down. And now she asked, running her fingers through my hair, "Now I'll live with the nightmares. I deserve it for what I did to you." She closed her eyes, a content expression on her face. Her lips turned up slightly as a breeze blew her hair. "Say something," I said after several silent moments passed. My admission remained hanging between us, making me uneasy. The guilt I felt for not doing something to protect Craig all those years still ate away at me at times. I wondered where he would be today if I had been smarter and told him not to get in the truck. Would he have listened? "What do you want me to say?" I don't know. I shrugged. Something. Anything? What are you thinking? She flung her eyes open. Do you really want to know? I wouldn't have asked if I didn't. I'm thinking. She paused, studying my face for several intense, protracted moments. Finally, her gaze softened. I'm thinking it's time to go home. She slowly raised herself up from my lap, taking a minute to steady herself. Home, I asked, deflated, as she brushed her sundress off. Yes, home. She headed toward the house and my shoulders slumped forward. I thought we had turned a corner. Perhaps I was wrong. As she approached the steps, she halted, clenching her fists. I could almost sense an internal struggle going on between her head and her heart. Her shoulders rose and fell, and she spun around towards me. Aren't you coming this way? Tyler said to me that evening as we emerged from his company's jet and headed toward the flight operation base at Brownsville Airport. I have a car waiting. Wait. I stopped. I parked my car at one of the long-term lots. I'll have Eli arrange to get it to you. He gestured to Eli, who nodded in agreement. It seemed peculiar to be standing between these two men again, as if no time had passed at all, as if things were back to how they were before I found out the truth. Eli's eyes were trained on me, a soft expression on his face. I could almost see the apology etched there, as if he hoped I wouldn't hold a grudge against him for his role in the assignment, and I knew I couldn't. He was simply following orders. I couldn't blame him for that. But wasn't Tyler doing the same thing? Would I be considered a hypocrite if I forgave Eli and not Tyler Mackenzie? Tyler interrupted my thoughts. Fine, it's not the same car. Though, he looked surprised. You bought a new car? I avoided his eyes. Not exactly. Then what I placed my hands on my hips in frustration. I knew I would have to eventually tell Tyler about what his mother had done for me. But I was dreading it. I was worried he would think everything fell apart when he left, and that I couldn't function without him in my life. That wasn't the case at all. Mackenzie, just tell me. Fine. I exhaled. Your mom paid me a visit to apologize for you being a prick. Then she saw you knocked me up, and must have seen the huge stack of overdue bills on my kitchen table. So she paid off the loan on the restaurant and my mortgage. She's also covering all my medical expenses, and bought me a new car that could fit a baby seat, spinning on my heels. I stormed away from him and toward the waiting SUV. The driver reached for the door, about to open it, when Tyler rushed forward. I was waiting for him to press the issue, to ask questions I didn't feel like answering. Much to my surprise, he simply held the door for me. Allow me, he said, studying him. I finally stepped back and permitted him to help me into the SUV. As he did, his hand brushed against my stomach. His stature tightened immediately. I met his gaze, a look of unease and bewilderment on his handsome face. Smiling, I grabbed his hand in mine and placed it against my stomach. It's okay. Our eyes remained locked as I kept my hands glued to his, hoping he would see I wanted him to be a part of this. Time seemed to stand still and, for that short moment, I was no longer concerned with all the lies he had told me. We were us again. The real us. The US I missed. The US I loved. The US I hoped we could be again. There was a small flutter in my stomach, and I couldn't help but feel as though this was supposed to happen. I think he knows his daddy's here, I murmured, breaking the perfect silence. Really? Why do you say that? I think he's kicking. I removed my hands from on top of his, feeling the sides of my stomach. What does it feel like? He asked, mesmerized. His breathing grew heavier, and I knew he was in the moment. I had the same reaction the first time I felt it. Before then, it hadn't really sunk in that this was real, even after seeing the ultrasounds and hearing the heartbeat. But that first flutter, words were insufficient to properly convey the depth of awe I felt, like a flutter of butterflies. I explained, but more intense. It's almost like, yes, he whispered, bringing his body closer to mine. I exhaled, a satisfied smile crossing my face at the irony of it all, like lightning. Tyler swallowed hard, his breathing shallow. Our eyes locked, and I saw the longing within, licking his lips. He slowly lowered his head toward mine. My heart raced in my chest, and I could have sworn I heard it echoing around us. His breath on my skin tingled my senses, reminding me how much I craved him. Even the most innocent of touches sent me reeling, never wanting to be separated from him again. I closed my eyes, lost in the moment. I wanted his kiss, but I didn't. I pined for it, but I knew I shouldn't. When his lips brushed against mine, I moaned, my taut stature relaxing. I had dreamt of this precise moment for months, hearing his voice in my sleep, imagining his skin on mine. His voice murmuring his deepest and darkest desires had seemed so real. Now it finally was. But was I so weak to let him think he could just waltz back into my life without suffering any ramifications for what he had done to me? It wasn't supposed to be this easy, subduing my urges. I pressed my hands against his firm chest and pushed him away. He flung his eyes open, confused and a bit disoriented. Mackenzie, Tyler, I said simultaneously. What is it? He whispered. I can't. I sighed, fumbling to explain why I wanted to be us again, but just not yet. It's too soon. You want to start from the beginning again, I do, too. But it's going to take time for me to forget everything. I need to learn who you are. I don't want to go to bed with the Tyler who broke my heart. I want to go to bed with the Tyler who would walk through fire for me. I need to get to know that Tyler. The 2 weeks we were together were the best of my life, until the bottom dropped. We loved hard and fast. I don't want to make the same mistake again. I don't want to rush this. I need to learn to like you before I can give you my heart again. If you keep kissing me like that, I won't be able to stop at just a kiss. I'll want it all, and I can't help but think it won't end well for us. Despite his apparent disappointment, he pulled away from me, respecting my wishes. Grabbing my hand in his, he placed a chaste kiss on it. At least you're not saying no, pulling my hand from his. I tried to subdue the butterflies flapping in my stomach at the sexy, coy look on his face. I'm not saying yes, either. Not yet. But you will. He murmured against my ear, causing a spine-tingling chill to rush through me. I had missed those chills. Eli will be dropping your car off within the hour, Tyler said, hanging up his cell phone as the chauffeured SUV pulled into the parking lot of my condo. He can bring your keys up to you or leave them at the front desk. Whichever you'd prefer. The front desk is fine. I'm planning on pouring myself a glass of sparkling water and soaking in the tub. Tired. Growing a human is a lot of work. I smiled at him as he leapt out of the SUV, running around to open my door for me. I held out my hand for him and was caught breathless when he grabbed my waist and lifted me from the back seat. I remained suspended off the ground for several long moments, simply staring down at him, his smile wide. It felt like my first crush all over again, the excitement, the unexpected. I never wanted to stop living in this moment. Earlier this morning, I was furious with him, but his patience and initiative to share even the deepest and darkest parts of his soul spoke to me on another level. With each brush of his skin on mine, each tender word, each caring gesture, I felt my resolve begin to crack. His mother's words continued to play on repeat in my subconscious, urging me to consider forgiving him because he needed it and not because he deserved it. My feet slowly met the ground, our gaze still locked. "Thanks," I whispered. "You bet. Princess, I need to make sure you have your footing. You are carrying precious cargo. After all." He winked and grabbed my hand, walking beside me toward the building. Wyatt bolted up from his desk when he saw Tyler and me enter. "Sir," he said curtly, taking purposeful steps across the lobby towards us. "Your brother called and apprised me of the situation. The team is on standby and is happy to stay at their posts." I tore my hand from Tyler's and took a few steps away from him, a chill washing over me once more, crossing my arms. I glowered at him. "Team. There's a team I knew about Wyatt because he told me, but there's more." Tyler let out a long breath. "I meant to tell you on the flight home, but I guess I was enjoying our conversation and didn't want to bring up anything that would ruin it. Well, now I know, so start talking." I hissed. "This is Martin," he said, gesturing to the built older man standing next to him who I had known as Wyatt. "He's Alexander's version of Eli. We've met. But I thought he was the only one." "How many others? 6 total on your protection team," he said sheepishly. "6," I exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how I could have missed 6 people watching my every move and spying on me. He sighed, apparently unsure of how to handle my outburst. "After everything went down, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to give you space. Then Alex came to me with a new assignment. The thought of abandoning you, of not being there to look out for you and ensure your safety, I couldn't stomach it. The only reason I ended up taking the assignment was because Alexander promised you would be better protected than the president. It's been the only thing that's given me some sort of peace of mind over the past few months." I remained speechless, absorbing his words. "Like I told you earlier, Mackenzie, I never let you go," staring between Tyler and Martin. I straightened my spine. "Who are the others?" "3 of your new employees at the restaurant," Tyler admitted, running his hand through his hair. My eyes widened. "How I do all the hiring? We made sure their qualifications were such that you couldn't say no." Martin offered. "Who?" Tyler hesitated briefly. "Chris, one of your line cooks. Gretchen, a server. And your bar manager." "Kevin," I gasped. "Kevin," he nodded. "Okay. Who else?" I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it all earlier. I thought Kevin was sucking up to me, and that's why he always seemed concerned with how I was doing. "Did you notice the new guy working the front desk at your gym?" I nodded. "And I'm sure you noticed a new personal trainer there who tried to hound you." I nodded once more. "That's it. Plus Martin." I stood, dumbfounded, unsure of what to think of Tyler's confession. I knew Wyatt. Martin was keeping an eye on me, But everyone else, I didn't know why, it made me feel as if I was being lied to all over again. But it did, and I hated that feeling. I hated wondering what else Tyler was keeping from me. I see, I finally said, turning and continuing across the lobby toward the elevator. Wait, Mackenzie, Tyler shouted, running after me. You're not mad, are you? I just... I spun around, my eyes fierce, anger pooling in my veins. His expression turned pleading as he attempted to reach for my hand. I ripped it from his grasp, refusing to fall under the spell his touch had on me. I couldn't let you go, Mackenzie, he said softly. I needed to make sure someone was looking out for you wherever you were. I glared at him as the elevator dinged, announcing its arrival, his confession hanging in the air. I entered the car, just as the doors were about to close, leaving Tyler behind. I huffed. Well, are you coming or not? I didn't realize you needed a written invitation. I allowed a small smile to cross my face. Yes, ma'am. Tyler beamed back, jumping into the elevator right before the doors closed and it began to ascend to the 12th floor. You're not mad, are you? He asked softly, breaking the silence. I sighed, leaning against the wall. No, Tyler, I'm not mad. Perhaps a little irritated or annoyed, but not mad. You just need to start being open with me. I don't want you to wait to tell me things until you have to and are on the spot. I don't want things to be like that between us. After everything, I need you to be honest with me. No lies. No keeping information from me. I want to learn to trust you again, Tyler. But I can only do that if I know I'm getting full disclosure from you. Okay? Okay, he said, grinning a mischievous grin at me. I scrunched my eyebrows. What? Nothing, he replied, shoving his hands in his pockets, his grin growing wider as he rocked on his feet. His dimples popped, and I almost heard a whimper escape my mouth at how adorably sexy he looked at that moment. Tell me, I pinched his side. He grabbed my hand, and before I knew it, he had me pinned against the wall and was hovering over me, my breath caught, my patience with taking things slow, wearing thin. Us, he murmured, nuzzling my skin with his nose. What I breathed. You said us. I can't tell you how that makes me feel. The elevator dinged and I pushed against him, exiting into the corridor, glancing over my shoulder. I smirked. Out of that whole conversation. That's the only thing you're taking away from it. No, he said. I get what you're saying. I will be nothing but an open book with you from this moment forward, regardless of the consequences. But that word, a wide smile crossed his face. I tried to hide my own smile at the excitement that seemed to ooze from every inch of him. It gives me hope that I didn't fuck up the best thing that's ever happened to me. You've got a long way to go. Mr. Burnham, I know, but if my memory serves me correctly, something tells me the wait will be worth it. He raised his eyebrows, his eyes raking over my body in a devious way. His persistence shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. It was one of the things that attracted me to him in the beginning. He saw me as a challenge back then. I could only assume he saw me the same way now. Despite wanting to take things slow, it was oddly comforting to have him here with me, to feel his warmth approach behind me as I unlocked my door. I felt more safe and at ease than I had in months. I stepped through the foyer and into the living area, clicking on the lights. When I sensed Tyler was no longer behind me, I spun around to see him hesitating just past the doorway, eyeing my security alarm panel, crossing his arms in front of his chest. His expression turned concerned. Please tell me the only reason you didn't arm your system was because you simply forgot. I continued into the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and shrugged. Everything's been fine. Tyler, no break-ins. Taking a sip of my water, I faced him. He took strong, determined steps into my open living area, his presence filling the room in an almost intimidating manner, his gaze unrelenting. Anyway, I sat down on my couch. It seems you've had someone keeping an eye on me, so I don't really see why it matters. It's not just yourself you have to worry about now. Mackenzie. His face softened as his eyes traveled to my stomach. He sat down beside me. Don't get me wrong. He took my water from me and placed it on the coffee table, clutching both my hands in his. He continued, I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you, but there's a lot more at stake now, so please, do me a favor and arm your system. It'll make me feel better. Can you do that? He furrowed his eyebrows, a pleading look on his face. From the beginning, he had always been fiercely protective of me. It was one of the things that drove me crazy and made me all the more attracted to him at the same time. Still, he had a point. It wasn't just me anymore. What if someone broke in after the baby was born? I didn't even want to think about that possibility. A look of resignation crossing my face. I nodded. Okay, I promise I'll use the system again. Thank you. He kissed my temple softly, then got up. Well, everything here appears safe and secure. Good night. Mackenzie, smiling, he retreated from me, pulling the door open. Wait, I followed him. When can I see you again tomorrow? When tomorrow he reached for my hand and brushed his lips against it, reigniting the longing I felt from his absence. You'll find out. He winked, just as he was about to close the door and leave me alone with nothing but my thoughts. He popped back into my condo. I almost forgot. He pulled a black journal out of his cargo shorts and handed it to me. I want you to have this. Taking it in my hands, I ran my fingers over the leather, lingering over the gold-embossed letters. J. B. What's this earlier today? You said you thought I forgot about you, and that's why I never wrote or called. I knew this wasn't something that could be settled with a phone call or letter. I'm pretty sure you would have hung up on me, or tore up whatever I wrote you. But that didn't stop me from wanting to tell you what I was feeling. That's what's in this journal. 4 months of heartache. I looked up at him, seeing the broken version of Tyler I had seen on occasion, particularly early on in our relationship when he spoke of Melanie, and I knew the distance between us tore him up more than any other heartache he had suffered in his past. He grabbed my free hand in his and held it over his heart. It's yours, Mackenzie. It always has been, and these pages will prove it, dear Mackenzie. I guess it's better than writing Dear Diary, as if I were some prepubescent girl pouring her heart and soul out to a pretty pink journal. But there are some similarities here. I guess I am pouring my heart out. It's been 2 weeks since I last saw you. 14 nights I've been forced to fall asleep without listening to your breathing. 336 hours since I last felt your skin on mine. 160 minutes since I saw your beautiful, perfect smile. I don't expect you to ever forgive me for what I did. But I do hope you might understand one day why I did what I did. There's really no excuse for it, other than pride, a desire to be accepted, to prove I wasn't a failure, and you had to pay the ultimate price, as did our love. It was love. Of that I am certain. It was for me anyway. Yes, it was messy, chaotic, and wild. But aren't the best love affairs just that I loved you without abandon, with every last cell in my body, with every last beat of my heart, and I still love you. When I first laid eyes on you, I felt as if I already knew you, and it wasn't just because I had studied up on who you were. Watching you walk along the shoreline in the moonlight and look at the stars as if they held all the answers to the questions you were too scared to ask. Well, something sparked inside me, something I thought I gave up on years ago. Hope. You're my hope, my dream, my light in a world of darkness. But life isn't supposed to be easy. Love isn't supposed to be easy. But it was for us. I loved you fast and hard. You possessed my heart before you even muttered a single word to me. And the hardest thing I ever had to do was watch you walk away from me because I still love you. I wake up each morning with an ache in my chest, a hole in my heart, a piece that I gave to you and don't want back. I miss you, Mackenzie. Every hour of every day. I miss you in the morning when I have my coffee. I miss you in the afternoon as I attempt to teach these refugee children how to play one sport or another. I miss you the most at night when the world is quiet. Barely a sound to be heard for miles and miles. I stare at the sky, the stars more brilliant than anything I can remember. Silence surrounds me, reminding me you're not here to fall asleep next to me. And my heart aches a little bit more. I should have treasured each and every moment I had with you. From the beginning, I knew our time was fleeting and I took it for granted. I was so consumed with trying to protect my heart from what I knew would inevitably happen. I squandered what precious time we had together. And I'll never do that again. I know hearing the words "I'm sorry" won't fix this, but I intend to prove to you that I truly am sorry for what I did. I just pray I eventually have the opportunity to do so. Until then, I love you, my lightning strike. Tyler's words consumed me as I lay in bed long into the early morning hours, surrounding myself with his thoughts, his emotions, his love. It was like a blanket wrapped around me, keeping me safe and secure. With each simple gesture, from being patient as I worked through whether I could learn to trust him again, to his beautiful words, to the bewilderment in his eyes when he felt our baby. I was remembering all the reasons I had allowed him into my heart all those months ago. The realization washed over me like a wave. It wasn't the Tyler I originally thought he was whom I had let into my heart, my soul, my life. It was this Tyler, the Tyler who swore he was a broken man, the Tyler who thought he lost me, the Tyler who did lose me because I was too blind with anger to see the truth. His love was as real and pure as anything I had ever experienced, as was mine. Picking up my cell phone, I hastily typed a text to Tyler, punching in the new number he had given me earlier in the day. I love you. I waited with bated breath for a response. One arrived almost instantly, causing a brilliant grin to spread across my face. I know. I loved you even before I truly knew what love was. Love is you, your smile, your heart, Your patience. Sleep well. Te quiero. Mi cariño. With a restored sense of belonging. I drove through the streets of South Padre Friday evening to meet Jenna and Braden for girls' night. The island again held the promise and magic it did months ago. And I knew it was because Tyler was back. As I went about my routine throughout the day, I did so with him on my mind. I had hoped he would stop by the restaurant, but he didn't. Instead, we sent text after text to each other. With each message that popped up on my phone, my grin grew wider and wider. The butterflies were back after their long absence. His words were sweet, passionate, and even a little hot, reminding me of why I had lowered my walls and allowed him in after years of remaining distant with people. Pulling up to the tapas bar, I threw the valet the keys to my brand new Audi and entered the restaurant. As I walked through the glass doors, I grew breathless. The scene that greeted me reminding me of that fateful Friday night when I first met Tyler. He sat in the corner, on the same bar stool, a dark liquid in a tumbler in front of him, 5 cherry stems on his napkin. He wore the same green shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exposing his muscled forearms. As I stood admiring him, I noticed his physique had become more pronounced. His shoulders appeared broader, his leg muscles incredibly defined. His skin was a tad darker than I recalled, and the ends of his dark hair were lighter. I could only assume all that time in the African desert had an effect on his appearance. In a good way. He was more rugged, the slight stubble on his jaw causing a burning need inside me to feel it on my skin. I approached the bar and sat next to him. He looked at me, an excited smile on his face before his expression flattened. "Mackenzie, you can't sit there," straightening my spine. I asked, "Why I want to go back to the start, where it all began. You say you want to trust me, and I really, really want you to trust me. But we need to start over. I need to show you how that first night would have gone if I wasn't on a job. So, please, sit in your normal seat and pretend you don't know me. Okay?" Slowly lowering my legs back to the ground, I slid off the bar stool. "Well, you better hurry up. Braden and Jenna will be here any minute." "Since when are they on time?" he commented sarcastically, and I shrugged my shoulders in agreement. I loved my friends dearly, but punctuality was not their strong suit. "I have some time to work with." A mischievous grin spread across his face, a flurry of jitters rushing through me. I retreated from him and took a seat at my usual bar stool. The bartender approached, beaming, asking me what I wanted to drink. I glanced at Tyler, seeing he had ordered the same exact thing he did all those months ago, right down to the number of cherry stems, but I couldn't exactly order a bottle of wine. As I had that night, a bottle of sparkling water. "Please?" I said with a smirk on my face. She retreated from me momentarily to get my drink. Within seconds, she reappeared with a tall green bottle and a wine glass. Opening the bottle, she poured a bit into the glass and garnished it with a lime. When she left me alone once more, I took a sip, my body alive with anticipation. "You gonna drink that whole bottle by yourself?" Glancing to the far corner of the bar, I couldn't help but laugh. "So what if I am?" I shot back, trying to revert to the cold-hearted, detached woman I was that night. However, that wasn't who I was anymore. I was no longer the girl who would live her life in accordance with her schedule. I was a woman who finally learned to live again, who took risks, who loved, who jumped, who was all in. Didn't mean anything by it, he said, toying with the cherry in his drink. My apologies. My eyes remained glued to him, waiting for his next move. Looking up from his drink, a brilliant smile crossed his face. My name's Tyler, he said, scooting down several seats and holding his hand out to me. I surveyed it skeptically, a nervous tingling spreading through me. I didn't know if I was supposed to shake it or not. It's just a hand. See? What happens is... Serafina, I interrupted, allowing him to take my hand in his. My name is Serafina. My chin began to quiver as the name left my lips. It wasn't until this moment that I realized not only did Tyler cover up his true identity from me, but I did as well. He wanted me to fall in love with the real Tyler. I wanted him to fall in love with Serafina, even if I wasn't sure who that was anymore. Still, I wanted to find out. And maybe Tyler would help me discover exactly who that was. Serafina, he crooned, his voice barely audible, closing his eyes. His fingers lingered over my hand and traced a delicate pattern on my skin. That's a beautiful name. Thank you, I murmured, lost in the moment, all too soon. He withdrew his hand from mine, leaving me with an empty feeling. So, he began, nervously playing with the ice in his drink. What do you do? I started, feeling my face flush red with nerves. For some reason, regardless that Tyler already knew all my secrets. I wanted to make a good first impression. Something about being there with him, getting to know him all over again, made it feel like the first time. I own a restaurant. His eyes widened. Really, you look too young. I shrugged. I guess you can say I'm your classic overachiever. When I put my mind to something, nothing will get in my way. So when I said I wanted to open my dream restaurant before I turned 30, it would have taken a disaster for it not to happen. He nodded, remaining silent. I took a sip of my sparkling water, my eyes never straying from his for too long. So what about you? I finally asked. What do you do? Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I frowned playfully. He smirked. Actually, I own a multi-billion-dollar private security firm. Are you, like, a spy? I joked. No, my brother's the spy. Your brother. Yeah, he said. He runs the company, up until a few years ago. I was just an owner on paper. Then I thought I could help make a difference. And did you? He tore his gaze from mine, an unsettled expression on his face. The opposite. Actually, I realize that no matter if it's for what you're led to believe is a noble cause or not, there are always some casualties. Not everyone gets out unscathed. He was silent for a moment as I tried to adjust to his sudden change in demeanor. He was troubled, a tortured soul. You see, I hurt someone during the last job I was on, and I'll never forgive myself for what I did. He raised his eyes, and I saw the torment he had been living with since the day he began the mission. I had seen that look on his face during our time together, and I knew he was struggling early on with his assignment. I had seen it on that first night at this precise restaurant. That knowledge made me relinquish yet another piece of my heart to Tyler. I'm sure you didn't mean to, I offered, my voice soft. No, I knew all along that I was going to use her, Yet I still did it. Yes. But once you got to know her, it must have been eating you up inside. Knowing the role you had to play, part of me couldn't believe I was sitting here, rationalizing what Tyler had done to me. But I couldn't help it. I finally understood. I felt his pain, his reluctance, his heartache for the role he played. Yet I still continued on in my course of deceit. I made her fall in love with me. I pretended to be someone I'm not. He returned his gaze to his tumbler, toying with the liquid. I guess part of me doesn't really know who that is anymore. I know who you are, I whispered. His head shot up and he stared at me. How could you? We just met. I turned in my bar stool to face him. He mirrored my movements. You like to give off the impression you have everything under control, that nothing really affects you. You've loved and lost before. And you remember how broken you felt afterwards. You vowed to do everything to never feel like that again. I reached for his hands and it was as if the world disappeared. We weren't sitting at the bar of a bustling restaurant, plates and glasses clinking all around us. We were in our own world, our own universe, a universe that circled around him. You love your family and would do anything for them. That's why you took that assignment. You had wandered listlessly through life, unable to figure out what your passion truly was. You tried a little bit of everything, even joined the Navy to forget the past. When this assignment was brought to you, you thought it was your chance. You wanted to prove to your brother that you were capable of doing something right. You wanted to make him proud of you. But you never expected to be faced with having to decide between your family and a woman you had just met. Maybe if you had talked to her about it, had been open and honest with her, she would have understood. I doubt that, he said, pulling his hands from mine and avoiding my gaze. Anyway, if I told her, it would have blown my cover. He returned his attention to the drink in front of him, playing with the cherry once more. But didn't your cover get blown anyway? I pushed. Yes. But, so you had nothing to lose. Placing my hand on his leg, I tried to comfort him. If you had been honest with her, if you helped her see everything from where you were standing, she would have said those words you're so desperate to hear right now. A lone tear fell down my cheek. The connection between us more intense than any other interaction we'd had since we met. And what's that? That I understand and I forgive you. Raising my hand to his face, I cupped his cheek, reveling in the feeling of his stubble on my hand. I studied the anguish he tried to mask with his forceful demeanor and hesitated. No matter how much I didn't think I could ever forgive him for how he had deceived me, I was wrong. His mother's wise words rang true. We didn't forgive people because they deserved it. We forgave because they needed it. And if anyone was in need of forgiveness so they could move on, the suffering man sitting next to me was Tyler. I took a deep breath. I understand and forgive you. You do, he asked. I could hear the surprise in his voice. You don't have to say that for my benefit. I know we have a lot to work through. Yes, we do. But I finally see everything from where you stood. Tyler, for the longest time, I refused to do that. Despite everyone telling me I needed to, I was so angry with you and wanted to hate you, as difficult as it was. But listening to your side, finally listening, it made me put myself in your shoes. I know this assignment got out of hand for you. You weren't expecting to fall for me. No, he agreed. I certainly wasn't. I hated myself for what I had to do to you, especially once I met you. That first night, when I finally felt you, I couldn't sleep. All I saw whenever I closed my eyes was your face. The tears I would cause when you found out I used you. Then, something entirely unexpected happened. What was that I stopped being the Tyler persona I developed to make you fall for me and started to show you the real me. I know. I admitted. I finally realized that last night when I was reading your journal. He nodded. I don't know why. I didn't want you to just know the deceptive me. I wanted you to know the real me. And I do, I said, running my fingers through his hair, leaning my forehead on his. I closed my eyes. This moment was so much more than I expected. Words couldn't accurately convey the depth of emotion I was feeling from being back in a place that once held painful memories of what I thought to be my biggest mistake. Now I had a new memory, a happier one. I was so grateful Tyler knew enough to realize I needed this, lost in the moment. I instantly felt an emptiness. Flinging my eyes open, I saw that Tyler had pulled away from me and was fishing money from his wallet. What are you? Returning his blazing green eyes to me. He reached for my hand and raised it to his lips. It was wonderful to meet you, Serafina. I do hope our paths cross again. With a heated stare, he released my hand. I remained dumbfounded, confused as to why he was so abrupt to leave. I thought we had just made so much progress. Finally, snapping back to reality as his chiseled backside walked out the door. I leapt from the bar stool and stormed out of the restaurant, spotting Tyler as he was about to hop into his Jaguar. "That's it," I shouted. He halted and looked over his shoulder, meeting my eyes. "Seriously, after all that? You're just going to walk away from me," signaling the valet to give him a minute. He strode toward me. Each step he took was slow, determined, his gaze fierce. "I'm not walking away. I'm just—" "You're what." I crossed my arms in front of my chest and leaned against the brick of the building, quickly transported back to that night all those months ago once more. I had a plan for how tonight was supposed to go. And he trailed off, avoiding my eyes. The dominant man I once knew was nowhere. The guilt he was still living with covering his body. I didn't want him to live with that guilt. I wanted him to finally feel like he was in control of his life again. I wanted to give him back that control. And what, Tyler? And it hurts. All right, Mackenzie. Looking into your eyes, I can't stop being reminded of your face when you learn the truth. It cuts me open and, no matter how many times you say you forgive me, I will never be deserving of it. I'll never be deserving of you. So, what you put on this whole act? You come back from wherever you were to win back my heart. But now that you have it, you don't want it because of what you did to lose me in the first place. That's not it at all, Mackenzie. And you know it. He growled, catching me by surprise. It was as if he flipped the switch, had become more self-assured, more passionate, more himself. You want to know the truth? I nodded, unable to find my voice. I'm fucking scared. Mackenzie. This, he said, gesturing between our bodies, scares me more than anything. I'm worried if I make one wrong move, say one wrong thing, you'll leave and not look back. So, yes, I had a plan for tonight, one to try and help you see who I really am. And I told you I know who you are? Some things can't be planned, I exclaimed in complete exasperation, surprised at my own words. Some things just happen. Tyler. I softened my voice. Sometimes the best things in life are those that are unplanned, unexpected. I looked down, my hands settling on my stomach. Please, let me in. Don't give up on us. His breath caught and he mouthed us as he stared at me. Before I knew what was happening, he had his hands on my hips and lifted me up, forcing my legs around his waist. His eyes met mine, my heart racing at the feel of his body against mine. Say it again. He growled. Us. I whimpered, turned on by his dominance and power. Again, he said, his voice still firm, as if the only thing that could chase the demons away was my voice saying that one singular word, assuring him there was hope. Us. His stature relaxed slightly as he leaned in and pressed his mouth against mine, sighing. I wrapped my arms around his neck, trying to pull him closer. His tongue forcefully met mine, as if my kiss alone could soothe his fears. I knew he needed this physical connection to me. The truth was, I needed it just as much as he did. I needed to know he was real. He was here. His love was real. It was euphoric. His mouth covering mine, his hands supporting me, letting me know he would never let go. Again, he murmured against my lips. Us. I whispered. He groaned. Again. Us. 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 He exhaled. The unease and torment that had plagued him seconds ago leaving him with each instance of me saying that word. And each time, it gave me the same thing it gave him. Promise. He trailed soft kisses across my cheek, down my neck, lingering on my collarbone. I threw my head back, a surge of electricity washing over me with each nip of his lips, each brush of his tongue, with each kiss. He was saying, I love you. I cherish you. I treasure you. I didn't need to hear his voice say those words. I just knew. Instead of simply declaring his love to me with mere words, he did what he had always done. He proved it with his benevolence, his passion, his desire. A loud throat clearing sounded, startling both of us, reluctantly. Tyler pulled away from me, helping me lower my feet to the ground. He smiled mischievously as he glanced at Braden and Jenna standing just off to the side. Get a room. Braden joked. Braden, Tyler said, nodding at him, shaking his hand. Thanks for going along with everything tonight. I looked between Tyler and my two best friends, who had guilty, yet satisfied expressions on their faces. This was planned. Tyler shrugged. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I had a few minutes alone with you. We were a bit hesitant at first, Jenna added, crossing her arms in front of her chest. After everything, we didn't want to see you get hurt again. But Braden took care of that. How I told him I have ties to the gay mafia. He winked. Gay mafia? I asked in disbelief. Yeah, seriously. Mac, we've stood by your side through everything. But this schmuck made you happy for those 2 weeks. Then, when we saw the look of remorse on his face early this morning, well, I couldn't help but get a good feeling about this time around, tearing my gaze from my friends. I met Tyler's eyes. Me, too. He smiled back at me, planting a soft kiss on my forehead. It was the most innocent of exchanges. But that didn't stop those butterflies from erupting within my stomach at the feel of his warm lips on my skin. Too soon. He pulled away and retreated toward where the valet attendant still stood next to his Jaguar. "Enjoy your evening, Mackenzie," he crooned, his eyes dark and full of longing. "You're not going to stay." I could hear the disappointment in my voice. "No, it's girls' night," returning to me. He grabbed my hand in his. "You need time to catch up, and you can't do that with me around. When am I going to see you again? Why missing me already?" "No." I rolled my eyes in fake irritation, brushing a wayward curl behind my ear. He caressed my face. "Okay, maybe a little," I admitted. "Can I take you out to dinner tomorrow night?" "On a date?" I asked coyly. He nodded. "Yes, a proper date. No expectations for anything more. Just two people getting to know each other. I'd like that." "Does 7 work for you?" He raised his eyebrows. "Yes," he grinned, bringing my hand to his lips. He murmured, "Until tomorrow, mi cariño." With that, he hopped in his car, leaving me completely satisfied and feeling as if things were going to be okay. "You were totally eye-fucking him," Jenna commented as she pulled me into the restaurant. "Brayden right on our heels." "It's not eye-fucking if she already knows what the goods look like," Brayden countered when we all took our normal seats at the bar. "Says who?" Jenna retorted. "I still eye-fuck Richard and we've been married for a year." "Speaking of which," I said, sipping my sparkling water once more, trying to get the focus of the conversation off me, "how's everything going with you two?" "Good. Better than good." She swirled the liquid in her wine glass that the bartender had just poured for her. "I took your and Brayden's advice and talked to him. He explained everything. What did he say about the lack of any record of his previous marriage?" "Well, it was like you said. He agreed to give his ex-wife a very hefty settlement. But a contingent of doing so was her agreeing to have all records of their marriage and subsequent divorce completely expunged. I had always just assumed she served him with divorce papers, not the other way around." "Why did he want that?" Brayden interjected. "He said he didn't want one of the biggest mistakes of his life to always follow him around. He wanted a fresh start. A new beginning. And he didn't think he'd have that if his previous marriage and subsequent divorce were always lurking in the background." It was really kind of sad, listening to him talk about her. I was always hesitant to bring her up because I know all about wanting a fresh start. But, yeah, I popped an olive in my mouth. What is it? I actually felt bad for him. He was more or less conned into marrying her. He was in his early 40s when they met. She was in college. He's got a thing for younger girls. "Doesn't he?" Brayden commented. Winking, Jenna smiled, a small laugh leaving her lips. "Yeah, I guess he does. Anyway, they dated. But it wasn't anything serious. He said they were better off as friends, and that's what they remained for a few years. He was tapped to take over the entire hotel chain, and she continued with college. One day, he got a phone call from her and she was sobbing. He said he had never heard her so frightened. What happened? She found out she was pregnant. When she confronted her boyfriend at the time, he split, disappearing into nowhere. I glanced down, placing my hand over my stomach. I could certainly sympathize with how she must have felt. Although the circumstances were different, I knew what it felt like to think you were alone. She came from a very strict Irish Catholic family, and she couldn't go home as she was unless she was married. I finished. Jenna nodded. and Richard, being who he is, agreed to the marriage. They had a small ceremony a few weeks later. He called it a blessing in disguise. He had been so busy with the hotels and building the brand. He never took a minute for himself or his personal life. Sound familiar? Braden mumbled under his breath, looking at me. I shot my eyes to him and slapped him playfully. So he settled down with his new bride and began buying baby clothes. He couldn't wait to be a father. He didn't care that the kid wasn't technically his. He said that's not what makes someone a father. It's being there, supporting them, putting their needs above your own, and he was ready and willing to do that. But Jenna took a deep breath. About a month later, she came home from her doctor's appointment and told him she lost the baby. She was upset, but he told her if she wanted to be a mother, they could try to have a kid themselves. They had trouble conceiving, and Richard became increasingly busy with the hotel. They would argue, and Richard would suggest just stopping the whole charade, considering the only reason they married in the first place was because she had gotten pregnant and was worried about telling her parents. She didn't have that problem anymore. However, each time he was ready to walk away, she would tell him she was pregnant, but she kept losing the baby. Finally, after the fourth or fifth time, Richard grew suspicious and called her doctor. Then a private investigator. He soon found out there was never a pregnancy, not even at the beginning. He realized this woman, Ariana, was simply after his fortune that was slowly growing as his hotel brand became more and more popular. That's why he was able to convince her to sign off on wiping the slate clean. Braden interjected. Jenna nodded. Yes. Instead of facing a very public divorce based on who he was and everyone learning what she had done, he offered her a way out, and she took it. Well, Braden said, raising his own wine glass, we both followed suit. Here's to both my girls being happy with the men they love once again. Here, Jenna said, I'll drink to that. Tyler. Early Saturday morning. I parked my Bronco at the back of the club. I had been back on South Padre for less than 48 hours, but it was time to finally get back to work. There were still more questions than answers, even more so now that the CIA handler who had reached out and asked for our help with this case had been missing for several months. Was it connected? I didn't know. But it was a bit too suspicious. Walking through the back door, I heard voices echoing down the hallway. I headed toward my office and entered. 8 men and 1 woman immediately ceasing their conversation when they saw me, scanning the room. I made mental notes of who everyone was. I had reviewed their files earlier that morning as I determined who I should keep and who I should send back. Apart from Eli and Martin, they were mostly new faces to me, except one. Rage washing over me, I stalked toward a tall, muscular man of similar build. You asshole. I bellowed out, surprising everyone, Benson included. As I landed a harsh blow to his face, he stumbled back, attempting to maintain his balance. We were on the same training team. We were friends, I spat. And this is how you repay me. You agree to fuck with her memory. I thought you were better than that. Straightening his spine, he wiped at his lip, smearing the bit of blood that was visible. I did it for you. Tyler, do you think I liked having to do that? I hated it. I knew you'd never forgive me for betraying you like that. But it was all about keeping her safe, from day one. Everything we've done on this island has been to keep her out of harm's way. How I shouted, "Please tell me how you staying at my house and telling her you've lived there for years could possibly keep her safe." If anything, it just confused her more. I pulled back, about to take another swing when I was swiftly disabled and pushed against the wall. "No plan is without its faults," Martin growled, restraining me. His eyes met mine as if he was trying to tell me there was no other way. My brother said the reason he gave the go-ahead on gaslighting her was to protect the integrity of the mission, to make her think she never met me, to protect my ass. He didn't mention anything about trying to protect Mackenzie. That was one of the reasons. We had to go through every possible scenario, he explained, releasing his hold on me once he grew confident I was no longer going to do Benson any more harm. I was the only one who had been made aware of some of the details of the mission, and I had to act quickly. My biggest concern was her safety and protecting her true identity. "What was one way of putting her on the radar?" Martin asked. "A police report." I mumbled under my breath. I had done my fair share of interfering with a few police investigations while working the case, in order to keep her true identity hidden. I understood all too well, precisely. What if she went to the police with everything I knew? It was a long shot, but I had to consider the possibility. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I had to do everything within my power to ensure her true identity never made it into a public record of any kind. That could have been disastrous. What if, as you believe, her father's not behind all of this, and someone else is trying to silence anyone and everyone who could prove his innocence? What if they found Mackenzie? I couldn't stand aside and do nothing. The best way for me to protect her was for her to doubt whether any of it happened, that she never met you. So don't blame your brother or Benson. Blame me, he said adamantly, straightening the lines of his dark suit. He was simply following orders. Just like you when you took this assignment. I stood in place, absorbing Martin's words, as several pairs of eyes stared in nervous anticipation. If I could listen to and trust anyone in this room, other than Eli, it was Martin. He was practically family. He had been my father's right-hand man when he was still alive and running the company. Growing up, I couldn't really remember a day when I didn't see him at my father's side. After my father was killed on an assignment, Martin temporarily ran the company while we figured out what to do. When Alexander requested an honorable discharge and left his SEAL team to come run the company, we were all surprised. Suffice it to say, Martin knew what he was talking about. Despite not wanting to believe there could have been any valid reason to gaslight Mackenzie. Maybe there was. Taking a breath, I ran my hands over my face as I considered his words. He was right. Following orders and chain of command was all we had to make our missions and operations successful. Without it, there would be disorder, chaos. I knew I would do anything to protect Mackenzie, and Martin would, too, despite the effect it had. "We okay?" Benson asked, slowly approaching me and extending his hand, eyeing him. I nodded, shaking it. "Yeah, we're okay." "Well, good." Eli's voice cut through. "We're all ready to start if you are." "Right." I took a seat at a large round table, everyone following my lead. "I know you have all been answering to Martin over the past several months." The agents surrounding me nodded. "Not anymore," I said, my voice firm and demanding. trying to demonstrate that I was in a position of authority. This was the first time I was leading a team this size. I had been part of protection teams in the past, but now that I was calling the shots, it was nerve-wracking. I was no longer following my brother's orders. The success or failure fell on my shoulders. And mine alone. Eli will be running point here. Everything goes through him. He has been working this assignment with me since day one and is the only one, other than me, who is fully aware of all the intricacies of this case. He'll bring you all up to date with what we know. So pay attention. I nodded to him, raising himself. Eli stood in front of the assembled team, pressing a button on his laptop. An image of Mackenzie's father from his army days appeared on the large television monitor on the far wall. This is Colonel Francis Mackenzie Galloway. He was our original target in this operation. Original, Benson interjected. Nodding, Eli said, "Yes." Galloway was thought to have been the mastermind behind hundreds of acts of treason against the United States, including selling military arms and secrets to known terror organizations, drug cartels, anyone who would pay top dollar. Allegedly, his defining act was the attack on the U.S. Embassy in Liberia almost 17 years ago. A still of a charred building with dozens of bodies covered with dark blankets appeared on the screen. But you no longer think he's responsible, Maxwell, an agent with blonde hair and medium build, asked. It was apparent he was rather intrigued by what he was learning, glancing at me. Eli hesitated briefly, waiting for my permission to proceed. I nodded. We're not 100% certain, but, based on many suspicious events, we're exploring the possibility that Galloway wasn't the man behind any of these acts and was simply a scapegoat. But if he was accused of all those acts in the first place, why is this the first we're hearing about this guy? Maxwell asked. We're not sure of the details, but we do know Galloway was presumed to have died in the embassy fire he was accused of setting. A subsequent investigation, led by the team at Army counterintelligence he had previously commanded, found evidence of his misdeeds. Communications with foreign terror organizations and drug cartels, wire transfers into offshore accounts, which they were able to link to Galloway. However, someone issued a gag order, with many unanswered questions still lingering. The case was sealed, and all agents who had been working on it were ordered not to discuss what they had found with anyone. Returning his attention to his laptop, he pressed another button and Mackenzie's photo appeared on the screen. This, as you all know, is Mackenzie Delano. She was born Serafina Galloway. Another image appeared on the monitor beside that of Mackenzie. This is her mother, Magdalena Galloway, shortly after the attack on the embassy. They went missing. A 2-year search yielded nothing, and it was assumed they were killed. Our theory is perhaps someone knew Galloway was being set up and needed to ensure his wife's and daughter's safety as a precaution. Pausing, he took a sip from his water bottle and surveyed the members of our team, their eyes glued to him. Fast forward 8 years. During her first year of college, Mackenzie began to date this man. A photo of Charlie in his service uniform appeared on the screen. This is Charles Patrick Montgomery. At this point, I'm sure you're all aware of who he is. Yes. A petite woman with auburn hair I recognized as Gretchen said. He's wanted in connection with a string of murders, correct? Eli replied. He was working for Army cryptology while he was dating Mackenzie and, from what we've been able to ascertain from his file and from Miss Delano, he was asked by an acquaintance to look into a missing persons case, one Serafina Galloway. Who was this acquaintance? Martin asked. We don't know. There's certainly more questions than answers in this case and, unfortunately, the two people who could help fill in the blanks are in hiding. Now, it didn't take Montgomery long to figure out Mackenzie was Serafina Galloway, and he approached her to verify this. They dated for most of the year until, one day, he was committed to the psych ward at Walter Reed, where he spent the next 8 years being treated for schizophrenia. When he was being taken away, he warned Miss Delano of her mother's death. The following day, Miss Delano went home to find her mother was killed in a car crash. Have you determined whether there was a connection, Kevin? An agent who looked more like a playboy than a retired Marine asked. Nothing firm. You'll soon learn that Montgomery's involvement here is open to 2 different interpretations, and we're not entirely sure what to believe about him. So, as far as all things having to do with Charles Montgomery go, exercise an overabundance of caution. Now, back to what we do know. During all of this, keep in mind it was assumed Galloway was dead. It wasn't until about 2 years ago that intel surfaced indicating he was alive. And what was that intel? Martin inquired. Unfortunately, we don't know. The CIA handler who had contacted the company to hire us to investigate all of this has now disappeared. Eli pressed another button on his laptop, and a photo I had never seen before appeared. There was a distinguished-looking older man in all black staring at the camera, a forced smile on his face. This is Benjamin Collins. We tried to find as much information about him as we could, but given he was working for the CIA, we were met with several dead ends. I couldn't access any information about his family or whether he has any sort of connection to Galloway. We are unsure of whether his disappearance has anything to do with this case, but we are operating under the theory that it does. So, what is your working theory then? Martin asked. Well, this isn't set in stone, but here's what we think. Galloway is innocent. We think he was set up to take the fall for someone else, someone with power, either in the military or the government. This is why the investigation was stopped and a gag order was issued. At first, we thought we were getting too close to figuring it all out, so Collins was abducted. Perhaps by someone thinking they could squeeze him for information, but we don't think that's the case anymore. He's CIA and is trained to withstand days upon days of the most brutal interrogation techniques there are. We think he may have some sort of connection to Galloway, and that's why he went missing. Although we've been unable to find any link between them. Then there's Montgomery, the loose cannon. We have no idea whether he is responsible for the deaths of which he's accused or whether he's being set up. 2. Now, the murders. Montgomery's accused of... Gretchen interrupted. They seem random. Are they... Or is that just the police not finding a connection? Eli nodded. A little bit of both. Some were random, but some were connected. Although the police could never find what that connection was. Considering the files been sealed, Montgomery was the sole survivor of the attack on the embassy attributed to Galloway. The theory is that he conspired with a man named Justin Whitman, more or less a hired gun. to carry out his plan of revenge against all those who took his family from him. Many of the murders attributed to Whitman and Montgomery were of several men and women who it was thought helped Galloway in his attack on the embassy. Although it was never proven, Montgomery had top-level security clearance during his time in cryptology.